Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Nerd Street Gamers as we're dealing today and tomorrow with the November monthly tournament series. I'm Hold Shift. With me, of course, is Kevin Averill Walker. It's been a while, partner, since we've had a chance to really cast over Valorant together with the First Strike series coming and going. And looking forward to what's going to happen with those regional finals. We're not done yet, and this tournament specifically has a plethora of very solid teams that, again, are definitely worth our attention.
Absolutely, just taking a bit of time to get in there, to get a few Valorant games and to get a nice monthly tournament in before we start heading into the meat and potatoes of the actual First Strike main event. So our last monthly tournament, I believe, for Nerd Street Gamers before we round off the year and we head into the Winter Championship for January.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun time here. Like we mentioned, there are a lot of groups to get through. All of them are GSL-style format, but we'll be dealing with all of the group stage today. And of course, $10,000 prize pool presented by Mike and Ike. If you haven't heard about Mike and Ike's, if you haven't tried Mike and Ike's, you need to give it a go because the Mike and Ike Mega Mix is literally becoming one of my favorites. I actually told friends and family, like, hey, you can just stock my stuffing, which is Mike and Ike's this year because they are delicious. So if you want to up your game with the power of Mike and Ike's, make sure you check all of that out. But that all said, we got to break down what this prize pool looks like here, Kevin, because it is $10,000 total dollars that we've got up for grabs, but it's not just going to be $10,000, of course, to first place. So as you take a look, it's $6,000 for first, $3,000 for second, and then third place will have a cool $1,000 to deal with at the end of the tournament.
And it's also going to be the top 3 teams qualifying through to the Winter Championship as well, I believe. So that is going to be a very important prize. It's not just monetary value. It's getting to the next tournament. It's going to be for the pride there as well. And as always, you know, big 10K up. It's going to be a lot to play for, I think, in general, in terms of the actual cash itself. Everyone coming in terms of the competition, you've already mentioned, looking very hot here. A lot of really good teams that we've seen across both UMG and NSG, open qualifiers and closed qualifiers for the First Strike main event. And ultimately, this is going to be a very challenging tournament, I think.
I think so. And again, you know, it's one of those things during the First Strike qualifiers. My biggest mantra that I always said on broadcast was prepare to be surprised, because all the teams that we came to know and love during the Edition Series era are getting caught up to, if not surpassed, by a lot of these teams that traditionally were looked at as Tier 2 squads. That can no longer really be the case anymore. But as far as our opening matchup, as far as what we have here today, this is going to be a best-of-1 opening between SOR and Time In. I think Time In is a story that most people know, obviously, that being Ninja's team with Grego and those guys. They had been putting a lot more serious work into the game when they were trying to qualify for the Renegades Invitational. They looked pretty solid while doing so, but of course came up just a touch short of being able to fully get into that qualifier, and kind of the same situation for both the Nerd Street First Strike qualifiers as well as the UMG First Strike qualifiers. But SOR is also not a team to be taken lightly. They have put up some pretty solid fights versus other major known teams in those First Strike qualifying periods. So we should have a pretty good solid game here. 2 teams that are trying to prove themselves, that potentially be the next up-and-coming squad to deal with when we get towards 2021.
Yeah, I think for Time In as well, let's talk about them first, because they just came out of the UMG Open Qualifier round of 32. They also played in the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifier as well for round of 64, I believe is how far they made it. So that's kind of where this team has been sitting so far, you know, in terms of who they're losing to. I would say teams around the same kind of skill level here. Pittsburgh Knights, Noble, you know, they've been competing around the same level as teams like, you know, Prospects and Mother Mode Gaming as well. And I think the big thing you want to look at from these kind of events is this is the kind of event that really push Moon Raccoons forward. And everyone now knows Moon Raccoons. That's like a name that I think, if you've been paying any attention to First Strike, is, you know, they're kind of like the unsigned heroes. These guys are the up-and-coming team, right? I think that's what these kind of events produce. This kind of event is going to produce teams like Moon Raccoons. And, you know, before the monthly finals, before Moon Raccoons came through in the NSG events, you know, they weren't a team that was super well known. I think this is where we get to look at these kind of teams now. Time In are obviously a lot more well known in terms of, you know, you already mentioned the players on this team being fairly popular in terms of Ninja and Morgasi and stuff like that. They're very well known players, but Time In's results have still just been a little bit shaky. They want to break past, you know, the mold, just getting in the top 32, which is great, but they want to get towards more like a 16, more like really fighting for 8. They want to try and emulate the kind of results that Moon Raccoons have, and I think that would be true for a team like SOR as well, who have only, I believe, looking at results-wise anyway, they've only just played the UMG Open Qualifier, and they're a pretty recent team.
And with this, again, this is if you're trying to follow along with it, all the groups, because there are a lot of groups that are here for us. It's not just 4. We've got 8 total groups that we're dealing with. This is Group F that we're looking at. So Time In as the number 2 seed, technically, and SOR as the number 3. In this same group is Mamba Mode Gaming, who's another squad that, if we have a chance to watch them play here at all throughout today, or maybe even tomorrow, you'll kind of, again, hear the storyline of how this team at one point in time was looking like a major favorite to be the next big up-and-coming squad to come out of the quote-unquote Tier 2 scene. They were continually beating teams like Renegades and Complexity and Luminosity and things like that, but kind of had a little bit of a fall-off when it came to how they were actually playing during the first strike qualifier. So this is actually a group that I think all 4 teams that are in this Group F have a chance to really prove themselves. And again, the goal is to try to get as one of the top 2 teams out of this group to get into the playoffs. That's what everyone's shooting for, at least on the day. So again, we'll have to keep that in mind as we're jumping from group to group and from team to team. Now, I'm not 100% confident on what map we're going to be getting here for this first best of 1 opening round, but it is important to note here, Avril, that Icebox is in the pool as well as Sky. So there are some considerations, and I think the biggest thing when we were talking before we got on the air was we wanted to look at this as kind of a learning opportunity, not just for the players and the teams, but for the scene at large, because let's be honest, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to see neither Sky nor Icebox yet since they've been opened up to be competitively viable.
And certainly not in North America, so if you're a North American fan primarily, which is probably why you're watching right now, this is going to be a new experience. I know you probably have been playing around with a bit of Sky and Icebox in your own personal games, but at the kind of pro level, it's not really something we're used to. It's not really something we've seen yet, and it's not going to be something we see until the actual main events of First Strike, and this is going to be the first preview, and this is kind of what I like about this, because the last time we did a monthly final, the October monthly final, was our last preview before we got into the actual qualifiers for First Strike. Now it's kind of like that again before the First Strike main event, in terms of a teaser for the meta, the teaser for new stuff coming out. We're playing on the current patches, stuff like that, in terms of really figuring out how pro teams and how pro level players are going to be handling the new additions to the game.
Well, we will not see Icebox in this first best of 1. It was banned out immediately by Time In, and after we got through
expect
our
a lot of
process,
that today.
That's absolutely right. We are going to be seeing Haven, though. This is SOR's pick. But for Time In, not exactly the worst news in the world. It's one of their most rehearsed maps that they had a chance to play during the first strike qualifiers, and they hold a 67% win rate on this map. So things looking pretty positive for them overall, just 2-1 so far. But this is a map that obviously is well-versed in, and they've put up some pretty solid fights where they've played up against teams like Noble and Moon Raccoons in specific. So there's to be a really interesting, I think, first best of 1 for us to get into.
And I think for a team like SOR as well, they have great results on this map. They beat NRG on this one. They beat Exit on this one as well. And it's something they should feel confident about. This was all in the UMG Open qualifiers. They have had so far decent success, I would say. Taking a look at pure win rates, it's only going to be looking at 60%. It's not super impressive, but in terms of who they're actually beating within the 60, I think is what I'm going to be focused on here. So a very good opening for a team like SOR. I'll be very much looking forward to what they bring to the table here. Be very much looking forward to plays like Chemicals as well, someone that we're very familiar with in terms of his journey through the game so far. He's been a very standout player on the Cypher, and he's going to be someone I'm looking forward to seeing in terms of how he wants to navigate the current Cypher in the current meta as well, where we're starting to see teams potentially drop Ciphers either for a Killjoy or just dropping a Cypher entirely for anything else. Could be a Sky.
Triple
maybe one of these
Duelist
two
is a bit
teams
popular.
want to go through for a Sky today. I think Sky's best maps are going to be Bind and Ascent, but really it comes down to the preparation, and if the teams are feeling like they have something in the bag for Sky to bring up for a map like Haven.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, just to see in which situations do the competitive teams feel like she is the most successful. I think immediately when Breach got his initial buff, everyone was like, Breach needs to be played all the time. And then people quickly realized that maybe that's not exactly the best case scenario for us, as again, he's extremely situational. And even on maps like Haven, we've seen teams try to favor towards duelists in the first place. Things like seeing Arena come through, Phoenix come through, not exactly out of the ordinary. And of course, you expect to see Jet almost every day of the week when it comes to Haven specifically. So I'm just really interested, I think, to see if Sky does fill in. Is it just for Sentinel? Like you mentioned, we saw teams like TSM dropping off Sentinels completely just in favor of running an extra duelist. Is that crowd control going to take the mantle instead of trying to play for fast duelist action, which we saw a lot of successful teams try to exercise specifically during the UMG side of the first straight qualifiers? So yeah, lots of speculation, but I think at the end of the day, we're going to walk away with a pretty good idea as far as what did teams initially, in this first dimension of using Sky, how exactly does she kind of fit the mold as far as what they're trying to build for them? So yeah, it'd be really, really intriguing and really interesting.
I think you kind of lined it up there as well. You know, to me, so far, she's been a very clear breach replacement, very similar utility to bring to the table, very similar role. But also, I think, you know, you could be replacing a Cypher with a Sky as well. You could be replacing that Sentinel role because, to be fair, I think she's great on offense and defense here. Really good utility in terms of info gathering. That's something that maybe is not as clear to, you know, the layman out there. Is you actually have to remember Sky, specifically on the guarding Light Flash, the Hawk. That gives you info because she has a voice line that tells you if she actually flashes anyone or not. So you get 3 charges. That, in a way, it's kind of like a small version, like a pseudo version of the recon bolt.
Oh, like an Aldrone?
Oh. Yeah, well, no, like a recon bolt or an Aldrone, I guess, but you can't really see. She's got an Aldrone as well. She's got the wolf, or, you know, the Tasmanian tiger and the Trailblazer. Yeah. So I mean, she's got a lot going on there. And I think the interesting thing is, I'm not too sure who on these teams are going to be piloting them, but we've talked about the Sentinel position already. You've got guys like Chemicals on the Cypher, but also Ninja, who's specifically been playing either the
that's very true,
Killjoy or the Cypher here. So he's specifically been the Sentinel player. Then these are the guys I'm looking out for in terms of what they want to bring to the table with the nerfs coming through. But not just that, but, you know, with the fact that Sky is in the mix and Icebox is in the mix. We're not seeing Icebox yet, but do they feel the confidence to bring something else today? Do the teams want to change stuff up? It's not going to be the same patch as what we saw in UMG, which is the last time that we saw either of these two teams play.
It's one of those things that you almost have to kind of expect that there is at least one team out there that's been putting in a lot of legwork on Icebox, sitting there saying, if none of you guys want to play it, we will. So we'll see if we get to any best of threes if it gets through. But the thing you got to keep in mind is we're no longer just dealing with a single map ban anymore. We are now dealing with 2 when we get to best of threes. So that whole meta, as far as the before we get into the game, the pre-game meta, if you want to call it, that has also drastically changed as far as how things are happening. So yeah, we're just waiting on game to start. And while we're kind of waiting, again, it's kind of important, I think, to kind of go through some of the other teams that we're going to be seeing here this weekend. In specific, the one team that I really have my eye on is Equinox Esports. This is a team that has not gotten out of groups in the last 3 tournaments that they've played. So something is not going right for Equinox at the moment, and I need to see them come through that Group A successfully. They've got Prospects, X, Serenity, and then Dreamland. We haven't seen this Prospects team really give a go at a team in a while, but that Serenity squad, they played extremely well during the UMG first strike. So that Group A is by no means an easy walk for Equinox, even though you might expect them to walk through it no problem.
Yeah, I think they should be the favorite. I mean, Equinox are the kind of team that if you were to rank this group on paper, Equinox should be first, but they shouldn't be anything below second here. There is a chance that a team like Serenity come through, or in this case, X-Serenity come through and beat Equinox, and Equinox have struggled, but, you know, they should not be finishing bottom 2 in that particular group. I look at a group like Group B as well, which could be a difficult group. You got NRG and Sheba in that group. Spot Up is a team that, I mean, well, we'll have to see how Spot Up do. They've not been as on form as, you know, previous versions. Group C has Andbox and Slimy Boogerman. That's going to be tough. Both those teams are extremely good, especially Andbox, who, you know, another team that had really coming through NSG events, have really proven themselves, and they've had some really kind of not great results previous to recency, but, you know, in recent times they started doing much better. So seeing how Andbox do in this tournament will be quite interesting. Built by Gamers, big frames in Group D, probably a group that we expect that should be fairly comfortable for BBG, assuming they don't run into too many issues there. 2D and August on Group E should be the favorites for that. Group F is the one we're in currently. And we got Mamba Mode and Time in here, and squad's going to be hard to call. We're going to get a bit more information about how SOR are going to be playing versus Time in, and I think this could be a 3-way group. We'll see how Under the Sea play as well. Group G has Phoenix 1 and Beast Coast, which should be the top 2 teams there. Cloud9 White will be coming through for Group H, and I would say Cloud9 White have the best chance of making it out of that group.
Yeah, definitely do. It's just really interesting because really I think you can make an argument for 3 teams between Group A, B, C, D, and maybe even E, depending on how Wichita Wolves play up against teams like Orglis. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. I think these groups are very competitive, though. I think that's the biggest takeaway through and through, as we are ready to go and get into game. So we'll pause that conversation and continue on with one in front of us. We've got Time In and SOR. Time In will be starting things off defensively on Haven, and so far, no Sky for us to talk to. And really beyond that, with the mirror matchups coming through for both teams, this is going to be just a copy-paste from really what we came to know and learn from both of these squads previously during their time in the UMG qualifiers.
And there's not going to be really anything too weird here, except that Chemicals is not going to be on a Sentinel. Chemicals is coming out on a Jet today. That's not something I'm used to seeing, but we'll be very much looking forward to, as we know how good of a player he really is. Timon will be 4-stacking roughly towards C, and SOR be scouting through Garage early.
The Aldron won't see too much, but it will be essentially just a buddy with this Reyna as Nature wants to break on through. Paranoias will be traded back and forth as both Omens will stay surviving. Grego from the site itself tried to do something, but it's Chemicals who walks away with first blood. Ward from the corner needs to really respond to a couple, but he only finds one, and everything will come down to Kurt, who's on the outside looking in at a 1v3.
Planted.
Got retake now for Kurt, 70 HP to play with as well. Would love to just be able to get a few kills here, get that Blade Storm ready to go. We are working towards some ult charges. One kill does come on through. The 1v2 is going to be possible, but needs to win this 1v1 and just gets the headshot. Doesn't clean up a kill versus Diamond.
That is so frustrating for Kurt. He is essentially just spam checking that corner, and he actually walks away with a headshot, but the armor that was picked up from Timon allows him to stay alive through it. Kurt had a really good look. If he could find that kill in the Diamond, he knows the last player is C-long, but unfortunately the timing doesn't quite work out, and really just the armor pickup is really what was unfortunate for him there. So
absolutely.
As we get into the next round, this will not be a force buy for Team Timon, so there will be a natural advantage for Soren. How about the early Vandal pickup for Nature?
Well, there it is. Getting the work done early. Do like to see myself a Reyna player working towards those early kills, really being funneled in terms of resources. Not too shy about picking up the big guns early. Walking coming through from Orgasi towards C, possibly, but a lot of aggression from SOR looking towards mid. Nobody home for now.
Diamond is just going to teleport straight in with the Shrouded Step. The retake will be a 1-4 split. 4 players from A, 1 from the backside through C Garage, but as Nature finds 1, Chemicals is going to watch his flank, and they're really just going to try to farm up as many kills as possible for Nature, as he just plays a couple of shoulders, a couple of good tags with no full kill, another opportunity, and the shots just really aren't there. So now all of a sudden Timon is actually onto the site. If they have any kind of a smoke, they might be able to steal away this potential Vandal, but Sofa playing from the backside of B doors will get a couple of shock charges through, and that will be enough for them to take players off the defuse. And Grego, with low HP in a 1v4, is just hoping for a couple of consolidation kills. Not going to find anything. Sora, as expected, take the second round.
Maybe a little bit confusing there for Nature because he was the only one very much pushed up. Everyone after the plant actually happened backed out. We walked towards B window. We walked towards grass. Nature's very far up. Unfortunately, whiffs a couple of shots. You do imagine a situation where for the Reyna player, you do land a kill. You dismiss away, you're fine. But that extra kill didn't actually come on through. That being said, though, the good news about Nature dying is getting that 1 extra on the ult charge. 5 out of 6 now towards the Empress. And recovering the Vandal as well. Ends up being a bit of bait. You can see that Kurt really wanted to go for that one, but it was well protected by SOR, who have now an early operator in the hands of Chemicals as well.
And he's going to make really good use of it. Kurt was just checking over through A long. He'll be punished for this. It was just a rifle that was in his hand, but Timon are going to have to force a couple of members to rotate away from the middle of the map into A to try to be here to make sure that A is not completely free. But SOR, even on the backside of that pick, the spike is not here for this push, so not necessarily committing to this yet. And as Danny finds some information, SOR very well may reconsider what they want to do.
5 versus 4 as well, so, I mean, this is where things are going to be quite pressured for Timon, who overall have the gun advantage here. Notice that 3 members of SOR are still walking into this round. Stinger for Diamond, So for Baby J, Spectres in hand each. 1 gun should have been picked up, though, over towards A long, so they're working towards better overall weaponry walking into the rest of the round, but with about 45 seconds left, they need to start committing somewhere, and it does look like they're walking back in towards A.
Yeah, a little bit of noise just shot over through the middle of the map. It actually does well to force Danny to rotate over, as it looks like defensively they were thinking this was going to be a C hit. They're starting to realize that that is not needed for 3 members to be here, and as a couple of smokes, Paranoias come through, here comes the hit. Oh, Chemicals doesn't pull the trigger! Danny's able to find 1. A second one from up top of heaven will keep things interesting, and now a 3v3 will underdevelop here, as the spike will be planted. Danny just needs to stay alive. The problem here is he's got no recon bolt for 25 seconds.
Super well played by Danny. They might be able to open up the round with just the 2 kills. Nature needs 1 more to pop the ultimate in there, but might not need it at the end of the day because the setup for the post plant Absolutely excellent. 3 players alive there. Guns will be picked up. Operator reclaimed as well. And the economy looking pretty good for SOR. Timon will claim a couple of kills going their way via Danny, but it's not going to be enough to really give them enough room. I was looking at that situation thinking it's going to give them the opening to walk on the site, but they need to be able to convert into further kills that unfortunately they could not find.
And I think it was actually Ninja who snuck just underneath Hell through a cyber cage. He actually avoided line of sight for a couple of SOR members, but Baby J gets the better of him and then finds and swings to get a second and a third kill. And this time, as time in are on just Sheriffs, they're going to look to get a little bit more aggressive through C long. Paranoia will be sent out early, but that pressure will be understood by SOR, and with this kill on the Ninja, it looks like this should be an A execute.
I think SOR know as well that was the sole defender over towards A. They heard a little bit of aggression towards C as well. Allowed them to make that early rotation. And Baby J, who's I believe the only player now with the Spectre in hand. Everyone else has a rifle or better. Will be taken up very close angle as everyone sets up for the crossfire.
Good damage coming through, and Baby J with the last shot will actually convert onto the second kill to Kurt. Last one left is Morg up top with the Sheriff. I think his position is mostly concealed for now. But you hear the spam shots coming through, so maybe they do actually recognize that Morg is in this position, or at least they're thinking he's in this position. And as he actually gets an opportunity maybe to peek, Chemicals watching from long side at A will find the easy operator shot, and a flawless round for SOR. Time in, already down 4. Really need to make something happen here in this 5th round where they should be able to purchase.
This is going to be the important round as well, because plenty more ultimates should be coming into place. Chemicals, as we said, as that Blaze Storm has had it for a while now. And most players, as you can look across the board, 6 out of 7, 5 out of 7, 5 out of 6. I mean, we're about 1 or 2 away for everybody. This is going to be a bloody round for utility. And for time in as well, they're in a really good position. I believe the... hang on, let me just take a look at this again. No, yeah, time in are the ones that are definitely struggling right now. I had to make sure that I was reading that one correctly. But time in being 4 rounds down, this is going to have to be that round where round number 5, they lose this one, they probably lose number 6 as well. They're going to be pressured to thinking about forcing, they're going to be pressured into a really bad scenario where the comeback is going to be limited here. You don't have a lot of rounds to be able to come back if you're down 6 rounds. I think at this point in the game, you need to start winning some of these gun rounds. This will be their 2nd gun round so far of the half, and for time in, one that I don't think they can afford to lose this time.
And it's one of those things that, you know, the 4 rounds that we've seen so far, there's really not a lot to take away from, because the one gun round that we had immediately was a 5v4 because Ken gets the opening operator pick onto his counterpart Jet. So it's one of those things that you sit there and you wonder, is there something going wrong right now for Timon? Kind of hard to make that evaluation because they lose the pistol. Okay, that's fine. They lose the follow-up. That's to be expected. And the gun round was only a 5v4 throughout the majority of it. This is where I really need to see something, though, from Timon. As far as their defense is concerned, they've mostly been the ones that have had to respond to SOR thus far. Chemicals has been great. Baby J has been incredible. And Chemicals actually will pop out the Blade Storm here alongside his operator that he's been holding on to for the last couple of rounds. And it looks like this will be an initial threat towards A, but the spike being left mid-map, this will just be a poke and prod for pressure.
And this is the issue for Timon because they're stacking over towards C again. They did that on the initial pistol, and SOR have mostly been favoring the A side of the map. They've gone B once, they've gone C once, but they believe 2 rounds now they have shifted towards A. And Timon need to do a good job of getting that info. They had some early push-ups on previous rounds as well. You saw what happened on C. 3 members pushed up. You saw Ninja as well pushing up over towards A on just the previous round. This time, they don't have that early info into play. The recon should be coming on through. Doesn't see anyone in garage.
Cover going out.
The spike is still behind B window. So yeah, you've got 3 members for SOR that are looking to threaten, and good pick there for Chemicals to make life a little bit easier, but this is going to be a take of the A site without the spike. So with time in rotating, yeah, they're going to be on the back foot a little bit here for the 4v5, but they're going to be in a position to retake this pretty quickly as far as being able to pressure the actual spike plant itself.
30 seconds left.
Danny doesn't have Hunter's Fury either. That would have been very good. We have to deny the spike plant by a little bit more time, but it's another 5v4 situation. Shift, you mentioned last time we saw a gun round, exactly the same thing happened. Chemicals gets the first, and now Kurt will respond for 1, so we do have a 4v4.
Yeah, but he can't push this flank anymore. He realizes his position has been revealed, so he's going to immediately rotate back through B. Grego on the site, good for one. Morgan's there for his trade. Now a 2v2. Chemicals, 16 HP, but a Bladestorm finds the first, not going to grab the second. Kurt 1v1 does not respond to Baby J, who was just hiding in Kurt's own cloud burst. SOR will clutch up the 1v1 and go up 5-0.
I think Time-In don't feel good about that round. I'm not just talking about losing, but the way they lost that one is really unfortunate in terms of, you could say, partially lucky, you could say partially the read as well. They were hoping it was going to be aggression towards C. They saw some early pressure there. They saw a bit of util being placed towards C. Keeps them interested, keeps them busy. Meanwhile, you have SOI setting up for an A push. They have Ninja locked down. They believe Ninja's over towards Heaven. They're correct. And Chemicals, once again, opens up for the early operator kill that gives them the 5v4 lead they need and gives them a free sight on A. Kurt, Bladestorm at the ready now. One around the corner.
Sees the first, tailwinds away, and also noticed that there was a second nearby, but is not going to get a chance to get this second kill into play. As Baby J is able to respond to a kill that was pushing through A short, we'll have a 4v4. And really, this is just down to what can Kurt find with this Bladestorm. You're going to get it from the shadows being popped, and Kurt on the flank will find one more kill into Baby J. That's his first death, by the way. And now all of a sudden, SOR, not only are they in a 3v4, they're completely split up from Diamond. So they actually have to recorrect themselves and try to get together for this last 60 seconds.
Time-In need guns, though. They need to recover some of these weapons. Ideally puts one in Grego's hands as well. So the Empress can be used for that. This would be a hell of a round to come back, and it's an eco plus the Bladestorm. 5 ultimates, all 5 ultimates is what Time-In have to walk in with. A 3v4 situation, time has started to be limited now for SOI as they make their way through Garage.
Take flight.
Sofa, considering the Al drone, will actually use this to scout outside the C garage window and over towards B. Nothing there. And now this is the real key. Does he see more than just one? No, he doesn't. And Kurt on this corner. He's didn't miss the right click. He goes over to the classic though, finds the first kill. Danny able to help out the Hunter's Fury for a second. So now it's just down to Diamond, who with the Vandal is still very plausible to find some success here in this 1v3. Danny on the backside. Shock Dart will shrug him off. Recon Bolt comes through. Not going to be able to take down Grego, who's able to help secure the Thrifty for SOR, or pardon me, for Time-In. And they're finally on the board defensively.
And you do finally get to see as well Time-In. They open up the door with the first couple of kills. Danny had that one a few rounds ago. This time it'll be Kurt's turn. 2 kills opening up. Bladestorm dashing through right into B main, over and towards the grass area. Turns the corner, and Nature is taken down straight away. I don't know if they converted into picking up any guns. Did make it look a little bit dangerous as well when Kurt did miss the right click as SOR walked through Garage, but ends up being able to recover that situation. 1 versus 2, limited time, and guns being recovered now as well. Operate in the hands now of Kurt.
And thank goodness for Danny able to connect on the Hunter's Fury as well. Kurt finally gets the better of Chemicals on the opening pick once again through a long. So SOR will now be in a gun round where they're the ones down a number, but they do have the ability to use a Hunter's Fury and an Empress if they find an opportunity for it.
Both teams still have ultimates to play through. I mean, SOR as well. Nature's been holding on to this one for a while. This could be the round that we start thinking about. Ninja on the side, but Morgasi first one to pick up a kill. They'll both get 1 each. That should be the round now. 1 versus 5. Kurt, first round with the operator and already paying dividends there. It's a free op, 2 kills, Sofa by himself. And Sofa, not much of a chance. Would love to just get a few kills, drop a few guns. The money situation for Time-In still not perfect yet, so the damage can still be done.
This is one of those things here where you're hoping for just a couple of isolated kills, and he's actually going to get one on Grego, but as soon as he takes the left peek, it's Kurt who's watching over. But with that also in mind, I mean, again, you know, the first 4 rounds you fall 0-4, in the mind of Time-In, you just have to just let that be water off a duck's back, essentially, because let's be honest, outside of the 3rd round, you weren't in really a great position to ever be sitting up for a full gun round because you were in a 4v5 in that 3rd round. That 5th one, not nearly as concerning because it comes down to a 1v1, but for their ability to take away a Thrifty, that's going to be able to allow them not only to look at tying this game potentially up if they continue to play well, but they realistically could build some momentum here and turn the economy around to where they very well could steal this first half away still.
And I gotta say, if you go 0-5 down early, the only way you really come back into this one is by winning an eco somewhere.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna get very many more gun rounds. Your next gun round would have been, what, 7? And at that point, you're 0-6 down, so you do have to take away an eco somewhere to keep things competitive. Nature now, Empress at the ready through into Garage. That one's there for now in terms of pressure on the other side of the map, and for one of the few times that Timon are not going to be really putting a lot of stock over towards C, that is where SOR currently are stacking towards themselves.
And again, this is an Empress that I'm fine with the timing, but the big problem is Sofa was nowhere nearby, so there's no information for Chemicals or for Nature to make a move. So now all of a sudden, the Empress is going to fade away without finding any value whatsoever, and a lot of that is simply because Sofa was all the way over by A with the spike, looking to maybe try to open some intel up for what was essentially just Baby J to play off of. So a missed opportunity here for SOR in my mind.
I think you do have to go for the commit there if you are going to place the Empress in towards the garage area. That's where you kind of want to make the play towards C. Start getting aggressive, make the use of that ultimate. For now, I believe Timon should have the information that the Empress is gone. This is going to be up to Grego and Kurt to try and hold on versus 5.
There's another opportunity where Grego's going to read this and immediately go to Empress of his own. Kurt's able to find 1 kill on the left-hand side. Grego only good for 1. Kurt in a little bit of trouble is going to try to pull out the Bladestorm, but Nature just spamming will actually take away 2 kills. But now on the retake, Morg coming through a short. He's going to find 1 opening. Nature with the 3rd kill. But still, Timon threatening Danny. Morg able to isolate both players underneath Hell, and the retake will be successful. But give a lot of credit for the fact that Kurt's able to find a kill, Grego's able to find 1 as well, and that was all that was needed for them to open up an opportunity for their defensive reinforcements to get into the site.
Yeah, and another half second there, another just breath. And you do see Grego dismiss away. He already had the Empress pop there, had the opportunity to be really annoying on that defensive side. The fact that they both get a kill, again, 2 versus 5 is what they had to put up against. And Kurt even staying alive quite a long time, putting down multiple Cloudburst smokes, allowing the rest of Timon to really come in for the retake. Morg with the perfect paranoia, catches both players towards the back of sight and in Hell, and an easy cleanup now to get the 3rd round on the board, and still denying SOI from getting number 6.
Big opportunity here for Timon to really potentially steal this all the way. SOR need to find a way to open up a spike site. It's been some time since they've really been successful controlling a spike site. Chemicals try to use the Cloudburst to tailwind in. We'll get there, but Paranoia will slow down his peak. Ninja with some good damage. We'll be able to keep things a bit dicey, but Chemicals walking around will just find 2 kills for free. Now it gets caught out with the Cloudburst, but Grego can't find the kill as Chemicals is good for a 3rd, but Kurt, he lines up 3 members on top of the spike, giving Morg a chance for the 1v2.
Oh, and it is possible. He would have to find one very quickly. The 2 players that are alive for SOR starting to fall away now. That's going to be an alt place as well by SOR. So Diamond's out of the picture as well. Double players hanging out towards long. This will be difficult. 2 smokes available. Lots of util for Morg. That's the good news.
This spy cam. Track dart will come through. Morg has to now respond to a player up close. Baby J again. Equal to the task as he finds the angle for free, never really being challenged, and SOR do take away a gun round and get themselves on 6, stopping the momentum of Timon after getting 3 in a row.
And well played by the cam as well. The cam is what really shuts down Morg there. If it wasn't for the cam, Morg at least gets a half defuse, maybe makes a challenge out of that. He could play the paranoia from the smoke itself, so he'll be half defusing, 2 players run up long. He counter flashes with the paranoia, swings out and probably gets at least 1 kill. That would have been an excellent play coming through from Morg had the camera not tagged him. So well played by Baby J to secure that one as we move through to the next round. Chemicals will be ulting. There it is. And double operators on for both players of Kurt. And Sofa, I believe, has one on the SOR side.
Initial threat for SOR over through B main. Recon Bolt will also be committed. They should know Morg is in the side somewhere towards the left side. Cyber Cage will be placed. Kurt also tried to respond to this potential threat, but again, look at the spike. SOR has been doing this pretty continually, where Sofa's now going to pop out Hunter's Fury. He must have found information off of the Aldrone as he's able to convert onto Ninja, no problem. And now all of a sudden, here comes the hit straight through Garage onto C for free.
You see those trap wires as well disabled, so free indeed. Unfortunately, Ninja has been first blooded a lot. We'll go down now as well. SOR 5 versus 3, looking really good on this post plant. The big play to look out for probably be Morgasa to see if he can get anything done over towards Garage. Chemicals from the corner, doesn't find the kill until a couple of knives later. We'll get a couple more, and now Morg, the last one alive, has to try and at least do some damage. Might not be able to do that though.
A good read there for Chemicals. Sees the Shrouded Step be hit, just checks to his left, finds the free kill, but the first 2 eliminations, goodness. Chemicals doesn't even bother with the right click onto Danny right around the corner through C garage doors, and then literally hunts down Kurt. An impressive 3 kills as SOR start to build their momentum back up offensively, and now for time in, the economy, a big problem for them as they're going to have to go to an eco.
And Timon only just started to make a comeback happen. They had a 3-5 situation just a couple of rounds ago. At 3-6, you're not really ringing the alarm bells just yet, but now 7 rounds deeper. SOR, that is. They've technically won the half now. Possible situation here where Kurt may be caught out. Kurt has to be very careful about the situation. Does get killed very quickly. Ninja can't respond either, so Nature goes for 2.
Yeah, that's Nature goes for the overheal, and Ninja really needs to find that trade as he was stuck essentially soaking up the Soul Orb, but still finds the kill. But this elimination actually opens up an opportunity here. With the Operator being down, Morg is now needing to stay alive on this flank for as long as possible. You're going to have Grego from the front, and he's going to be matched up with Danny, and this is actually going to be an Empress pop here for Nature, and that will be enough for him to find his 3rd kill, working at a potential ace if he can maybe track down these last 2 players. There's the 4th. Last player will be dealt with by Sofa, though, and SOR cleanly will take their 8th round.
Last round in the half.
Just 1 more to go now. Wouldn't feel great about Timon's chances if this one does go 9-3. In fact, 4-8 is only barely acceptable either. Would require Timon to do quite well on the offensive half. They have to start by at least getting this last one. Ninja has the ult available. It's got the only one. Morgus 1 away. Danny 2 away as well, but otherwise not looking too good. I think we really need to rely on Kurt if you're looking towards the time inside of things to really pull the heavy lifting here, pull the weight. Doesn't have full armor, so we'll have to be a little bit careful. Sniping down mid. Doesn't see anyone. Couple of players walking down. Ninja's getting pretty deep as well, and while that's happening, SOR stacking towards C.
Baby J up top. He's able to find Morg. Takes a little bit of damage, but the first blood is absolutely appreciated, and with them recognizing that a second member was pushed up through B, SOR just make the execute call to get onto C, get the spike planted, and make sure we're paying attention to our flank, in which 2 players will be there to deal with it.
Got down super early as well, so, you know, we were thinking about the possibility of the Operator coming through and getting an early pick. Doesn't happen for Timon. And the 3v5 retake now super difficult. Ninja, if he gets a kill, it will be the neural theft, but it has to deal with 2 players. Nature's already there, does get cleaned up early. Can he get the 2nd kill? Can't happen. As Baby J picks it up in a 4v2, still in SOR's favor.
Grego able to see 1, able to grab the 2nd. Him and Danny doing well to open up things from the front, but the problem is the spike is planted for long, and there's really not enough utility here for Grego to come through and find a way to just be able to hold this. He's going to have to now, though, and as he recognizes that, Sofa peeks, gets the kill. SOR, they do drop 3 in a row off of a well-played thrifty round from time in, but that was pretty much it. It was 5 in the front half, 4 in the back half, and we'll swap the sides.
I think for time in as well, they could maybe afford to lose 1 round in there after their 3 in a row, then recover again and get a few more. They could land a 6-6 finish that way. But I think as soon as they go down 7-3, it's not really looking pretty there. I mean, the 5-7 would still be a respectable finish. I would say that would be the minimum finish for them to really have a competitive half. But at 3-9, not feeling great about the chances anymore. They would have to have a pretty flawless run here. Their pistol would have to be going their way. Anti-eco would need to be secured. Beyond that, that would only get them up to 5-9. They would still need quite a few rounds before they really make a bit of a comeback happen.
Defensively, SOR were considering moving through C-Long, but Danny's early recon bolt will stop that, and I think it's enough information for Time to sit there and say, okay, we should have numbers over by A. We heard 2 different pistols firing, so here comes a quick execute to the A site. Trying to do with this defensively would be Baby J and a couple more rotating members, but no one's actually on the site itself, so this shouldn't be a spike plant coming down. It just comes down to how do you retake this if you're SOR, and the answer might be by chemicals hitting the flank.
Planted for short, by the way, not planted for long, so we'll see if Timon want to play more players towards the short area. So far, it's just Ninja, and he might get a 1v1 contact. You do see the big flank as chemicals coming through. Danny will spot that one in, does lose the duel. It's going to be 1 play, a lot of low HP here as well. Plenty of players from SOR now trying to storm and Diamond for a couple. Low HP across the board. Chemicals can still get it done. Just a couple shots required on each player.
But as he tailwinds in, he actually essentially gives a small hug to Grego, who was not nearly as generous with the interaction as he finds the headshot right into the face. And now that will be a pistol coming through for time in. Their offense getting things going. And I'll say this much, defensively, I didn't really want to bring it up in the meantime, but it really felt like between Danny and Ninja, they weren't really able to find the amount of assists that you're hoping for defensively. Not a lot of good intel scouted out on the majority of the rounds from Danny. Ninja didn't really have a chance to respond to anything unless it was in his face last second, and obviously it didn't go all that well for him. And that's something that I think really needs to change for time in offensively here if they want to have a chance at executing on these sites. And so far to the pistol, a better job done.
They need to make sure this next round is clean as well. Chemicals hugs and Grego squeezes. We'll see if they can squeeze another round in. Should be able to. Only pistols coming through from the SOR side of things. A lot of spam. Just a play for the orb so far. Getting that nice early timing potentially on an ult. Have a time in as well. I'm also looking towards what guns they can keep alive. Ideally, most of them, the Guardian was picked up by Kurt, so it's not even going to be a situation for the Jet player where you go for the typical kind of ghost save here, playing into a potential early operator or just a bit of money, a bit of extra early money, but everyone's bought up here. This is time in, not taking any chances for the economy.
At a certain point, the ammunition might become a problem for a couple of members for time in. They've spammed through a good portion of their ammunition, and with 43 seconds to play, they still have not committed to where they want to bring this spike. And this is going to be a last gut check call, but look at how SOR are positioned. All 5 members in the middle of the map here, Avril, they can respond to either C or A pretty quickly. And with the time expiring, all they have to do is delay.
But they will be playing full retake. That's the only issue here. They're trying to set up a trap over towards B, hoping that Timer will make a B play. I think most teams on an anti-eco are not going to go B, and that's certainly the case now. Bad news will be coming in through. You did mention that a lot of players have been spamming. Well, look at the HP bars. Well, so I have 2 critical members. Chemicals down. That's one of the healthy members down as well. And this should be the cleanup now. 1 player alive. It does get responded with a kill onto Kurt. That is going to be a Guardian on the floor. Should be recovered, but time in, and just the last few seconds there, get the plant, get the kills, and then move on.
Beautiful shots from Kurt with the Guardian as well. Just looking like he's sitting out here just doing some aim training with how he was trying to flick between 3 different members. 19 and 12 for him now all of a sudden, and I think he's actually just given up the Guardian to Ninja as he's going to play for the Bladestorm in this upcoming round, in which SOAR, sure, they will have 5 ARs, but take a look at their economy. Completely decimated, 4 members zeroed out, and Diamond not even able to afford full armor.
Still not out of the frying pan yet, just for time in as we prep for them to jump into the fire here. The fire would look like a situation where they have to get through a lot more rounds, and with Grego down early, SOR have a player advantage. We do see SOR in a 5v4 advantage more times than Timer would like to see. Ninja with a great response. 1 tap on the Guardian will do the job.
A lot of value off this 1 Guardian so far for time into the past 2 rounds. Spike going to start making its way over towards A. Kurt very well might be the vanguard for this push, but Chemicals mid-map. The timing, not great. Danny's able to take advantage, and now time in 4v3. Kurt's already on the site, but he's actually just baited out a couple of his abilities. The spike never came with him, and time end's looking to be a little bit tricky with this potential hit.
Absolutely. SOR now are going to try and respond to this when they get a kill on the exit, but the problem here is because Kurt dies and they're not hearing a plant, they're not hearing any more action, they should know that time in have indeed rotated through. So losing that 1 extra player, not ideal, but they do pick up guns as well for the most part now. Left. Yeah, time in actually have full rifles available. They did walk in with 1 rifle. Now everyone's upgraded. Did also see Chemicals going down a little bit aggressively over towards B, as you mentioned, but I think that one, giving away the free gun to who was it that picked up Sofa, not ideal as SOR. 3-3 retake now.
Paranoia is ready. I imagine a recon bolt will be available for them as well defensively for a potential retake. There's the recon bolt, I believe, going out, or a shock dart, one of the 2. Danny's actually down to 19 HP. It looks like that was actually a shock dart to come into play. Covers, Paranoia, recon bolt, all set. Here comes the hit for SOR. Danny does well to get some damage. Ninja able to convert for 1 kill. Diamond also in the mix. Now it's just down to Morg. 1v1 as he finds the first kill. Low HP for both members. It just comes down to the timing of the peak nature for his 4th kill. Able to secure it with the classic and also have plenty of time for the defuse. SOR now up 10-5.
And Danny was the player that responded to, Nature was the player that responded to Danny as well, who, as you mentioned, was on 19 HP on the other side of the double stack box. So it could have been a combination of a shock bolt plus a lot of spam. You did see the bullet holes through the box as well. Because he shoots the recon bolt on the wall, he reveals his positioning. Otherwise, he was
Correct,
completely unknown. You have a situation where SOR don't know that he's there. They assume no one's there because they've already put utility in. They've already shot through the box. If they haven't gotten a kill there yet, probably no one's there. If Danny hadn't revealed the positioning, he actually probably could have gone for 2 kills there. Yes, you're going to be thinking, well, he has to deal with the recon bot, but really, his teammates should be dealing with that one. He would have been able to swing through and he would have been fine. But as soon as he shoots the recon, that's when he got spotted. That's when Nature picks up the first, and that's when Nature gets a bit of a killing spree going for the other 3 as well.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus round there for SOR, really. I mean, again, they're not going to be able to afford too much coming into this next round. It's a little bit healthier than it was the previous, but because it lasted to a 1v1, and because the spike got planted, time in can full purchase again, where SOR will not be able to share that luxury. So another massive round coming through, one that time in desperately needs to win. And how about this late push through C long? Morg is going to be here, and he's able to respond to the first kill. That could very well be enough, but doesn't expect the secondary challenge. So things will stay 4v4, and Nature catching up players on the rotation back will actually now give a numbers advantage to the defense as he puts things into a 4v3.
Would love to get a heal here as well. Nature needs to get a kill for something like that to happen. The player advantage here is going to be what's important. A couple of ultimates available. You can see it late from the shadows from Diamond to respond to now what's going to be the A take for sure. Danny, rather Sofa is up here first. Sofa in heaven so far. A little bit of util available. Isn't going to quite land the shocks, but the recon's what's important. We'll be holding the recon until the players arrive for the defense.
And the other problem here is Nature would love to hit the Empress, I imagine, but he's down to a single shred of HP. So it's really not going to be all that viable for him to consider hitting this unless he can get an overheal off. But as he's the first one in, Kurt's able to find the kill. Good information on where Kurt's positioned. Sofa makes use of that. Tries to come out the top shelf, but it's going to be Ninja responding to both. A little bit of help from Grego over through a long will allow time in to lock in the hold on the post planet A.
Yeah, difficult situation, unfortunately, there. Just, you know, the HP not looking too good. They had the 1-player advantage, but they had to go for a retake there with, I would say, a little bit more limited utility than they would have liked. The recon bolt got destroyed almost instantly. Not really too much info coming through from heaven. So, this is going to be now, I would say, Timon's opportunity to be able to get a lot more rounds. And yes, SOR do take that 3rd round as you normally would expect, but as we start heading into the rest of the rounds for this particular half, a lot of aggression over towards A and a lot of info as well. Look at that.
Chemicals, such good patience! Right clicks for our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Nature there to help out at long. Last player left alive is Grego. And Chemicals really locking things up with a Bladestorm. He will make sure he locks this round completely. A 4th round coming through and a thrifty one for SOR. Time in really going to be hurting after this next round as their economy has been completely flipped up against them.
Absolutely, that's a painful round to lose as well, because this is where Time In could have gotten a bit more of a lead on this particular half. Should be 4-1 by now. But if you're dropping ecos like that, or you're dropping 2 in eco like that, that gives the opportunity for a team like SOR to bounce back on the half. They're not bouncing back in terms of how the overall game has gone, how the overall map has gone so far. But if you just look at the half in a bit of a vacuum here, Time In would have had a nice lead. Cancel pull something through would require, I believe, Grego to maybe kind of go nuts on this particular round. With the Empress needs, I believe, a rifle in hand. Might actually have a rifle in hand already, but it's the guns on the other side of SOR that's going to be hard to deal with.
Danny's able to find some information with the tag off the Aldrin that Baby J is going to be playing in the back corner. Empress will come through, so will the Hunter's Fury. They're going to be able to track down Baby J. That's a weapon that could absolutely be picked up from the shadows. Defensively being used through C long will be canceled. And now, Time In with an opportunity for them to essentially grab themselves an eco. Chemicals is going to be playing through mid. Neural Theft is going to be spent as the spike is planted. Sofa was trying to delay for as long as possible with the Hunter's Fury, but he'll come away with pretty much nothing. And as Grego will have an opportunity to reset the Empress, he misses the shot, and now Morg is here with him, but the Empress is already faded, so there is a trade, but it's a 4v3, and we're completely dry of all ultimates available.
SOR trying to retake this one with an operator as well, so it's going to add to the difficulty here. Grego in position to get a lot of work done. So is Danny. The trade kill is there. Time and have all the players and the time they need as well. Grego for 3. The Empress pays off, and the force buy is successful for Time In. They had even a Bucky on that round from Morg. They had the Guardian coming through from Kurt. And are not the most comfortable buy, but importantly with the rifle, the Grego and the Empress, they are going to get it done.
Danny and Ninja have been much better in this offensive half as far as being able to utilize their utility for information and then converting off of that. That was something that I still believe they were missing out on a bit on the defense, but Danny, with some good information that Baby J was playing the back left corner, just spends the Hunter's Fury, locks down the first kill. That was enough to get onto the C site and pick up a weapon, but how about this for SOR on pistols? Looking to make their way through mid-map. They see one player close right. Sofa's going to get one, but Grego, he's going to be able to go to town, grab two, dismiss away as he didn't like a look at the third, and all of a sudden, Nature will respond the favor. He finds a pick and dismisses back. Paranoia comes through. Baby J is able to find the kill. It's a 1v3 for Ninja, who needs to have a big moment here. If Timon want to have a chance at the round, comes through his own cyber cage, is only good for a first kill, and well, the risk comes with reward this time for SOR, pushing to the middle with the pistol upgrades.
And Timon, they challenged the pistol push-up as well. I mean, in a certain situation, a certain perspective, you could say that SOR forced the challenge through. And if you're Timon, you got to feel somewhat confident. You have the rifle advantage. Nature swings through, gets a couple of kills, but the most important member that doesn't get killed there is the fact that Nature's still alive. Sorry, Grego swings through. Nature's still alive there. Grego doesn't get the kill into Nature. He dismisses away and lives for so long. He can't get traded at all. And the rest of Timon are stuck in the situation over on grass. They are already committed to taking the challenge, and they all go down. Ninja for the 1v3 can't get it done. And that has got another round that Timon really can't afford to lose. And SOR now on map point, and I believe match point as well, as this is a opening best of one.
Opening round best of ones all the way throughout all of our groups. And for Timon, they do get into C Garage. This will be allowed, though, as there's nobody here defensively for the moment. A very passive setup to the backside of the middle of the map here for SOR, but they are playing a forward with Nature through a short, and they're stacking through C because of that. So Timon, can they recognize this stack or potentially the threat on Nature playing through A? They need to get a read on one of those two instances. Otherwise, this is going to be a blind hit for Timon. It's going to have to come down to if they can just simply frag out.
SOR aren't quite ready for this one. Sofa is in position to at least get some damage. I thought maybe even a kill there, but just barely scraping the head of Kurt, who is going for the chase. 30 HP, though, not looking too healthy. Ninja clears a flag. Nature down. It's going to be the 5v4. Finally, Time In going to be the ones in the 5 situation.
And for this, Time In have cleared space over towards A-Link, so they should know that this hit's coming from the C side of the map right now. Chemicals does find one. 4v4 we go. Empress should expire in the meantime for Grego, and it does. Org trying to play backside Gong. Will read one through the Baby, as Baby J finds the last two. Neural Theft will now be earned for him. A 3v2 retake looking pretty positive. Danny's going to get a recon bolt off, but can't convert the kill. Ninja has to come to save the day, but is only good for one. Baby J for a third and a fourth, and there will be just enough time for Sofa to defuse. SOR will make their way into the winner's match, while Time In will have to deal with potential elimination in their next matchup.
I think the second half started to look a lot better for Time In, but that first half is where you have to drag the conversation back towards, again, it's 3 and 9. Is what Time In unfortunately trailed by, and well, for SOR, they lead by quite a hefty margin, and that 9-3 advantage in a game like Valorant is massive. It's what's going to win you the map most times. So yeah, unfortunately, I think for Timon to really make that one more competitive, they would have had to end, I would say, at minimum 4 and 8, but ideally a 5 and 7 to be really close here. A good effort to try and make the bounce back happen, but not quite consistent enough on those rounds, and particularly not quite consistent enough on the defense. That will need to be worked on for their next Haven map, the next time they get a chance to play.
There were some big missed opportunities. I mean, again, when they were on the offensive side, there were rounds that they should have been able to take, and just were not converting off of the information on where exactly SOR were positioned. And with that, a couple of really special moments from a couple of individual members for SOR. You look at not just Baby J individually leading his team with a number of kills and only a handful of deaths. He played his life out extremely well as their main cipher, but for Nature as well in that pistol round, for him to walk away with a couple of kills and give his team a chance, those are all things that you love. And then the Jet v Jet matchup, Chemicals not exactly having a tough time with the Time In completely, but even in the battle versus him and Kurt, a very 50-50 battle there as far as how the operators had played between the two of them. So those are all things that lead to positive outcomes, and that's exactly what SOR walk away with. So with that in mind, again, these are best of one opening matches. Everything else will be best of threes, both for the elimination matches and for the qualifying matches. In specific for Group F, as Mamba Mode Gaming were able to beat Under the Sea, SOR will now be playing up against them for that first qualifying spot out of Group F, where Time In will have to play for their life versus Under the Sea in the elimination match. Again, top 2 teams overall from each of our 8 groups will make it into tomorrow's playoff bracket, where things will continue to be best of threes throughout all of that as well. So a lot of interesting things to go through there, Kevin.
Yeah, and one last thing as well, make sure you guys are supporting as well. This is, of course, on Nerd Street Gamers, and if you can support by grabbing some merch as well on the online shop here. Nerd Street Gamers has a lot of merch for sale, hoodies, tanks, t-shirts, and long sleeves as well. Head over to nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstgamers.com. So make sure you grab yourself some gear and make sure you support the channel and the scene and the org as well.
Hey, perfect time. Right around the holidays, you're looking for that thing to get, one of your gamer friends. Why not grab some Nerd Street apparel? I like that. Maybe I'll have to get you something here, Kevin. And not that I'm going to give away your Christmas present too early, but maybe I'll have to make that happen. We'll throw things for now, though, into a small break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the best of 3 portion of our groups. So don't go too far. More November Monthly coming up after this.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike, coming to you live from another tour of Azeroth. And we've got a bunch of news to get to this week, so let's log in and get to it. World of Warcraft Shadowlands released this week, the newest expansion and the 8th ever expansion to the celebrated MMORPG, has seen bursting player numbers. And what's that noise you hear? Why, hark, it's the sound of thousands of accounts being reactivated as players get ready for the new expansion. Seriously, we've had record numbers, and a lot of it has to be tracked back to the introduction of WoW Classic that brought so many players back into the fold of Blizzard's franchise piece. You also do have to imagine that a lot of it has to do with the year we're in, because there's never been a better time to while away the hours dealing with the problems of Azeroth, as opposed to spending countless time agonizingly staring at the news and encountering the problems of our real world. IO Interactive have unveiled their next project, dubbed Project 007. It's a new James Bond game in the works. And this is exciting news because it's been a long time since we had any James Bond game, and an even longer time before that since we've had any decent James Bond game that was actually worth playing. I don't think there's a better developer that you could find than IO to take on the mantle of cinema's most celebrated spy. Seriously, this is the developer of the Hitman games, and if you just took the last couple of Hitman games and you swapped out Agent 47 with his suit and red tie and murderous intent, and you swapped in James Bond with his tuxedo and slightly more charming murderous intent, I think you'd already have a pretty solid Bond game. So with a purpose-built product, I cannot wait to see what they come up with. The release date is almost upon us for Cyberpunk 2077, the hotly anticipated game from CD Projekt Red. But if you can't wait, there might be a little something out there to whet your appetite. 20 minutes of gameplay were leaked onto the internet, as apparently someone got their hands on an advanced copy of the PlayStation 4 version of the game and streamed out the first 20 minutes of gameplay from the Nomad storyline. Now, honestly, the video in and of itself is not that exciting. It seems to run relatively smoothly and it looks good, which is exciting. But it's all introductory gameplay. They mostly skip over the character creation, they get right into the game, and it's sort of slow-paced tempo setting for 20 minutes. So it's not really worth a watch. But it is of note because, to be quite frank, stealing a cutting-edge video game and streaming the first 20 minutes out to the masses sounds like it could be the mission in a cyberpunk-based game. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity released this week for the Nintendo Switch. It's a Dynasty Warriors type game set in the universe of the Zelda games 100 years before the events of Breath of the Wild. Now, a Dynasty Warriors type game means that it's 1 against 1,000 combat, where you chew your way through hordes of enemies hacking and slashing your way against the invasion of Ganon's forces. Now, we already know how it ends. You lose, thus leading to the events of Breath of the Wild, but it'll be exciting to see how we get there. You can play as a host of different playable characters who were previously only seen in flashbacks in the original game, and you should get some nice lore and backstory to go with your hack and slash combat. If that sounds appealing to you, you can pick it up now for the Nintendo Switch. In news of note from a video game history perspective, a sealed copy of Super Mario Bros. 3 sold at auction this past week for a whopping $156,000, making it the single most expensive video game ever sold to date. That's a pretty wild price, $156,000 for a game, but it's just another indicator of how important video games have become in our cultural consciousness. It's like a first edition Superman or Spider-Man comic being sold at auction. They're that important in people's nostalgia and people's emotional memories. I do have to say, whoever bought this might feel very silly next week if Nintendo suddenly announces a remaster of the game for new consoles. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now, I booked myself on a Flying Mount tour of the Shadowlands, and I don't want to miss it, so I'll see you all on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to go into a winners matchup, a qualification matchup. This will be happening over in Group C, where Andbox were able to take down last round save. They'll be playing up against the Slimy Boogerman, who took down Take Flight. Two very solid teams squaring up against each other. I'm Alan, I hold shift down a Frio. With me, of course, Kevin Avril Walker in the November monthly tournament here. $10,000 on the line here, Kev. And again, the big thing that in this matchup that we're going to see here is not just the fact that we've got two solid teams, but whoever wins this will automatically grab themselves one of the spots that we're looking for, which is one of the top two spots in the group, which means that they will be in the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, well, actually, we start the playoffs today. Technically, at the end of tonight, we're heading into the round of 16. So, 32 teams in the current, 32 teams currently in the November monthly. 16 by the time we get to the end of, towards the end of today. And at the end of today, it'll actually be down to only 8. So we head into the playoffs fairly quickly. GSL groups, of course, if you don't know what that means, basically these teams play in a each group is going to be 4 teams playing in a double elimination bracket. So if you win the upper final right now, which is where we're in, Andbox versus Slimy Boogerman, you're straight through into the top 16 playoffs, which will be towards the later bit, the end of today. So very interesting to see who takes this one, because when we talked over the groups here, Alan, this is the group where I think Slimy Boogerman and Andbox are definitely the favorites for sure. Now, between the two of them, I would probably have Andbox slightly further ahead in terms of individual strengths and in terms of the recency results as well. You look at how Andbox have been performing. They made it as far as a UMG closed qualifier, dropping to NRG and FaZe Clan. Slimy Boogerman unfortunately didn't make it through the open qualifier of UMG. They lost in the round of 32 to Grapefruit Techniques. So Slimy Boogerman are a great team up and coming. They're a well-known team by now. I think they're a similar team to, you would say back when Equinox was still trying to win, the Moon Raccoons as well, in terms of teams that were coming on through. Slimy Boogerman, I think, are in that kind of category. And Boxer team that have definitely had some great results in the past and have definitely made some real waves and done some real damage through the NSG events as well. So both teams should be very much looking forward to making it out of this group, but in what order? Who gets to be number 1? Who gets to be number 2?
Yeah, and again, both teams have a lot of experience in not just playing up against the same kind of tiered teams that we kind of look at as far as where are these teams now and how are they doing versus teams that are around them. Largely, they do very well versus teams that are around them, but both teams also have some experience playing up against those top tier squads like you mentioned. And Andbox specifically, sure, they didn't make it out of the group stage of the UMG close qualifier, but when they played both FaZe Clan and NRG, all 4 maps were, 3 of the 4 maps were really, really close. There was only one really bad loss, and that was versus NRG, where they looked completely different on Haven in that second day that we had a chance to really watch them play. So for the Slimy Boogerman on the other side, yeah, I think the same thing could be said. They've given some headaches to some top teams before, and largely they do very well versus teams that are in their same category, which is, I think, what a lot of people would label as both Andbox and Slimy Boogerman being in that same category for at least for the moment right now. The one thing that I would say, though, in my mind, at least personally, I think that Andbox has more of an upward trajectory as far as potential than what we've seen from the Slimy Boogerman. As of right now, anything could change. And a lot of that comes out of the fact that we've expanded our map pool to include Icebox for this tournament, but also the fact that Sky is also playable. We have not seen that yet in the first best of one that we had. Maybe some considerations for the fact that it was Haven and maybe Sky is not going to be played there, similarly to how Breach isn't played there. But maybe as we get into this best of 3, we'll have an opportunity to really kind of see if either of these two teams have a little bit of extra, or maybe not any extra, maybe even less in favor by trying to pick up the Sky or force the Sky in certain situations.
And mentioning that it's going to be important here as well, especially Icebox in the map pool. It is a best of 3 this time, so the opportunity to ban away Icebox is slightly more difficult, but not by too much. I'm sure if teams really don't want to go there, I mean, it's going to be 1 ban each, right? You play the last 3 that are remaining. If one team doesn't ban Icebox, it's going to be in the 3 remaining maps for the BO3. So I mean, it could be that we might actually see it today. It'll be, I believe, NA's first time seeing it in a pro level event, which would be quite exciting. Our first time, I believe, covering it as well. But the good news is we're going to be seeing 2 good teams on whatever map we do get in the best of 3s between Slimy Boogerman and Andbox. Both teams have quite a few accomplishments. I would like to see how far Slimy Boogerman can make it through this kind of tournament, because this is the kind of tournament where, I mean, they have the most capability of doing the damage. They've done well in the past versus teams like, I mean, their most notable wins have been versus Built Like Gamers and Cloud9 White, and both of those teams are in this tournament as well. They've kind of struggled more against teams like Renegades and Cloud9 Blue, and I think that's kind of where Slimy Boogerman are for me right now. They can kind of gatekeep a lot of these other teams around the similar level, but I think they're still a little bit behind in terms of, not by much, mind you, but they're still a little bit behind, I would say, teams around the level of Andbox. So again, I do favor Andbox in this best of 3, but I think this is the kind of tournament where Slimy Boogerman can really start to close that gap, and if Andbox aren't careful, if Andbox kind of let their guard slip a little bit here, Andbox could be in trouble, and they might not be getting through this group in seed number 1. It could still be quite contentious.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, just to kind of hit it one last time to kind of put the period at the end of the sentence here, when we're talking about the Slimy Boogerman, even in those matches versus Renegades, yeah, they were both 0-2 losses. The maps are relatively close throughout all of those, but again, Renegades is a team that at that time we were not looking at with the same kind of favor that we currently do, because that was right in the middle of that Nerd Street Gamers qualifiers that both those teams had a chance to match up against one another. But of course, as far as what's on the line here is not just a chance to try to establish yourself, but $10,000 total dollars, again, presented by Mike and Ike's. Those fruity, juicy flavors that you're looking for as a good snack while you're gaming, definitely consider Mike and Ike's, either the Mega Mix or their traditional flavors. Both of them very, very good. I'm not just saying that either. They're very, very tasty. But $10,000 is a good way to get your winter going, especially, you know, when you take a look at the top echelon of what Valorant's going to be in the next month. It's the First Strike regional finals, and obviously none of these teams are involved with any of those finals. So you've got this November monthly to play in, and also the winter finals that will be coming up with Nerd Street Gamers as we get beyond closer to 2021 year. So this is another one of those opportunities that, as we get out of First Strike and we look forward to the championship tour, that's where you want to try to build some experience, get your opportunity to solidify your 5, learn the new meta without much cause for concern as far as you potentially kind of costing yourself maybe a spot in like a Masters event, something like that. Again, trying to look forward toward the future. But this is a great trial, I think, for all of these teams that are involved, specifically these two that we're still looking for. Will they establish themselves as being another major consideration when we do get around to those Challengers and Masters events?
Yeah, exactly, because, you know, as far as 2020 goes, I don't know what's ahead of us in December. I do not believe there will be another monthly tournament there, but so this actually might be, for quite a few teams, the last major event before we head into 2021 and the rest of, you know, the competitive calendar to look forward to there, including, like you mentioned, the Winter Championship via NSG, and then the Challenger Master events beyond that as well. And, you know, if you're one of the teams, if you're not among that top 8 teams currently in the First Strike main event, I mean, this is probably your last event unless something else major happens in December. This is probably it. So you want to make sure you end your year with, you know, the best possible ending that you can get, which would be, you know, a nice prize purse in the top 3 there, a qualification spot over towards the Winter Championship, and yeah, just some extra money to take over to Christmas or whatever, just something to be happy about as you get into the holiday season here for any of the teams here, and a lot of great teams, I think, in this event. These 32 teams, all of them, I think you could make a bit of an argument for, but especially,
Absolutely.
you know, when you look at the favorites for every single group, and especially this group, we talk about Andbox and Slimy Boogerman plenty here. We do expect them to be the top 2 teams in this one. A lot of potential matchups in terms of rematches from UMG and NSG qualifiers from First Strike as you start heading into the top 16 and beyond for the playoffs of this event as well, where you start really seeing, you know, how these kind of, I would say, very high-level teams match up on, you know, potentially stuff like Icebox and Sky, of course.
Right.
Which we've only seen one map so far, and I would be quite excited to see at least a little bit of that today. I think that's what the fans want as well. They want to get a little bit of action in terms of what can NA teams do on some of the new content on Valorant.
So just to kind of go through, you know, we talked a lot about the other teams that are involved in this tournament, just to give you some updates as far as how things are going across all of the groups. Equinox Esports, we talked about how they really need to come through and dominate their group if they want to try to shrug off some of the negative connotations that they've established over the last couple of tournaments where they haven't been able to get out of the group stage. They took down Dreamland. We're still waiting results for Prospects and Serenity. That one, last we heard, was tied 9-9. How about this, though, Avril? Need to get your reactions on this. In Group B, Trade Like Pros Gold defeat NRG in the opening matchup best of 1 there. Not exactly how NRG, I imagine, anticipated their day starting.
I'm sorry, what are they trading here again? Because they trade, has a win been traded here? I'm not too sure what's going on. I need to take a closer inspection onto this one. NRG, okay, I'll say this much. Obviously, I'm joking about the trade part, but it's a best of 1, so I don't know how much we can read in best of 1. I'm not going to underplay or undersell Like Pro's achievement here to beat NRG in this group, and this is for context, by the way. You don't have to read too far into seeds, but NRG are obviously seed 1 in the group, and Trade Like Pro's a seed 4 in this group, so the bottom seeded team, which is why they match up first. And I don't know how that happened, but NRG are going to go down now. NRG got out of the tournament? Absolutely not. I think NRG are still going to be a favorite to make it out of the group. It is a double elimination GSL group, so they're probably still fine, but they have to play the loser of Spot Up and Sheba, and whatever happens,
it's not
there,
an easy match
that
there.
Could be a spicy game as well.
Yeah,
exactly. It's not going to be easy.
Sheba was 1 game away from potentially getting into the UMG close qualifiers, losing to Serenity. So, I mean, hey, that could be very tight throughout. Also, Sedated able to take down Big Frames in Group D, as Built by Gamers were able to beat the other TLP squad, the Red Team. As we are starting to get a couple of picks and bans in for this Andbox and Slimy Boogerman matchup. We're going to be getting Haven as our first map, Ascent as our second, just to kind of keep you in tune with what's happening across all the other groups as well as we go. Also, just kind of giving the wrap as far as the other groups that we have not mentioned yet. Group G, Beast Coast takes down All Victory Esports, and Phoenix 1 take down Penguin Sledding. I think that was probably the expectations for all of us. But then in Group H, it's Roosters able to beat Cloud9 White, who, to be fair, a lot of hype is built around that C9 White squad, but not a lot of results to kind of boost up those kind of sentiments when it comes down to it. And then ISP, Illinois Police, able to take down Pyronic. That's a team that we had a chance to watch a couple of weeks ago and looked pretty solid. So definitely keep your eye on that ISP squad over in Group H to potentially be able to find their way out. But how about this? We talked about the first 2 maps here, and just to give you the third one, Kev, we had Haven, Ascent, and then if we get to 3, it will be Icebox. So keep that in the back of your mind.
And honestly, if we go to a map 3, first of all, it's a competitive game, but also, I mean, I would normally say anything could happen, but really, if we're going to Icebox, anything can happen, because I don't know if anyone has any expectations here. I would assume, you have to assume the teams are at least somewhat prepared. They've been scrimming on that map, but as far as public information, as far as what we can see publicly for the map, who knows, man? Who knows what we're going to get on that?
Well, hopefully, at least I know, again, unbiased caster, I'm hoping that we get the 3, just so we have a chance to cast over that one early today, Kev. But we should be getting things going pretty soon, and production's also hitting us saying, yeah, we want to see this go to map 3 as well. So this is a completely unbiased cast. Whoever wins map 1, we will be avidly rooting against them in the map number 2 to try to get to map 3. But just to get back to it one more time here, to talk about this Andbox squad, starting off specifically on Haven. This has not been a great map for them. They're 1-4 throughout the first Strike series. It was not their best map by any consideration during the Ignition series era. This would be a very tough start for them versus a Slimy Boogerman team that, let's be honest, it has been pretty solid when it comes to how they have played on this map in the past, specifically during their time through First Strike. They are 3-1 on Haven specifically, ever.
And specifically here as well, I like that you mentioned Haven, but also the bind that got banned. I mean, Andbox also have a pretty rough bind, and I think if you're looking for the maps beyond that one, it really comes down to, just based on stats from what we can tell, if you are Andbox, you probably don't want to play bind or Haven. You have to get rid of one of them. You are going to get one ban here. They do up to ban bind, which means if you are the other end, your Slimy Boogerman, you're thinking will take you to your next worst map, which is going to be Haven. And Haven looks decent for a team like Slimy Boogerman. They did lose to SOR there, but overall the results on there have been fairly decent. This could be the one map that I think, if you are going to favorite team, Slimy Boogerman are probably going to be quite favored here. And then maybe as we start heading into, you know, the Ascents, that's where I think you would have to have a look at Andbox, thinking that it's a much better showing from them based on the previous results. And then your best of 3 going to map number 3 has been lined out in terms of narrative there for you, Alan. So that's where we could potentially go to Icebox. You have Slimy Boogerman for this map on Haven, Andbox for Ascent, and then Icebox, who knows?
And the other thing I couldn't even mind, you know, again, the results from Haven specifically are mostly from the UMG qualifier for Andbox. They were playing a wild combination of characters. There were times that they were running almost triple duelist. There were other times where they were only running a single duelist, but specifically last they played NRG, they actually pulled out the Sage. So they're trying a little bit of everything when it comes down to trying to figure out this map, and so far there has not been many considerations as far as what has been the most successful thing for them yet, because there hasn't been a lot of success on the map. On the other side, though, for Slimy Boogerman, they actually prefer to just run the solo jet duelist, and they bring in a breach to help out a little bit when it comes to crowd control. So that could be some considerations as far as what are we going to get here from this first map between our two teams. There's been nothing but question marks for Andbox as far as the composition they're running, whereas there has been obviously a pretty key mantra for Slimy Boogerman looking to play the crowd control game.
I will say this, and this is the only asterisk I'll give for Andbox here, is technically for that Sage game, that was, I believe, their coach Warden playing. For whatever reason, Poach wasn't in that game. I think there might have been an announcement there. I'm kind of having a bit of a mind blank as to what that was, but I think there was a bit of a personal issue there. I think Poach couldn't make it for whatever reason. So they weren't playing with their full team, and I believe this is Andbox did run into issues with their roster. So Warden actually ended up stepping in for more than a couple of games, which ended up not being super great for their results, which is probably why they lost a few more, which is probably why it skews the stats a little bit more, assuming their full squad is playing, which really they should be, and Poach is back in. I would say that Airbox would be playing something more conventional, unlikely to see the Sage come on in, and unlikely to see them drop rounds and drop maps as much as they had been in that particular tournament.
And as we jump in, we'll be taking a look at our rosters and our loadouts as far as what our agents are going to be coming to battle with. And yeah, you right in the head. I had actually neglected to remember the fact that, again, it was Ward that was playing. Even still, Andbox were a couple of rounds away from being able to beat FaZe Clan and NRG during their time playing with their coach. So now Poach, traditionally as so, will be playing the Sova as he's back into the mix. And on the opposite side, the Slimy Boogerman actually will be playing a little bit differently. It is a triple duelist setup, no sentinels for them.
I believe they are maybe missing a player on their team today. Welshie is not on this lineup. Tricker's coming in. Slimy Boogerman on this early offense. Don't normally see a raise on this map. That's quite a rare pick. Really, you'd be more willing to see something like the Phoenix. You'd already mentioned the triple duelist here, so that means no Cypher, no Sentinel. Airbox will be playing something a little bit more conventional with the double duelist Omen Cypher Sova.
A lot of information is going to be scouted here by Ye defensively, but a Paranoia will be sent back and forth. Anderson for one. Ye falls. Intox trying to back away. The Cloud's Burst will allow him just to barely get out. And that will be all that Slimy Boogerman were coming for, was the first kill, and then they'll tactically retreat back. Does Trick recognize that he's got Seb around the corner? Maybe so, but Seb gets the better of him, and we'll go 4v4 as the spike starts to rotate to A.
Slimy Boogerman do walk away with, at the time anyway, one extra member, but quite low HP on two of the live members now. This Poach will be up for the early damage here. Should be able to hear a lot of info. Should be calling for the rotations. Andbox are going to be late to the party a little bit here. Utility being thrown through. Oh my goodness, straight into the window. Mtox takes down Poach, and he had no idea that was coming.
He absolutely was able to grab a ghost for free on the way up as he comes back down to the low ground. Needs to be considered that there could be a Slimy Boogerman player up top in heaven. Android looking to be the first one through. No utility for him, though. He's already spent everything he had. Recon Bolt will come through. Actually, part of it is a spy cam tracking dart to read one player. Instinct able to find the kill up close to personal. That's a great overheal as well. Now he can help out near full HP. Just misses away, and Anderson finds the following kill. And the Slimy Boogerman will strike first the pistol.
Well played as well. They got the early pick. They did drop one on rotation back, but they stormed through on towards A. Got a beautiful kill via Intox flying through the window. Poach caught off guard by that. Handbox, unfortunately, on the retake, not very successful. Just the 2 kills between Boy and Seb to walk through on that opening round. And as we start heading into now what's going to be the anti-eco here, Slimy Boogerman, 3 out of 6 for Instincts. Would like to see Instinct maybe get a couple of kills or 1 kill and a death. Maybe feed him an orb as well. Work towards that early Empress. It should be another day at the job here. Just a regular day for Slimy Boogerman to pick up an anti-eco. Nothing special on the side of Andbox. All pistols.
Spike is still in spawn, so just keep that in mind if we see any initial attempts. It's just for picks, as Trick is able to find 1 kill. That and on the Android. And as the spike will be collected now with 1:15 to play, Slimy Boogerman will maybe look to start setting something up. They get another read, though, that you do have Ye playing through C Garage, and it looks like with that intel, they'll sit there and say, let's just go ahead and avoid the Reyna and try to play this one back over to A again.
You see, as that 1 kill in Garage does come on through, Andbox are going to be stacking very hard towards C. They haven't scouted it out yet. Poach is looking for info, and as they get the bad news, yep, no one's home. That means Slimy Boogerman have shifted away on towards A now. They can start to see the info coming in. Lots of util being placed, and Andbox are going to have to go for a full pistol retake 4v5.
Tall ask, that's for sure. And it comes down to how are you going to break through this to even find a couple of kills? The recon bolt is ready, obviously, but beyond that, do you have anything else to try to deter line of sight? Any paranoias or dark covers that you could potentially spend? As Andbox are considerate of potentially a lurking flank from the Slimy Boogerman. Little do they know there's actually nobody there, and this might just be a setup where they just play for exits. They're going to go for the long flank. This won't be a full retake. They're just going to play for kills here.
I think exits would be smart as well. They can take away guns, especially there's a Bulldog on Trick as well. Here we go, the opening contact. Speaking of that, Bulldog goes down. Poach, that's a gun for free. Can't quite get into the range to pick it up. Yeah, he's going to get one. Will go down, looks to the sky. 3 alive recovery for the Bulldog. So the early kill did come on through for what was going to be playing for the exits there, but Slimy Boogerman still walk away with multiple members healthy. And especially that one important gun, the only sort of expensive gun that they walked into that round with. Back into the hands now of what would be Anderson picking up this time instead of Trick, and one Phantom being purchased by Instinct, who unfortunately is only 4 out of 6. And I mean, a couple of rounds ago, he was, 3 out of 6 after the pistol. That anti-eco only puts him at 4 out of 6. It's not quite ideal. If you were a little bit further ahead, maybe 5 out of 6, you play for an orb, play for the Empress this round. That would be a nice ult timing, but Andbox should be in a good position now to finally win a round because, well, they do have the rifles and Slimy don't quite have enough.
It's also important to kind of keep in mind that Trick, as the P1 would insinuate, he did play for Phoenix 1 in the UMG qualifiers and did play a lot of Rays while doing so. So maybe a potential trial, maybe someone who's just filling in, kind of hard to say, but at least that is his background for now, as Android is trying to peek out through C garage doors. He'll be denied. Thought about the curveball, and it would have been good because Anderson is here to challenge him, and he will find the elimination. And now Andbox, in a 4v5 situation, are forced to find this trade, and then consider how they want to try to pull out this retake. You've got 2 members on the site, but all this post-plant position from the backside of the window will be able to find the kill, although Poach, I believe, did get it to halfway, and as Boy finds a couple of kills, now they're challenging through. Seb another, but someone's got to stick this. It's going to be Seb who tries to jump on. Trick not going to get an opportunity to deny it, and that'll be a 3rd round win for Andbox in just the nick of time.
And the confidence by Andbox as well to challenge up close. They run through grass, the challenge window as well. And that's difficult because you're playing up against SMGs. You're playing into the SMG range there. The SMGs want to play up close. So for Slimy Boogerman, they're happy to take that duel, but unfortunately for Slimy Boogerman, they can't quite shut down. Boy goes big that particular round. Multi-kill through the grass area, through into window as well. And then they'll go for the defuse last second there after everyone's dead, and Andbox will be able to secure it. They do take a few losses. It doesn't come easy. They don't have the revives in there. Now the first proper gun round on both ends as we head into round number 4. 1 ultimate available on both sides. The Slimy Boogerman have it from the shadows via Anderson.
Paint shells used to clear out the bright side. Trick moving very aggressively. Checks his left. No, he doesn't. Ye finds one. He just misses around. It talks for one more kill. But the transfer looking positive. And Andbox with a little bit of finesse from Ye are going to hold on to the C site. Last player left is going to be Anderson. He's got the spike, but he's in a world of hurt. Although he finds 2 picks. This would be a 1v4 situation, and he'll reset by going over to A.
And he's got so much time. He can play anywhere here. We'll be planting for long, and this is the situation where, especially for an Omen, where smoke has just come online. Look at the timing for that one. Paranoia is still in. Lots of utility. He could be anywhere. You don't know where an Omen player could be. Anderson in position. Should be able to get 1 kill. Now just has to fall off into the 1v1. This should be 1 now. Slimy Boogerman should have this round for sure. Anderson should be very difficult. Has the ability to get the kill, but Poach will swing and get the headshot required through the wall, and Anderson whiffs the shots. He had actually caught Poach mid-shock bolt, mid-utility, and doesn't get enough damage in there.
That is the biggest face-palming moment I think we'll probably see on the day. That was the easiest kill he had. It just completely gets a little windy on the shots and doesn't convert what should have been a 1v4. Still an incredible effort, but typing out NT in the chat will feel a little salty afterwards, considering it should have been and could have been a 1v4. So a round goes a bit astray. Andbox will still not be able to fully purchase, but at the same point, neither can Slimy Boogerman.
I'm a little surprised. I mean, Anderson actually challenged that one as well. My assumption would have been get the early kill into Seb and just completely fall off. Just completely go quiet again. Don't allow your situation to be really too bad there. Play for the time. all in the past, though, what was a very winnable round. Still remember, the opening was quite rough. Slimy Boogeyman had to really try and pull through. And now Anderson, the hero of the previous round, down nice and early for the 5v4. Ambox pushing the go button on the Empress.
Blitzer also into play. Here comes the push through. It's Intox trying to work his way over to the double box through short. Seb was maybe considering spamming, but Ye's able to get there for 2. Poach able to help out as Seb did a lot of damage, but doesn't see a kill come his way. Doesn't make a difference though. He'll clear up the final and a flawless round for Andbox, in which, to be fair, yeah, Slimy Boogerman were on a bit of an eco, but they're able to pick up an extra rifle, I believe, that round that was still being held down to by the Slimy Boogerman.
Yeah, they had a hero rifle on Anderson, if I'm not mistaken there, and he was the first one down, so unfortunately they couldn't quite get any purchase off that one. The hero rifle could have been used to potentially drop a few extra guns for the teammates. Didn't quite happen, and the rest of the players on Slimy Boogerman with only the pistols not really going to get the job done there. So, heading into next round now, Andbox will have plenty of ultimates. The Empress used in a timely manner does result in plenty of kills as well for Andbox, as 4 other ultimates are online. If a Slimy Boogerman here, would be quite an important round. They lose this one, likely going back into another eco.
A lot of ults to play with for Andbox to help them try to secure this round. But for Slimy Boogerman, they're looking like they maybe just want to gut check, execute over towards A. The spike is here. Poach is going to go into the Hunter's Fury. He's trying to be spammed at, but he only comes away hitting 1 of the 3 bolts. And while that has all occurred, Slimy Boogerman will just walk onto the site and get the A-bomb planted.
Big lurk coming through from Trick as well, by the way, over through Garage. Might not be able to see anyone for now, but the timing could be important a little bit later on. Most of Andbox will be in position, just waiting for members to arrive before they start ulting. Android has run it back available. That's going to be the important one to push through on.
It's going to be the offensive Empress first here for the post-plant defense. Here comes the run it back. Poach from the high ground, able to find one. Here comes Trick off the lurk. He sees the teleport back spot for Android. He'll wait for it. And with that, the rest of the Slimy Boogermen will essentially just play their spots, make sure they hold their numbers. And with that, the post-plant will be successful. Slimy Boogerman tying things up at 3.
Good patience, good read by Slimy Boogerman there. Instinct pops the Empress a little bit late into the round, but perfect timing in terms of when Andbox want to go. Trying to play that one off. Unfortunately, not great numbers for Andbox. Eventually, the lurk from Trick does pay off. At least onto 1 kill. Android would have been a little bit more difficult to secure, but that ends up being an easy kill. Android, by the way, not having the greatest game so far. We're only like 6 rounds in, so we're kind of a bit of slack for now. 6 rounds in, it is 3-3, all tied up. Yay with an operator this time as well. Poach on the Odin, so a big buy up for Andbox.
Well, it's important to start telling the story of Android's slow start, because let's be honest, how many times have we kind of accredited an Andbox loss the fact that Android doesn't show up in a major where that we kind of know him to be, as Trick will find 1 kill. Offensively, Dev will pop the Hunter's Fury. Not going to find much with that as we continue on to a 4v4 in which Anderson's on the C site, but the entire time, Dev was the one holding out of the spike, and he's going to run into point of contact versus Boy. Here's the orb, but doesn't expect Dev to be holding close. A big pickup there as Slimy Boogerman will now exist with a small numbers advantage for a time, but that will be evened up as Poach will send us to a 3v3.
15 HP, though, doesn't quite feel comfortable here. The good news is Andbox are well positioned to deal with any more C pressure. You see Android just checking over towards A. Nothing happening there just yet. Instinct has to find the opening here. Will do so, and a free heal. You like that. We have to push on through. Dodges the operator. Takes his 100 HP and walks away.
So Anderson will stay in the dark cover forward. He's trying to play for sound, and I think he hears Android. Will recognize that that will mean a second threat is nearby, so he will lurk back over to C garage. And Android is going to set up for a hot hands in the corner, curveball around the side. Neither of those will find any value whatsoever, though. And now it's just down to, do you read that this is a C-long setup? And beyond that, can you respond to Anderson on the flank, who is being trusted off this post plant to essentially foil any plans of a defusal, and he's successfully done just that. Instinct will clean things up, and the Slimy Boogerman looking really solid on these C executes.
Yeah, Slimy Boogerman win on both fronts there as well. They get the long flank over towards C. They have their 2 players in C long winning that duel. So everything going the way in that post plant for them. Andbox now into the eco. A couple of vaults available, but won't be super useful this round unless they can have another hero situation for somebody to, you know, make something happen on the low bias here. Marshall for Android. I mean, this is a possibility to maybe do some damage. They would have to try and drop some guns, give it over, but nothing major to work with here otherwise.
Aggressive push for Seb. Gonna hear the footsteps. We'll play a corner. Boombot will come through. He tries for the timing of the peak. He does find a kill, but he can't salvage the weapon as the Boombot will return the favor. So a 4v4 will break loose. And Andbox, they're gonna actually stack 3 members over to A, as if maybe to suggest they want to play for this weapon, but it's by no means safe. And how about that? Android mid-map finds a headshot onto Anderson, again traded back in numbers, but now Intox is coming around the corner. He's not going to check behind him. Tailwind's away. Poach somehow still able to find 1 kill, but Instinct, he will clean everything up, and Dev will put the final nail in the coffin as he takes down Android before that Marshall could find more damage.
A little bit surprising there that Android doesn't go for the gun on the ground. Like I said, gets the kill into Anderson mid-map over towards window. He was obviously standing from B. Would have been a free rifle there to either save with or go for the 1v2 retake. Would have been better than a Marshall. Plenty of time. I had to say enough time for Android to make the play as well. Andbox probably not favored to win that particular round. Good damage done to at least make it a little bit closer. 3 to 5 here. The half certainly hasn't gotten too far in either direction just yet, as Slimy Pokemon do have a 2-round lead, though. Let's see if this Hunter's Fury finds any purchase.
Does connect once, but no full kills to speak of. Ye also holding aggressively through a short, while Android will play through a long. They're not going to find anything because Anderson has made his way onto B for an early plant. A very early plant, and he will just immediately teleport right back out before the shock dart can connect for any damage. So now for the retake, ABX are going to realize that there is nobody actually in the B site. They've got to try to find some way to break loose this defensive position from the B window. They've already forced out a showstopper and found a pick onto Anderson. So now paint shells, recon bolt being thrown through. A lot of the Slimy Boogeyman utility that they're trusting to hold on to this post plant have already fallen astray. And now Android starts to poke forward. They're trying to do what they can to body block for the diffuser, but Dev finds 2, and no progress has truly been made on the diffuser whatsoever. Instinct will clean up the finals, and that will be Slimy Boogeyman again streaking offensively up 6-3.
It's a lot of kills from Andbox on the retake, but unfortunately it's a 5v5 retake on a B plant, and it's a free B plant as well. Slimy Boogeyman walk in there, get a plant, get out alive as well. All 5 alive on a post plant on B, where all 5 can go off-site. A few in window, a few just around the corner. It's very difficult to retake that for Andbox. You need a lot of resource. You need a lot of ultimates if you can. Something like a Rolling Thunder if they were playing a breach, but yeah, they just couldn't quite get it done. That's one of the most difficult retakes, is full 5v5 retaking B. It's got to be probably the hardest thing you can do on this map, and while Andbox 3 kills is decent, but too many plays to try and clean up here. Speaking of, Trick walking in, a double kill from the judge.
That's massive, but Android again with this Marshall.
Spike planted.
It's not often we see the Marshall come out to play. Even more rare for it to come out beyond the second round. He's made good use of it here in the last couple of rounds that he's been able to pull it through. At least gives Andbox a chance, able to find a shoulder of Instinct, but that won't be good enough for a kill, let alone even damage, as Instinct will just full heal behind that. And once again, the passive setup for Slimy Boogeyman on the post plant looks to be pretty successful. Ye is going to do what he can, but he only walks away with 1 of what needed to be 4 kills. And now, with the last 2 rounds looming ahead of us, Andbox would love to find a way to pull this back and go 5-7, but easier said than done considering how Slimy Boogeyman have played over the last 5 rounds offensively.
I think Slimy Boogeyman get into such nice post-plant positions. I mean, we'll say that one was a little bit more special in terms of the fact that Andbox were on an eco, bit of a half buy. We saw the Bucky, Sheriffs, and a Marshall coming on through, but even in gun rounds as well, you have to go back to a couple rounds ago now. The full 5 setup on towards B. This time around, they know they have rifles versus pistols, so if they go long range and stack 4 players onto C long, it can't be challenged. Speaking of challenge, Ye has to call for a bit of backup, a lot of aggression on A.
He's going to hit the early Empress, but this is still going to be a commitment from Slimy Boogeyman. They were trying to play for Intox's right click. It does not come through successfully, though. So now all of a sudden, Slimy Boogeyman are continuing to force their way forward. But Android and Boy have done such a great job defensively. It's just down to Instinct for a 1v4 situation, and this Aldrin will likely scout him out before too long. Yep, there it is. But 1 spam shot will be good. He'll use that to dismiss back through. And with 60 seconds, he's got plenty of time to play with, especially considering he just reset his Empress time.
He does and he doesn't. That's the issue, though, because he has to push in and grab the spike. There's too many players. Ambox should not challenge us. Ambox should wait and see if Instinct will push on through, but I guess if you are going to challenge, all three peeking at the same time will do the trick.
Last round.
Zambox respond very quickly. Have to credit that round mostly to Ye. He presses the go button on the Empress fairly quickly, sensing that danger is close by around the corner. That round would have been very different, by the way, if you have a situation where Intox lands the knives on the Blade Storm on Ye before Ye gets the kill. That deletes the Empress, deletes Ye, and gives maybe Slimy Boogerman what they need to be able to get the plant going, because Ye stays alive for a long time. Even though he gets wall banged through the boxes, he stays alive for so long that it doesn't really allow Slimy Boogerman to get a free plant on A.
It's like a little sleight of hand, right? It's, hey, look at me over here while I'm trying to dismiss away, and while that happens, Boy slides through and finds 2 kills to respond. So, yeah, you get that first kill after the Slimy Boogerman, that round looks completely different off of that Bladestorm aggression forward, but they try to force a round peg into a square hole. It doesn't really come through successful for them. So now in the last round of the half, not a lot of ultimates to speak of, just the neural theft defensively, and maybe the chance for a couple to be earned, depending on if there are kills or orbs that are picked up.
So we've had Trick expend most of the utility here. One away from the showstopper would be nice in this particular round. Paint Shell still available. Very slow round this time for Slimy Boogerman. They had a fast round last time. Get a little bit punished for that. And now just creeping their way through, following the Owl Drone in. No early defensive pressure either. Ambox haven't quite pushed up. 2 set up on C, 2 set up on A, 1 on B. They're not going to let B slip through for free again. Possible contact on C, though. That's probably where we're going to see the action start.
This is a pretty dry peak, though, for Anderson, and he does still win the first. The paint shells will be the end of Boy. Well placed from Trick, to be said. And now in a 3v5, Showstopper and Hunter's Fury have been earned. Again, 2 of the ultimates that were close from the previous rounds. And that's going to make life extremely difficult for Andbox, who were hoping for 5 after an incredible defense on A the last round. This one, pretty hard-pressed, you feel. Unless they can find a pretty special hit onto a player. Oh, how about like that? Poaching with a fine one with the shot. Yay, another. And the last player on the line is the Hunter's Fury with instant playing from behind. They're trying to push the Hunter's Fury out. They find the kill. Poach off screen takes down Instinct. And all of the miracles that needed to happen do come through as they do salvage 5 rounds in a defensive half for Andbox.
That is massive from Poach as well. 1 kill to Hunter's Fury. Gets a kill coming through from the Shock Bolt as well. Android there for the cleanup, and Ambox in a 3v5 retake get it done. And I thought it was ridiculous that Slimy Boogerman got through on C for free. They walk in. Who was it? Anderson just gets a free kill off a dry push in. No response. Boy just eats the paint shells, doesn't move, doesn't get a chance to swing in, and just dies for free as well. That gives the showstopper away to Trick, who was on no HP. And Slimy Boogerman then somehow lose the 5v3. What an interesting round. That just goes back and forth on the seesaw here as we head into the second half now. And Rambox, I think, a very important last round to pick up because they weren't favored to win that last round. But, you know, you talk about miracles. Those miracles come on 3, 5, and 7. Very competitive now.
Oh, boy. So pistols coming through here. This could potentially lead to a tie game, and we've already talked about the fact that Andbox, not the greatest Haven team so far through the First Strike series, though granted, when they were playing in the closed qualifier, they had to do so with Coach Warden, who, to be fair, played pretty well, at least versus FaZe. Not nearly as much versus NRG in their second matchup, but this time, Seb, he's playing through C long. We'll find a long-distance headshot onto Anderson, as this will be a free take of the C set off the kill. A little bit of damage was exchanged, but this spike will be planted without much further contest.
See how Slimy Boogerman want to handle this one. They still have 3 duelists alive. Unfortunately, they won't have any smokes or the flash coming through from Paranoia. Trick as well, going to go for the long flank. See if he can get a free kill over towards C Dragon, C Grass, but triple stack over towards the elbow side, towards the link. First flash coming through from Instinct, and nothing yet.
So far, kills are good. Android for 2. Seb able to find the third, and Trick's really got no chance at this one. Going to try to play for a couple of exits, of which he will come into contact with a handful of Andbox members. As he tries to take a little bit of a wider peek, maybe looking for an initial kill, Ye will stall any opportunity there, and Andbox off the pistol, looking to potentially, again, like I mentioned, tie things up here. They're will not be the opportunity for Slimy Boogerman to really force buy, so Slimy Boogerman will be in a disadvantageous spot going into this next round, as they're going to be just on 2 pistol upgrades and no armor going up against 3 SMGs and 2 Ghosts.
Working off the momentum here for Andbox, as it should be 7-7, like you mentioned at the end of this particular anti-eco. This is where you work on the ultimates as well. Android might have the run it back available nice and early for that very important 3rd round, just in a second. We get a little bit of early action over towards Pink, over towards Med, and over towards C as well. Android onto Anderson, that's a nice freebie.
And with this, you could really milk a lot out of this round if you're Andbox. Android having a really good start, should be pretty darn close to his run it back. Maybe just an orb or a kill away. And if you can earn that, that would give you a huge advantage going into the expected gun round into the 3rd of the half. But so far, still just a pistol fight over the middle. Ye able to get the overheal as he took a lot of brute damage from Intox. Instinct will do something similar as he pushes through to B window, but while that has all occurred, Andbox have made their way swiftly onto the A site for what should be a plan.
I would argue, by the way, for this particular round, Android should go and look for his death even. He's only got a pistol, it's not worth saving. He doesn't have any armor, so even if he dies, it's a free ult point. And this is the kind of round where for Andbox, they are fairly far ahead. He's the one aggressive player that knows something could be happening around the flank, and indeed something will be very soon. Should be contact for Android in just a second versus Instinct. Win or lose in this particular duel will be positive for Android. However, we still have to consider the fact that you have to win this particular round if you are Andbox. You have to make sure the timing is good for you. That's the first kill. Play aggressively with the second. Run it back has been earned for the next round, and that's all that he needs to do as Andbox have the perfect setup now for the 3rd round of the half.
Yeah, it's a big advantage for them coming through into this gun round, even which the Slimy Boogermen are not going to be nearly as comfortable as you would expect because of how these first 2 rounds have gone. Not even a lot of kills to speak of. So you have 3 ARs and a Guardian in the mix, a forced operator for Intox who isn't able to even purchase armor behind this. And yeah, you've only got 2 ARs if you're Andbox, but you've got an armor advantage and you've got the run it back that will essentially hopefully be a free kill or maybe even 2 because it is Android at the helm of this Phoenix. This is a great opportunity for Andbox to really start steamrolling their offense away, but for the Slimy Boogerman on the other side, you need to find a couple of opening and quick kills considering your armor disadvantage that you're going into this round with.
And that would have been via Intox on the operator. You spoke about armor difference here. Well, the glass cannon coming through for the op. No kills coming in early. No one even pushing in early for that. We're still waiting for the run it back. It will be played here for sure. Andbox waiting for the perfect opportunity. No setup over towards C Garage. And now as the smoke comes down, the friendly smoke coming through from Andbox via Boy. Got to be playing up nice and close. Android will be looking for the time to just burst through.
There's the recon bolt. Immediately, the run it back going to be spent. Curveball also the way through. Android doing a little pirouette through the main doors, but isn't able to really find much of anything. And Anderson is able to find 1 kill. So yeah, you've got Andbox members on the site, but there is some good contest here from the Slimy Boogerman as Anderson finds himself another elimination. Poach trying to find a trade, but has to be very careful about this and really doesn't be as careful as he needs to be. What a hold that is from Slimy Boogerman. They don't allow any kills off the run it back, despite barely even makes it onto site in the first place. And around that, they needed to find quick kills to contest. Slimy Boogerman do just that, and they steal 1 away.
Not only do they not get any kills off the run it back there, but they lose 1 on the entry as well. You see Andbox trying to rush through on C long. Android checks the right side. I believe it was Anderson swinging through from the back box, picks up the first kill, and Android's really trying desperately to look for something in response. And if they'd gotten that, at least they get 1 kill there, or they don't lose 1 play on entry, Andbox would probably fine. Andbox are probably in a good situation walking to the rest of the round. It's a retake coming through from the Slimy Boogerman with an operator, not a lot of armor. The Slimy Boogerman, 5v4, plus the runner back being pushed away. Ends up being a very positive round, and now Android down early.
Big key component for Andbox down in what it needs to be a 4v5. You lose the curveballs. You lose the hot hands to try to flush members out. But Ye responds.
Oh!
Whipped shot from Intox. How do you miss that? Dev is able to respond with 1 kill, so the Slimy Boogerman defensively will still hold off. But a missed opportunity there is you thought for sure Intox was going to get a free kill.
And Seb just walks away from that one. Understand he's actually not welcome. I'll take my life. Thank you very much. As Andbox will look for some other openings on other parts of the map. BSC was quite unfortunate for them the last time around, but This time, C is quite empty, actually, so Seb will get free passage in towards Garage. Rest of the team will get free passage onto C itself, and with a 3-stack mostly, well, it's almost a 3-stack over towards A. You have the one player from Anderson holding closer. We'll be calling for the rotations. Look at that. As soon as the plant comes in, Slimy Boogerman know what's up, and they're on their way.
You do have Seb who's going to lurk through Garage, and you got to remember that Trick likes to play a little bit more rogue. Off on his lonesome. He's scouting things out B middle. As the rest of the members are stacked over towards the defensive spawn, Recon Bolt will find information on the Poach, who will be able to back away, get a reload, and send one away of his own. Paranoia also going to try to stall things out, but Dev walks in for the first kill. Boy there for not just one, but a second kill. Now it's down to who can find the following. Boy, 1v1. Goes to the classic, finds the right click, but Intox gets the better of him. And the Slimy Boogerman with a one-dimensional retake will be successful, as Boy was the only one to really find kills.
A difficult situation for Boy there in the last 1v1 as well, because it is a coin flip. You don't know where Intox will be coming from. Ideally, in that situation, you don't want to take the fight. You want to just try and play for the time, play for your life and stay alive, be annoying, and then, I don't know, play for the spike after the first tap comes on through, but has to make a gamble there. Do you want to go left? Do you want to go right? And whichever way you go ends up being a coin flip, because Intox could be there and you've only got a classic. You can't have a reload just yet. There's no time. Even lands a necessary headshot from the classic, but versus the rifle is not going to be quite enough. So it is going to be Slimy Boogerman walking away with that particular round, and Ambox coming very close, but unfortunately he just manages to slip away despite the efforts of Boy. I do believe we have a bit of attack pause coming in. If you just look at this half so far, it's been very even, 2-2. Very similar to how we started the previous half, and we 4 rounds in, exactly even, 2-2, even though I believe very similar to this situation. There was one round within the first 4, I believe, Alan, that I think was very winnable by one end and kind of slipped away. I believe that was the round for, it might have been, it was the Sova, it was Anderson, I believe, that TP'd away and had a 1v2 that he nearly won and probably should have won. I think he kind of whipped the shots on Poach from heaven. I think that was that round. But yeah, another similar situation to that where you could argue that was a winnable round for Boy, but unfortunately just not quite.
Point of contact going to be made over towards A long, but the Lear and the Cyber Cage will force a shot out of Intox. But Inbox, they're not going to be dissuaded by the fact that there's an operator over by A. They're still moving aggressively, and as the Owl Drone's going to find nothing through short, Intox has to hit a shot. Fortunately, he will. He also throws a very good smoke right over towards the offensive recon bolt, which allows Deb to hold his position, in which he finds not just 1, but 2. Intox, feeling the pressure, forces out the Blade Storm. May not have been needed. The kill still appreciated, and Poach stuck down in A short. Will likely fall here, and he will, to a shock dart from his counterpart from Dev.
Yeah, I would definitely say the Blade Storm probably overcommitment there, considering it was just an anti-eco. That's the kind of round where you want to be building ultimates. The other way to play an anti-eco is obviously, well, I mean, it's just the thing that you're naturally going to do anyway, but it's an ultimate building round where for the players that are going to be close, you want to be able to funnel some kills in, if possible. So you are going to have a situation where walking into this next round now, and Dev has Hunter's Fury available. Instinct, I believe, already had the Empress, so that's not going to be extra. Operator in the hands of Intox still, that's going to be important. Intox did get the opening kill of the last round.
Big round coming forward here for Adbox. Intox playing very far forward in this dark cover. Boy is literally on the other side. And Android meeting him will find the operator player down. Empress will be popped. This is looking like it will be an execute to B. Just comes down to the timing of the Paranoia, which will be spent out to A-Link. But Anderson, he pushes through C Garage with perfect timing. He's able to kind of stall things for a time for Andbox. Now you've got the Hunter's Fury that'll be committed. Instinct from the corner will find one. Android does well to respond to it, but this has been a very costly opportunity for Andbox. They do get it planted, but now the run it back has been spent. It's not going to find any information. And the Slimy Boogermen still have the potential to pop an Empress for a retake if they so choose.
Speaking of Empresses, Ambox lose theirs now, so that's going to be the opportunity from Yeagon. Slimy Boogerman just kind of taking this one slower. It's not going to be a full 5-man post-plant either. One on the back over towards Gong has been spotted. Android now potentially in trouble, has to win this 1v1. This 1v1 could actually decide quite well. Android, depending on how much damage gets done, could decide the round here. He's wasting quite a lot of time in terms of keeping Slimy Boogeyman busy. And now just down to 1. Dev can't do it. Android for 4. And despite not really getting too much done on the run it back and the late plant and the very difficult plant coming through from Ambox, they will also get the cleanup.
That's a really punishing initial approach. You got to give credit to Slimy Boogerman's defense, but the unfortunate thing is they just aren't able to do quite enough to stall the plant from coming through. The Hunter's Fury sent out only delays for a short time. The defensive retake could not fully recapture the B site, and with that Andbox, they do escape, and Android, like you mentioned, just plays Ring Around the Rosie and kills off so much time. So now 8-10 to score. Trick wants to get aggressive with a Judge off of a double blast pack play. Android has found 1 kill again aggressively through the middle of the map, but Trick's position is completely concealed. Nobody from Inbox is really even looking for this. Maybe now Ye is going to check this angle, and he will come away with the kill. And Inbox now in a great position to give themselves their 9th round, unless Dev can do something to stall this plant at C, of which he's only found 1 kill so far.
Boy, by the way, used his ultimate from the shadows to TP all the way to the back of C.
Planted.
So clearing that site super early. Calls the cavalry as well, says this is going to be a free plant. Despite the free kill coming through from Dev, I don't know that Dev will get too much more after that. 2 versus 4 here. The potential for a save might have to be considered here as well, because it's 2 guns alive, not a lot of money. And indeed, that's going to be the case here. So both of those players between Dev and Instinct will be walking away with their gun and only 1k from the loss bonus here. But they will at least have 2 rifles.
Things getting a bit dicey here for the Slimy Boogerman. But you have to, again, credit how Inbox has looked on the offense. They've been able to play very controlled, walking away with a number of kills, and again, just a couple of great reads that you just, as of recently, that read onto the player that was trying to play up the middle of the map, tricked with the Judge, gets read and isolated. It's a brilliant kill, giving yourself the established numbers. So like you mentioned, the 2 rifles that are saved will be the 2 rifles that will come into this round for the Slimy Boogerman, who, if they're not too careful, might find themselves in a 10-10 tie and an economy that still won't be all that great, considering that Andbox has built up a bit of a bank.
I think Empress would be really well played this round as well, and this is where you have to start thinking, you know, if we go back a few more rounds, Intox did use the Hunter's Fury, rather the Bladestorm, for no particular reason, and this would be a very good round of the Hunter's Fury. I say again, the Bladestorm, my bad, would have been extremely good, so Slimy Boogerman have to kind of work with what they got here. A little bit of early pressure over towards A. Minor push-up by Trick as well, just to have a look around Garage. Hasn't really looked over towards Grass just yet. And once you get a little bit more info of what's happening over towards Sewers as the Aldrin does come in, would be cause for a few extra rotations as Slimy Boogerman now have 3 on A.
But Andbox seem a bit disheveled by that intel that was gained from Slimy Boogerman. They'll drop the spike mid-map, and they'll send Android over to C long. So point of contact could come through here. This fight means a lot. Ye's able to get 1, but not a second, as the recon bolt was going to force the second fight one way or the other. And as Trick will be scouted out with just the Sheriff, Android will be able to punish, no problem there. And beyond that, Andbox will also make sure that the weapon that was dropped over through Sewer tries to stay safe, as it looks like this will be an A execute.
Should still be 2 guns alive for Slimy Boogerman here. That's what they're going to rely on. But A is completely clean now. I think Trick dying there really pulled Slimy Boogerman back to try and defend around C. You can start to see the Andersons walk down now. No one's home. Obviously, Intox, though, great kill on the post just to keep the numbers a little bit more even.
And this is a post plan for Andbox that's a bit disoriented. They've got a player that was pushed up over towards A lobby. That was Android. He's going to make his way back, but he's still in short. The dark cover will block line of sight, forces the paranoia out early. Intox might go the read that there's a player down low, but can't get the better of Seb. But boy, from inside the site, good for 1, but not a second. Seb there for his immediate trade into Anderson, and nearly an opportunity for Slimy Boogerman to work their way through based on the timing of the abilities, but just unfortunately the drop down for Intox does not get the best of Seb, and we will be tied up at 10 as both teams will go into a full purchase into our 21st round.
And I think that would have been a very different round if Trick doesn't die too early there as well, because it's about map control here for me. The fact that you have Slimy Boogerman kind of losing map control on the C side of things when you have a heavy stack on A. They lose confidence on their stack on A and they start falling off. If they kept their presence on A and Trick was still alive in Garage, that would have been Ambox pushing into a couple of rifles. Slimy Boogerman could have really done some damage there early and they kept it close enough. I mean, you look at the numbers towards the end, it ends up being a 3v3. And Slimy Boogerman didn't really have too much to work with outside the 2 hero rifles, so well done in terms of that, but can't quite get the round 10 and 10. All evened up, no early presence coming through from A this time, and now it's going to be the stack of Slimy Boogman on B.
Instinct able to find first blood though. Boy can't get the spike planted. Coach now has to try to work his way through. Teleporting up top to the left, that was Anderson. He's going to be able to find some information, but it's actually the showstopper that gets the job done, although Trick sacrificed his life for the play. That will, again, keep the spike isolated on the B site for a 4v3, defensively favored for Slimy Boogerman. Android also falling in C Garage will make life extremely difficult for Andbox trying to work their way through this 2v4.
Yeah, it really shouldn't be winnable now. The fact that you've dropped Spike deep into B, failing to plant, that's going to be the round over. There's way too many members of Slimy Boogerman alive right now. They're going to try and go for this one, but there's so many players in the crossfire gate. Good to even find that one kill, but one... it's going to be the only kill he'll get in that particular round. As they think about picking up the extra operator, Intox already has one. They don't want to, even though personally for me, I think double ops is really good on this map, but it comes down to whether your team can handle it or not, whether you have a second op player. The point here is, though, the fact that they get that opening kill, that is going to be the one kill that decides the entire round, and a well-defended B. They had a very quick response. 3 people coming towards B almost instantly as soon as they realized that Ambox were pushing towards that area.
Well, both teams again will be able to afford, but after this point, things will become dicey, really for both squads, depending on how the rounds go. Opening paint shells actually chips a significant amount of damage off of Seb's health pool, and with that, allows Instinct to push very far forward. And as Anderson finds a kill C long, Intox will fall B mid, but the problem is I don't think anybody from Andbox recognizes that the Slimy Boogermen have pushed so far forward through A main. So as Anderson finds a second pick, this hit, which is looking to go towards B, is going to be really hard pressed to set up a post plant nor get in. They're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Trick good for 2. Last one in the corner. They should bring this before too long. It's just Boy by himself, and the Slimy Boogerman will isolate the kill, and a brilliant push through and denial of space at both A and B lead to a convincing round.
Super well played by Slimy Boogerman. You can start to see now that B is a bit of a death trap for Andbox. They're no longer finding any success there at all. 2 rounds in a row now. They attempt to make something happen towards B, and Slimy Boogerman are so well set up for it. They are so well prepared to handle B now. 2 players pushing up through A, like you mentioned. Players can't quite walk onto B themselves. Even if they do, they can't get a post plant, so Slimy Boogerman have kind of all their bases covered there. If they actually lose B, the 2 players on the big flank can actually prevent the post plant from being successful. And everything just works out the way of Slimy Boogerman as we head into potentially the final round of the map now. Seb for the opening kill. Here comes Android.
That was an aggressive play from Trick. Intox the only member on the A site, although he's going to have some help for Anderson lurking through short. Anderson good for 1, but does get traded. Spike will go down. Intox still surviving inside the dark cover. And actually, timing of this will be interesting because the dark cover will expire, but Intox can't find the kill. Heck of a shot from Ye and the Empress. Now the Slimy Boogermen have to consider what they want to do. It's going to be a 2v4, and the money wasn't quite as comfortable as you would expect. So with the loss bonus, at least one of the 2 players that are still alive will be able to purchase for their teammates, but they're going to save weapons here and allow Andbox to go on to 11.
And Boy's on minimal HP here as well, so that's just 1 kill that barely got away. If Andbox were maybe down 1 more member, I think the 2v3 Slimy Boogermen go for it. 2v2, they for sure go for it. But a 2v4, yeah, probably not feeling too great about that one. They can save the Empress, save the 2 guns, and play for an extra round here. But it does give Andbox the opportunity to maybe bring this one into an overtime. 11-12 now. No matter how you slice this particular map, it will be called a very competitive one. And Andbox have bought themselves the necessary bit of extra fat to try and, you know, give themselves padding for the possibility of an OT.
Well, final round before OT, or we go to map 2, which, as a reminder, will be Ascent, a map that Andbox has been incredible on through the First Strike series, as it was their pick as well. The third would be Icebox, which I know, candidly, we're all kind of hoping we get a chance to see here early in this tournament. But in this qualifying match, the first in the winner's bracket, could be an interesting map 3 where one team will punch their ticket into the playoffs, the other will still have to fight for their lives. Lear comes through, Intox will save the shot, keeping his weapon at least concealed for now on the A site, although they should expect that the operator is in play.
So let's see how Slimy Boogeyman want to respond to this one. They have 2 now heading over towards A. Big push-up as well on C long. That'll just allow the rest of the Slimy Boogeyman to make rotations to the rest of the map. They should feel okay about B. They've won plenty against any B aggression. They need to read that it's going to be A though. Aldrone is going to not get a lot done as Android goes down very quickly to Intox. That'll cause the rest of Slimy Boogeyman to rotate through, and now Ambox might be in a really weird spot.
They're going to commit for this. They're going to sit here and delay and see if they can't force Slimy Boogeyman off the site just by way of time. And with that, they know that Intox is up top. They're just going to walk on the site. The timing is incredible. The dark cover will come through. Ye's going to find some information, but the timing wasn't good for a gunfight, so he'll back down as the spike does get planted. And Slimy Boogeyman, who may have potentially considered playing for a long flank, will actually bring back Instinct over to try to help for the front. Hunter's Fury will connect onto one player. Empress also popped now for the retake for Slimy Boogeyman as Instinct is trying to make his way through. Lear will go through the wall, Trick up top. He's going to have a little bit of help from Intox. They find 2 kills independently. One more down low. It's Intox, though, coming in to help with the Blade Storm. Slimy Boogeyman will retake very cleanly, and they will take map 1, 13-11.
There it is, Ambox, unfortunately they can't quite get the post plant going for them. They played very close, by the way. I would have assumed you'd be playing a little bit further off-site, maybe have Poach wait to use the Hunter's Fury when the actual retake comes in and they start to defuse, but end up blowing through that one very quickly. And for Slimy Boogeyman, taking control of that second half after going up, what was it, 7-5? And that opening half, just barely dropping the final 2 rounds. Yeah, a very close game. Like, I mean, we said it here, it could have gone to OT, 11-13. It's going to feel not quite great for Ambox, who nearly brought it to OT, but well done by Slimy Boogeyman for winning their initial map pick. And, you know, we did say that this one was going to be quite difficult for Ambox, and I think Ambox did great, and that has the overall asterisk of the fact that, yes, the last time we have seen Haven being played by Ambox, it was with their coach Warden. Now they have their full lineup, and this is a much better showing from Ambox on a map like Haven. This is kind of what we expect from Ambox at a minimum, to be able to, you know, go 11-13 on a map that technically, statistically, they're not really favored on, but I think 11-13 is a great result, and as we head into Ascent in the next map, I think that should be their map to win. That should be the one that they're favored to win.
And with that in mind, a bit of a win streak as far as a set has been considered for the Slimy Boogeyman, as they have beat Grapefruit Techniques, Team Kizzy, and SOR on this map specifically. Take from that which you will, but all 3 of those games are relatively convincing wins for them. So maybe some adjustments have been made to try to build some favor for the Slimy Boogeyman, who are looking to put this one away in 2 and be our first team, at least from our broadcast perspective, to make their way into the playoffs. And that would mean that Ambox would have to fight for their life in the loser's bracket. Again, win 2 matches, you're in. Lose 2 matches, you are eliminated. And that is the consideration for a lot of our teams that are currently going through these 8 different groups that we have. Again, that's Kevin Averill-Walker. I'm Al, and I hold shift down a free. We'll be back for map number 2 at the backside of this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I hold shift with Avril as we're jumping in for map number 2 between the Slimy Boogerman and Andbox. Haven going the way of the Slimy Boogerman, but just barely. A 13-11 there, in which we saw great individual performances coming out of players, specifically like Anderson, who went 26-16. Just behind him, Instinct as well with 18 total kills. A lot of great pop-off moments from the Slimy Boogerman, but still not exactly as comfortable as they're hoping for. And as we're looking forward to Ascent, this is where we expect Andbox to look a lot more confident in this best of 3 specifically.
I think they should feel confident as well, and not just because they're kind of, they have great stats on Ascent, but that was a close Haven. I mean, Haven was a map, considering the asterisks, I still got to put the asterisks in there in terms of the previous performances with their lineup, but yeah, I mean, 11-13, still a very good showing, very close game, could have gone to overtime, who knows what happens if we go to OT there. This could be a situation where, had they win this one, we go to Ascent, we probably finish up 2-0. That's not to count Slimy Boogerman out. I think Slimy Boogerman showed that they are a very capable team. We go to Ascent, still going to be a good map in terms of what Slimy Boogerman can bring out. I know they're still, playing with Trick currently. We don't know if he's a trial or what's going on here. We don't know where Welshie is, but so far for this team, if they can really pull together with this kind of lineup, things are looking pretty good for them. You have to start considering whether the triple duelist is really something that is going to be sticking for the team, or if they want to be moving into something else, because as we start heading into a map like Ascent, I kind of want to see a bit more. I think the support characters have a little bit more showing there. I mean, this is going to be a great map for, the stuff like Breach, but I think this is going to be a good map for example, Skye, and Skye is something we have to start considering again, because it is available in the pool, it is available in this tournament. So far, we have not seen a game that Skye has been played in. I'm going to check the stats in a second to see if anybody's been playing Skye at all, but that has to be consideration, because we've seen Haven twice in a row now, in terms of the mainstream. So we're finally going to a map on the mainstream that's not going to be Haven, and that might change something up.
And for this in mind, again, the expectations for, if you follow along with what the Slimy Boogerman have been playing traditionally on a map like Ascent, you'd be right. They like to play things like the Breach. But the problem here is they don't have Welshie involved. And with Trick coming in, who mostly has been playing Raze through the First Strike series, will they try to play for his comfort? Will they try to, again, like you mentioned, play that triple duelist, in which they very well may not have a Sentinel again in the mix, let alone the ability for them to potentially play a Breach? If they allow Trick to continue to keep playing on things like a Raze or just another duelist, you just wonder what that does to more of what was kind of categorized as Slimy Boogeyman as a much more stasis and controlling based team, where they like to play maybe a little bit more slowly, but they like to play a little bit more comprehensively off of things like flashes, fault lines, and other sentinel abilities to kind of boot with that. So maybe this is a conscious decision. Who knows? It's kind of hard because we don't 100% know if Welshi is just out for the day or if this is a for sure trial. But if we were to speculate that this is a trial, maybe the reason it's happening is because they want to try to play forward with extra duelist pressure to try to match up versus some of those big name teams that are doing the exact same that we've seen over the last 2 weeks.
So I will say this, looking through the past games of Slimy Boogeyman, they actually did play a Sky versus Take Flight on Bind. So this isn't Bind that we're going to be out playing Ascent here, but Dev is actually the one that was playing the Sky, and that's something else to consider as well. So I did mention at the start of the broadcast that Sky takes up a bit of an info role as well, kind of indirectly, because she does have her own kind of version of the Eldrome. You could imagine that the Guiding Light Hawks are kind of like, recon bolts in a way where you do get a bit of information off that as well. So it does make a bit of sense that the Sova player kind of picks that one up. I do wonder if Dev wants to maybe give that another go for a map like Ascent, but at the same time, like, Sova is really extremely good on Ascent. I would say that Ascent is Sova's best map by far. And possibly you can play both Sova and Sky, but if Dev is the Sky player on this team, they're probably not going to bring it out for this particular map. I'm not too sure about Ambox. I'm going to look through their past games in just a second here as well, but I don't believe they played any of that just yet so far in the tournament. Obviously, we've only had one map so far in the tournament. Every one of these teams have only played one of the map this tournament so far, and we've had very limited information. There has been a few Icebox games being played. Equinox did play a game versus Dreamland, so just the one Icebox got played so far in the tournament. And I believe Equinox did win that one, and they actually had a Viper as well. So you had Pancakes going to Viper for Icebox, so maybe a little bit later on we'll get some of that.
Very, very interesting. Again, these are best of threes that are coming through here for every other match that we have for the day. You've got elimination matches that are currently ongoing, as well as these winners matches that are currently happening. And then we'll have our final decider match before we get into the quarterfinals, or probably just the top 16 to kind of close out the day today. So still a lot of Valorant action to come through. The more we kind of look at results and statistics, the more we can kind of try to make insinuations and assumptions as far as what we're going to expect from things like Sky or maybe things like Icebox. But as we get into Ascent, it'll be the Slimy Boogeyman on defense here first. And, well, how about this? Sandbox looking to get aggressive through their own dark cover. Anderson will not be able to match up against all three guns that were looking at him. And with the self-sustain coming through, Andbox will be going through with a very healthy 5v4 the rest of this attack.
So what we can see here for Slimy Boogeyman is they're very much giving up the central role here. They're no longer playing any Cyphers or Killjoys. They will be coming through with the Breach. So did mention the possibility of a Breach for Ascent, and that's going to be realized now by Slimy Boogeyman as a 4v5 situation, as they do lose their Omen of Anderson fairly quickly. So no paranoia on the retake, and it will probably be a retake pretty soon as Andbox have control of B.
Well, and with that, again, just to kind of hit it, Trick is still playing on this set raise. Looks to be just a set strategy for them. And as they will have to give up the initial attempt onto this a B site, the retake will be a little bit two-dimensional here. You've got two players cutting through B main, and they do take down Poach, and they do it cleanly. So now that they've cleared off one post-plant position, they should know that everybody else is in front of them. Just comes down to winning your gunfights from here, and can you get good utility out of this recon bolt, and the flash is available. Spam shots are decent, but yay, able to get a little bit of help. It's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Trick now by themselves. Double peek going to come through, and that will be all that's needed for Andbox to take the pistol.
Yeah, and a free site for them as well. They get the initial pick to make it a 5v4. They head towards B, do a mid to B play as well. Completely unanswered by the Slimy Boogeyman. Two players rushing down from A main to check over top mid. Can't quite catch anybody on rotation, a little bit too slow. And Andbox are going to be able to get a free site, free plant, and now pretty much a free round as well as we head into number 2 here for the anti-eco. Yay for an early Phantom as well, just to try and get that Impress up online, getting some kills. And this is going to be the farm round. This is the anti-eco where one rifle, particularly on the Rainer player of Yay, to really get those kills in. And Slimy Boogeyman, let's see if they can do some damage.
Aggressive push. Android will be the one here. He's trying to scout this, and he's going to meet Intox. Right click coming through, but Yay from beyond. What assistance that is. Dark cover comes through to help get Android out. The spam shots with the Phantom are good for 2 different headshots, and Android will self-sustain up to 100 HP and now a 5v3 for the rest of the round.
That's the kind of play that does put a smile on my face there as well. That's how you funnel Arena. As you have the bait coming through from Android, who survives and heals up, by the way. Eats a headshot, doesn't matter. Gives the kills over to your Arena play. That'll be 4 out of 6 now for Ye. 5 HP for Poach, still staying alive long range, and so far, pretty flawless. They can maybe get away with 0 deaths with this particular round for Ambox. Slimy Boogerman will try their hardest to at least take away 1. Trick is unknown for now, but has been flashed. Has to try and get 1 kill, but can't quite land the shots. Dead for 2. Does get Ye down as well. That's actually okay, because Ye will be on 5 out of 6, and they'll get the rifle back anyway.
But at least a couple of kills are found at the end of the round there for the Slimy Boogerman. It was looking pretty bad initially. Maybe for a potential flawless, but there is some assistance from Dev being thrown into the mix. So now we go to the gun round, and with the Slimy Boogerman not having a couple of great rounds behind this, they will do something similar to what they did on Haven, where they're not really full armor nor full weaponry that they want, and including that a number of players, actually, we'll just go ahead and say it, all 5 players have essentially zeroed out their bank accounts, but they're still going to force the operator into the mix early to try to just overwhelm with long-range pressure and instant kills. And how about that? Intox, flash, timing shot, takes down Android.
That's exactly what you need there as well. Yes, you're only playing against mostly SMGs, but consider 2 rifles are brought into this one, including the recovered rifle from the previous round, 1 extra one being brought in. And Ambox, not out of it just yet. They can still have 4 guns between 2 rifles and 2 SMGs. Android goes down, but his rifle will go to Seb, who only had a pistol. Seb will have to eventually go and get it. In fact, he's got a Spectre, so he's okay. And Ambox still have an Empress to play with, still got a bit of time to get 1 more kill through. They do now know that there is an operator alive somewhere. They don't know exactly where Intox is. This Owl drone might spot him out, not too sure if it did. They do want to avoid the operator if possible.
45 to play, and if the spike's position were to lend us the assumption that there was going to be an execute in the near future, it would lean towards B. You're going to get Ye pushing up mid-map. There is a spy cam that's placed. That's for Anbox, so they're going to try to maybe use that to scout in information, maybe find 1 free kill before they hit. The Empress has been popped, but Dev holding the angle. All you need is 1 kill. It's exactly correct. Trick mid-map will fall. But Dev just has to watch this cross. With 15 seconds to play, they have to commit. Dark cover will come through. That'll allow them to cross from left to right. And as they make their way out of the B site, this will be a plant. Lear going to come through. Dev realizing the threat will spam, but he won't find any kills. And now it's going to be a 3v4 where Andbox will be post-plant set up on the site itself.
Ye critically got 1 kill there, though, so he does have a little bit more Empress to play with. That's what they got to rely on. Low HP, by the way, for Instinct, so Slimy Boogerman have to try and work through this one. No more recon available. Recon would be really good for spamming through this boathouse wall if they had it, but not quite now. Ambox, they do lose the Empress 3v4. Couple flashes still available for Slimy Boogerman. That has to be the entry.
Fault line also being spent, but not a push behind this, so they will recover. Dev, though, spamming, finds 1 shot. Now it's down to Intox, trying to make his way onto the site. It's him versus Boy. Not going to come through, but Boy can't get away. Dev, though, the time not favorable. Nope, sure won't. I was going to say, it would be probably within a second or 2, but he'll back away, try to save the weapon, but not quite be able to get out of the range of the spike detonation in time. And with that, Andbox able to take the first 3 rounds.
And Ambox got to be thankful that Slimy Boogerman kind of took a while there. They had the full retake ready to go. All the players were there. But they really took their time to move on in and eventually didn't have time to work with at all. A little bit weird, by the way, also on the Ambox side of things for Ye to hide behind the double box, where that is a very easily spammable box. Everyone spams out on the retake. It's the most common area to get spammed. Usually no one hides behind it because you just die straight away, and well, versus an Odin, you're guaranteed to be dead, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, Dev's just like, that's a free kill. But for Ambox, thankful for a couple of reasons, that despite losing players like that, despite not getting any further kills on the Empress, not enough time because Slimy Boogerman moved too slowly, and Instinct unfortunately just barely misses out on getting a kill top mid.
Well, the double sheriff peaks are what we're looking at here, both through a cubby as well as over the middle of the map. But nothing will really be found here early. Inbox really just need to establish where exactly are the Slimy Boogermen positioned at so that they are not caught off guard. And Dev with the Marshall will find one shot to connect, hoping for some spam shots. Not going to come through, but Instinct will take value of the damage. Hunter's Fury now going to be coming through pretty blindly, and it does pretty well. A couple of even trades through and through as we'll get to a 2v2. But the spike, most importantly, has been dropped mid-map.
The good news here is because it's a 2v2 and the spike is recoverable, will be now in the hands of Boy. Ultimate available from the shadows. You can just TP to the other side of the map, but you need information. You don't want to blind TP just yet. You have to kind of figure out where the defense is at, and now you know. Dev takes down Seb in a 1v2, 20 seconds, and you have to decide. Do you go for A, do you teleport to B?
He's going to try to bait out the plant, hit the door, and then hit the from the shadows to B. Plenty of time for the play, and a weapon advantage here with the Vandal. Just comes down to, has Anderson been able to pick up any of these weapons mid-map? He surely will now. Aldrin's going to come through. Boy wants to challenge beyond this, but doesn't get there quite in time. Paranoia will be held, but saved. As now the Slimy Boogerman with this recon bolt will look to make their move. They know where Boy is positioned. Now Paranoia will connect, but it is still just going to be a pistol challenge. Anderson from behind, though, will get there simultaneously and find 3 kills plus a clutch up here off of an eco. Slimy Boogerman able to get to the board.
Wow, what a situation for Boy. I mean, he gets caught by everything. He gets tagged by the Eldron, gets hit by the recon there. Really just Poach denies any possible play for, rather the other way around. You have Dev denying any possible play for Boy to try and make that 1v2 happen, and you have to look at the situation and say, yeah, the gun advantage was there, but Boy has to at least win one of the 1v1s. Tries to out-timing Dev by running past the Aldron, maybe looking for a kill, but Dev, a little bit too smart there, tags it with the dart, and then instantly gets himself out of the Aldron to try and challenge. At the end of the day, I mean, just doesn't get to use a smoke, doesn't get to use a Paranoia. So much extra utility available from Boy that ends up not being used that round.
Full 5-man stack here for Anbox, who now conversely will have to be forced to be on an eco of their own. Dev holding the same angle he had previously. We'll see a lot of information off of weapons that are peeking, but he only comes away with 1 kill. He was probably going to be hoping for more, and if he watches that back, he probably will think that he could have found more. But at least the 1 is good for now. But again, Anbox are just looking for the plant right now. That's really the big key to making this round even somewhat successful, is get the plant down as fast as possible. Any kills beyond that is essentially icing on the cake, as Trick was able to find 1 to contest the post plant. It's a tricky position, and it doesn't look like Anbox were quite ready for it. Bloodstorm has also been spent. Intox will find value with it, and Dev will finalize yay, but still, the fact of the matter is Anbox got what they came for, which was a spike plant.
Speaking of cakes, those Slimy Boogermen get to have it and eat it too in this sort of case as well, and Anbox will have, I mean, some of the crumbs left over there. The spike plant does come on through. Flawless acquired by Slimy Boogerman is really nice for the economy. As we head into, what is it, round number 6 now, where, you know, a little bit more momentum. The ultimates are coming into play as well, 3 on either side. Some big ones for Slimy Boogerman in terms of the fact that Showstopper plus Rolling Thunder are available. Very big ultimates in that regard. And look at that as well. Operator being given over to Trick, so Trick's got to give that a go for sniping over towards B.
Instinct is holding up the hands for potentially a Rolling Thunder. It is a bit odd to see the operator not fall into the hands of Intox, who has been using it every single time they've had an operator for Slimy Boogerman so far through these 2 maps. But even more important, the fact that he also used the Bladestorm last round, so does still have to get into a Vandal in this next one. But we'll see what they have to offer, as Trick is looking to hold over towards B initially, but it gets shrugged off the angle and may have missed an opportunity to really peek the initial. He'll have to peek the second shell, and the dirt cover will come through to allow him to reestablish an angle. But this is going to be an Anbox hit right down Main Street. 2 players up the mid, and then the run it back is now being spent to get onto the B site completely. Android's going to try to get through, but nobody from the Slimy Boogerman is going to reveal their position whatsoever. But as that was about to come through, Dev does make the shell happen, and he falls. The Showstopper good for 1 more, and Anbox right back on the B site with numbers.
Huge kill coming through from Android. What was that? And even confirms the second member behind the backer side as well. So the teammate Ye can come and get the cleanup, and that's going to be enough kills. Slimy Boogerman now. You have to start thinking this won't be a round that they can really try and win anymore. No more ultimates being played in. The Rolling Thunder was saved. And for Ambox, a successful B take after what seemed like multiple failures on B. I mean, you've had multiple rounds now where Ambox gonna lose to this 1 pixel angle. Every time Dev, who is the Sova player on this B defense, plays this pixel angle way off the back of sight. When I say back of sight here, I mean towards the defender's spawn link. He just sits in that 1 pixel angle and he gets a kill every single time. The way you beat that is by jump peeking it. And for Ambox, I mean, this time they kind of just used as the cover of the smoke to get past, and that works for them as well, using the runner back as well just to force their way into B, and it ends up being pretty good.
Oh, the Aldrone blocks, I think, the initial shot coming out for Intox as Android finds the kill. Wasn't sure if it was a full miss or just the Aldrone playing essentially just the dummy for the entire hit and just soaks up a shot for Android, but still the first blood is well appreciated, and even though Anderson can salvage the operator, the numbers are going to be great for Ambox. And Last Trick can come through and do this. Good opening shots, nearly grabs a second, but Poach, with a little bit of extra patience, will lock down the headshot in the middle of a dicey gunfight, and we'll go 4v3 now.
Let's see if Dev can get anything done. That is a perfect spamming position. That is surely a kill. It is. Ye goes down mid. And that is the power of Sova on Ascent and why you have to play Sova. Dev now back on the pixel angle, gets smoked out immediately. A chance for a free kill. 3v3 though. Rolling Thunder available for the retake. Slimy Boogerman can still feel pretty good about the situation.
Hunter's Fury will tag one. If it could find the kill, it would be incredible for Ambox, but can't quite lock things down. So now in a 3v3, it really just comes down to what do you do and how do you position if you're instinct to try to get this Rolling Thunder off. You know that you're likely going to have somebody sitting over towards B main, so that has to be a consideration.
Possibly 2 players. I mean, if you're Rolling Thunder towards B main right now, Android can get caught as well. Android wants to play aggressively, will swing for 1 or maybe 2. Gets both via the help of Poach. Now this is hard for Dev. What can you get done? You know there's so many players still alive. You're being tagged up. You're revealed by the recon, and now you're down. Ambox get another round, and Boy picks up the final kill to make it 5-2.
Man, I'm just not sure if I agree with how Instinct tried to use that Rolling Thunder. He comes off top mid-platform, just essentially using it mid-air, only sending it over towards the B site. Nobody was looking at B main. Beyond that, though, nobody was even looking at the hallway going behind the boathouse onto the site itself. Everyone was just so focused on trying to spam through the boathouse or potentially make their way down the staircase. The entire left side, prospectively on that defensive retake, was wide open, and that just feels like a bit of a misplay. And with that, Ambox able to take the round and go up 5-2.
They had such a good situation as well. I mean, Dev really allows Slimy Boogerman to keep numbers even 3-3. Gets that nice kill to Ye mid-map. The rest of the retake just kind of falls apart there. And now the gun situation, not great. Dev has a Marshall and his ultimate there, but other than that, just 2 rifles on Trick and Anderson. So that's really what we're playing with. Bit of information through B main. Won't actually see too much. And for once, Ambox actually might try something towards A. We've been playing mostly B, I think, for Ambox. It's not that there've been that many A hits, which is why I think if you're Slimy Boogerman, you're really preparing for this. Look how close they are. Look, there's 2 members on the side.
One will be there, but Intox actually grabs the right click onto Android. That's a weapon down. Good information off the recon bolt, and Intox will still, in the Cloudburst, be able to grab this weapon completely uncontested, still 100 HP. And now a very desperate Hunter's Fury coming out for Dev, of which he's not able to connect with the players that are literally across the entirety of the map, but he does hear information on the player pushing up. Ye's good for 1. But not a second. So now all of a sudden another weapon is down for the Slimy Boogerman to have, and they've got still numbers in a 4v3.
Positioning here as well. Sam, okay, that's a nice kill. Sam will take that one. Trick and Intox, that's what we can do with a couple of picked up guns. And 3v1 situation, Ambox have no time. Boy's out of the picture here. Spike is on the floor. And that ends up being a round picked up by Slimy Boogerman on a very awkward buy. It's a half buy, 2 rifles, 1 Marshall. 2 pistols, and it's enough.
Unbelievable. I mean, how many times have we seen just great eco rounds for really both of these teams so far in these first 2 maps? I think some of them could be probably concluded with maybe missed opportunities for the quote-unquote favored team in those buy rounds, but still the fact of the matter is not a lot of mistakes from the teams that are on ecos so far. They've at least been punishing in some way or another. And so now all of a sudden, you've got essentially an even economy across the board between both teams in a very pivotal 9th round to maybe even determine who walks away the victors of this first half.
I just think that was a really great read coming through from Slimy Boogeyman again.
Agreed,
We haven't had Andbox going towards A very much. The Reddit was possibly going to be towards A 3-stack onto A short. Like, who does it? That's a very rare play. And it ends up giving over guns. It ends up being very effective, and that's all they need. Still a close half for now as we're 8 rounds in, 3 and 5. Just 2 rounds separating the two teams currently. And again, you have a bit more of a stack coming through from the Slimy Boogeyman. You have the 2 from A main. Starting to shift away now as Trick will probably be first contact in B main.
Oh, this has been so much good information here for the Slimy Boogerman. Beautiful follow-up for Trick. But you have to give credit to Dev. He scouted out the Phoenix over towards B main with the Aldrome. The recon bolt finds both. And then Trick just makes use of the paint shells isolation with the 1v1 through B main. Beautiful first kill for the Slimy Boogerman. And even though Andbox were never really designing on going over towards B with the spike, they still would have loved some of the extra pressure. Aftershock trying to stall things out. Intox up top by the tree. Just barely unable to see the player sneaking below him. Paranoia also coming through, but Instinct just spamming will find a kill to the doorway. And even though Android finds a trade, this is still not a safe plant yet. Anderson's up top. Run it back will be spent. He's going to find 1 kill, no problem. Avoids the run it back, able to find a second. Now he knows exactly where he's going to teleport back to. Beautiful play for Anderson. And the Slimy Boogerman will stall the plant completely as they find themselves on 4.
That was beautiful. I mean, gets the initial kill into the planter there. Seb, what a sad day for that particular situation. Speaking of sad, Android goes towards tree, finds absolutely nothing, then TP's right back into the waiting arms of Anderson for a triple there. Beautiful by Slimy Boogerman to continue the streak onwards. 4-5 now. What a half so far. This defense is now starting to really get quite a roll on. And everything just coming up so well for Slimy Boogerman in the past couple rounds.
Pivotal round there as well. Offensively, Andbox starting to consider their economy when they're making these purchase decisions from, really, I won't say here on out, but at least for this round and maybe the next. Trick mid-map barely misses out on information, of which he would have found a lot. There are 4 members here for Andbox that are stacked. Nice bounce pass off the paint shells. The Aldrone will scout him out, but there is a little bit of help here. Instinct is nearby. Empress is going to be popped. Here comes the wide peek from Trick. Not going to find anything with it. Now it's on to Instinct trying to hold out the middle of the map as the Empress is actually falling back towards B main. So even though there's a lot of pressure for Andbox moving forward, the spike is not committing with this yet.
I gotta say, Instinct was nearby, but he actually walked away. Now the challenge comes through. Poach and Boy, they get the 2 required. Seb even wins a duel with the Spectre. So Dev down, and we're down to 1. Anderson, who got so much work done on the previous round, will have to do it all now. 1v5, I don't really think it's possible. He might just go for it anyway to do the damage. And damage will be important here. Andbox don't have great money, so any kill's gonna be good. Has to work against so much pressure. Already getting tagged down. That's number 1 onto Android. Can we see any more?
He recognizes the potential threat coming from the doors, but Ye holding the angle, gets there just a touch first. And how about the play from Andbox? I mean, you called out Instinct kind of falling backwards as he already spent the fault line and a couple of flashes, but he's not there to help out for even a trade-off of Trick. And because he gives up that angle, that's just free ground for Andbox to eventually turn 1 kill into 3.
If he stays, he would have been able to trade off Trick for sure, 100%. Yeah. He was in the perfect position to play off Trick. I thought they said it was great. And then he, for some reason, falls off back into glass, back into garden, back, towards A. And in that brief moment where he walks away, he looks away, Trick dies, and there's no chance for Instinct to do anything.
Intox. Potential first blood peak. Paranoia comes out, nearly connects with Intox, but no damage will be dealt really anywhere, although Anderson was trying to sneak over through a cubby, and with that, that'll be Seb with the kill, plus now the neural theft. Intox is going to be in a very vulnerable position as he's going to be completely naded out and mollied out as the hot hands will come through, dealing a significant amount of damage. Instinct can't respond to Seb, who is still playing through tree. Now Andbox, once again, freely onto a site. Trick has to go massive, can only find 1. And it's Dev for a 1v4. He's about to be challenged from the backside of Garden as well, as Seb is still rotating around him, and it seems like Andbox know exactly where Dev is.
Dev can't walk away from this one anymore. Has to try and go for it. Not the best weapon for the retake, but it's working so far. 2 kills, 2 more alive, but the time is working against him. Would have to rapidly find the next one. Can't do so. Seb on the backside in heaven. Didn't expect that flank to come on through. And Dev with the Odin, unsuccessful. Odin's on the ground as well. As we heard from the announcer, final round and a half now for the Slimy Boogeyman to try and at least get a 5 and 7. We saw a very similar situation on Haven, albeit the other way around. It was Ambox looking for the 5. And Slimy Boogeyman do not want to go in the second half, only 4 and 8.
Not the worst full purchase here, though, for the Slimy Boogerman. You're really just looking at Intox, but again, he's got the Bladestorm. That was the play the entire time. So you're really only looking at 2 light armors and the 1 Guardian. This is still doable for the Slimy Boogerman, especially if Intox can find something cheeky to the middle of the map. Shades of Baby Bay here as he tries to make the same play happen, but the kills just aren't here. A couple of trades back and forth. We've got ourselves a double showstopper, though, from Trick, but even still, this is not convincing enough. It's got to be on Trick to find the last 2. Both members are tagged up heavily,
HP.
while Trick is at full HP. So a 1v2 from here on out, but a beautiful peek from Ye will find the kill. Trick was blinded up by the Leer, and that will be Envox securing things off of a very dicey opening.
Oh, you got to feel bad for Trick there because it was so winnable. The low HP from the rest of Ambox, I mean, a couple of shots away. I'm sure one of them was even 1 shot away. Ye was maybe a couple of shots. He was on 50 HP. And Slimy Boogerman, very close situation. Heads up to make an aggressive play over towards the B lobby side of things. Double kill from Trick on the showstopper, gets the ball rolling. But the final 1v2 just a little bit too difficult. So 5 to 7, not secured. 4 and 8 ends up being the scoreline. A nice first half, a very well played first half by Ambox as expected on attempt to get a 4-round lead.
Wow. Key pistol coming forward here for Slimy Boogerman. They would love to find a way to get into the mix here and potentially be in a position to where they could reduce this deficit early in this offense. We really don't want to fall down economically early here. And if you lose the first 3 rounds, the game might just be over. So not necessarily a required pistol win, but you would love to have it. Beautiful peek from Anderson. He finds the first. This is going to be the Slimy Boogerman again on the A, but without the spike. It's going to be here a little bit late. So Andbox will recognize the threat and be able to get here to try to contest this a little bit earlier than you might anticipate.
And if Ye gets 1 kill there, he dismisses away, so we'll go down. Ambox now 4 to 5. Spike has been planted, and the full take have to come into effect with 1 less, and you have to deal with the flank as well. The flank has been caught. There's a bit of action towards that side of the game. Seb, I don't know that he got that kill, and he certainly did a lot of damage, has been traded. Here comes that paranoia.
Now it's down to Trick to see what he can do to hold things off. He does find 1, the shock dart another, and Anderson able to clean up the final 2 kills. Beautiful positions. Great help once again from Dev. Give credit to Trick for even finding the first kill. It's really all that was required of him. And he does brilliantly to find the pick and still find some information after he fell. So the pistol does come through successfully for this Boogerman. And now all of a sudden, as Andbox will not really be in a spot where they can fully be able to full purchase, as I think our colors are a bit backwards currently. There we go. Now they've evened out. This will be a big advantage here for Slimy Boogerman to get their way in to make it a 6-8 total.
Early action over towards the tree side of things on short. Trick doesn't expect the second player to be there, and Slimy Boogerman are playing this one very quickly. 1 still alive over towards short, taken down now. As Instinct versus Android. 2 alive from Ambox. Not expecting too much here, Shift, I don't think, on this particular retake. I mean, it was an eco anyway. For Slimy Boogerman, they do lose Trick, but otherwise 4 alive should be pretty healthy.
Oh, and you might as well say that Trick got 2 kills right there. The Boombot was a tough call, but he gets it out, and it gets down Android to a single tier of HP. So now Andbox, with a little bit of shopping that's allowed for them, they'll pick up a couple of pistol upgrades. But
the judge is gone.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to play for exits here. And Anderson, if he's not careful, could fall. But he does read this correctly, and now all of a sudden it's just jumping right clicks. And, well, you can see how that fight's going.
Oh, there it is. Seb picked up the judge, and we'll try and get out alive with that one, I assume. I'll just take a couple of extra jumps to see if you can maybe get a left click in there. It's going to make the buy a little bit awkward. Like, who's supposed to take the judge this particular round? I mean, I guess you really want to have... I mean, Ambox are defending, by the way, and you'd want it on somebody that can just hide around a corner. Let's take a look at the buy on the other end, though, for Slimy Boogerman. It's a little bit sloppy outside of the fact that there is going to be Anderson holding up the Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, again, you didn't have a lot fall that last round, so you're fine holding on to what you had in the last. And if you can find a way again to try to punish Andbox with a couple of repurchases, if not even get a spike plant of your own, you're going to think that this round is still successful, even though you are still down 2. Economically, it puts you in a great spot to try to build up for this offensive half. Aldrone sent offensively to the middle of the map. Won't see too much. Flashpoint gonna come through, and Slime Opener are gonna try to test Stead. The judge will come through for one. Good help from Poach for a second. Stead able to find the third, and this has gone completely wrong for the Slimy Boogerman.
There it is, the aggressive play we're looking for there. Someone posting up really close by, and I think if you are Slimy Boogerman, you have to expect that it could have been the case. You gave them a judge, you knew that was saved over. 2 players now alive to think about what they can do. Anderson will most likely save this rifle over. Wouldn't want to give that one away for free. I think if you are Dev, though, you can probably play this one. There's not much else to go for here. They can't recover the only gun they could have picked up over towards B, which would have been the judge anyway, so not ideal. And not a lot of time either. So 2v4, basically unwinnable. Anderson probably wants to stay alive.
30 seconds left.
Well, if they can find this pick on the boy off of the initial peek, it'll give him a good look. Especially if they could do it cleanly, but Boy will read the intel. Paranoia will come through, spam shots, and the shock dart will not be good enough for a kill, but Boy makes the correct call. Even though he can't find any kills, he just stays alive. Yay from on top of the site will clean things up. And yeah, the only real win condition there for Slimy Boogerman were to find a free kill on the Boy, which, let's be honest, it was never going to be free, but if they could have done it convincingly, maybe there was a look at getting a post-plant setup where they could contest the 2v2 at the end, but not the case here. And Andbox will mitigate a lot of damage losses. They don't really force out too many repurchases, and they don't allow Slimy Boogerman to get a plant off.
The post-plant would have to be offside as well, which wouldn't be really possible because of the time remaining. So you would have had Andbox coming in very quickly for the retake, and Slimy Boogerman would have to be forced to play the rest of the post-plant on site. Not ideal. This particular round, though, that's what Trick can do. A lot of util being spent early. That's a dive in by Intox, but instantly punished.
Flashpoint also going to go overhead, so Poaches might have an opportunity for a second. But Seb is there to respond. One more flash coming through. The spam shots are good, but Android, who is nearby, also taken down. So Instinct will get the spike off. It's a 1v2 that's still winnable for him.
He's got ult.
Could potentially use it. I think he sees both players. There comes the call. That will knock up one, but not a second. Ye's able to sidestep away, find the kill, and now Andbox will be up 10-6. And the Slimy Boogerman, they're going to be at a must-win round coming up here in the next.
That's really rough to see. I think Instinct really had that round in the bag. I mean, you just had to make sure Ye was caught as well, so just kind of not well aimed. I don't know that he had information on where Ye was, if he knew they were both coming from stairs. I mean, it's a tough one to call because I think maybe he's thinking Ye's coming from the other side or onto the lane. But if he catches Ye in that Rolling Thunder with Boy, that's a guaranteed win. I mean, you swing on Ye, he dies, Boy can't really trade either, and then you play for time, or you just continue swinging on a Boy, and it's pretty simple from there on. But Slimy Boogerman, they are going to let a round slip away from them, and this current buy is not going to be good at all. They have a Marshal, 3 Sheriffs, just the 1 Vandal on Intox.
Mid-map. Free first kill. Dismisses. No punish, but Intox will slip through. A 1-for-1 trade wouldn't be terrible, but Ye will back away to try to maybe stall any potential of that happening. And he will get out safely just in the time. You heard a couple of Vandal shots come through behind that play. Marshall shots now being spammed. Android going to use the whole kit and caboodle here as a curveball, hot hands, and the blaze ball will be spent. So a lot of utility drained out of the Phoenix at A, and it looks like Slimy Boogerman with the Hunter's Fury will maybe try to approach towards this A side to see what they can find.
There are 3 here, though, and Boy now revealing his position will get the kill to Intox. It's going to be One player down nice and early. 4 versus now just the 1. I don't think this is going to be enough there with only a Marshall. Hunter's Fury is a bit of an afterthought now. Won't be able to use that one at all. Can't quite finish the kill on the boy, and the flash into a kill secures it for Andbox, who are now up by 11-6.
Yeah, their defense looking very good here in the last 3, but again, you take a look at what this team has done. Their defensive half has actually been their weaker half as a team statistically. It's been their offensive half that's been the most successful for them in the past. Which, to be fair, their offense was very successful for them. But they're looking really complete here, and now Slimy Boogerman will be able to purchase. And, well, this is one of those that you have to find a way to take, but Andbox is still here with an operator and a number of ultimates to help kind of match up against this pressure that they're going to be getting.
Here comes a lot of ultimates, so everyone's dashing in right now. We have Showstopper being used. Him will drop his down on the floor. That's actually a really nice kill.
And Andbox, they will get away, favoring the trades. Flashpoint will come out. Seb will be dealt with, but again, there's just so much help here defensively. Android will be good for the final 2. But all of the early ultimates, Slimy Boogerman were just trying to hope they could catch Andbox off guard. Little did they know that they ran right into the teeth of the defense, and Andbox didn't even budge an inch.
Ice in the veins right now. Andbox looking nice and chill as we're 1 away from going to Icebox.
Yep, good work.
13-6, the possible score line here. And Slimy Boogerman have quite a mountain to climb to avoid that freezing chills of that last map, and this has not been going well so far. We really did feel like this was Andbox favored, but I don't know if it was going to be this favored.
I was kind of hoping. I was waiting to see how far you were going to stretch the Icebox wordplay there, Avril. It was very well put together, though.
Start to run out here.
I get it. You're from New Zealand. Not a lot of ice where you come from, I imagine. Anderson able to find first blood on the way through for a potential A hit. Not committed to as of yet, though, and as a lot of damage has been traded, they could still consider pushing away, but now the Cloudburst Tailwind push through will be there. Boy, not able to stay alive from the top side of the boxes. Yay misses a shot, and hold on a second. You've got the Slimy Boogerman now with a couple of weapon upgrades with them, and even though Android finds the kill, he's forced away, and the spike is down.
This is a good situation for Slimy Boogerman. This could be a bit of a chance to at least grab one more round back. Android has a big job to do. I don't think it'll be really doable here. They can spam through all directions. Poach on the Odin as well. An expensive gun. Do you want to try something? Exits could be in the works here. I think exits would be appropriate as well, depending on which way Slimy Boogerman want to walk away from the site. And, well, they'll walk away from the site with an extra kill.
Okay, well, this is a good round here from the Slimy Boogerman. That's going to be 4 weapons that they can carry into the next round, including an operator. And even though Andbox will be able to fully purchase for this round, plus likely another, considering some of the banks that are being used here, it's still an opportunity that's starting to brew here for the Slimy Boogerman. So, win condition coming forward, you really feel like you got to get an opening pick with this operator just to really put the pressure on Andbox and maybe spend some of these ultimates earlier than they like.
I still think Andbox right now are in a position to kind of close that door. They would have to really kind of plenty ultimates, like you said. Slimy Boogerman look like they want to speed up a little bit, at least from the trick side of things. Does force out an early Hunter's Fury. That's a nice catch. Doesn't get a kill. It does trick down, so that's 5v4 now.
Yeah, reads the blast pack boost there a little bit too, as Trick was making his way vertically. Bladestorm will be popped. Anderson will watch the doors close in front of him. He's going to have Android to his right. And does he hear any information off the footsteps? Android is making a considerable amount of noise, and as Intox actually finds a kill into the A site, now Anderson can stop the defensive rotations, and he finds Poach. So Andbox, their defensive hopes rely on Android and Yay on the site itself at A, but how about this? The Slimy Boogerman are considering backing away.
Boogerman now get to have B for free. If they've read this correctly, they know that no one's on B. Rushing straight in there. Andbox have popped the Empress as well. They're going to take the long way around. Possible contact in mid. Oh, here it is for Dean Anderson onto Yay. That's a free kill. 3 in the round now. Empress shut down. Not a lot of bullets. Has to TP away. Will barely get there. And now you just got to run. You got to play for the time. And Slimy Boogerman should be able to confirm the round.
This is all gone to plan for the Slimy Boogerman. Fault line will also connect onto Android. That'll stall things even a little bit further than it was already. And Android, again, the money was okay for Andbox, but with them only finding a couple of kills, it might not be nearly as healthy as they'd like, but a couple of kills from Android. Running out of time, otherwise maybe he considers giving that a go with the run it back, the hot hands, and the blaze ball to self-sustain himself, but the clock, his biggest opponent right now, and he will just try to back away, save the rifle, and have a couple extra 100 credits to maybe potentially spend the next round.
And both players alive here doing the handshake, not going to challenge each other here. The blaze will even put up for respect to make sure that on 10 HP, Android recovers an operator, puts that one into the hands of Ye once more. And well played by Anderson. What a great position to be in to collect the kill into Ye. Waste a lot of time for Android as well and make sure that the 2v3 isn't possible. Slimy Boogerman are certainly not out of trouble just yet though. You still have a buy coming through from Andbox. You still have 4 more rounds before an OT has arrived. And those 4 rounds might be quite difficult to get. That's going to be quite a challenge indeed.
Well, you take this one. If you do it convincingly, you're likely going to get to 10. But you'd have to do that twice over to tie this thing up in overtime on 12-12. So, yeah, a lot of work to be done. But you do have a Rolling Thunder for this round. From the Shadow's going to be used early over towards A. And Anderson is going to stick this. The recon bolt will reveal his position. Hell of a shot there from Ye as he backs through. Run it back for Android is good for a first and a second. Ye able to come back for the repeat. Just down to Intox. Dismiss will be spent. From the Shadows, likely behind him it is. It's over towards Wine, and no chance there for Intox to get anything going. And it will be a map 3 icebox to determine who moves on into the playoffs immediately and who will still have to fight for their life in a decider matchup to come later.
A couple of consolation rounds right towards the end there, even though you hit Andbox on map point, but 8-4 lead is what we walked into that second half with, and you know, it does make the difference. I honestly think that 8-4 versus like 7-5, it feels massive.
Absolutely.
It feels like a huge difference for some reason, even though it's just a 1 round extra. But it's enough as we, you know, get a decent advantage for Andbox going into that second half. So I mean, Boogerman need to get a lot done. They get the first 2 rounds, which helps things out. But the streak of 4 for Andbox after that gun round 3 works out for them is, I think that's the nail in the coffin there. From that point onwards, it requires a lot of rounds in a row from Slimy Boogerman to even have a chance. And unfortunately, the chance isn't going to be there on Ascent, but will be there on Icebox.
It's going to be interesting. Throw all the statistics away. It'll be our first true look for both of these squads, at least from our perspective, on what Icebox will mean. Will it mean different agents? How does the map really function? A lot to be learned. And we've got 2 great teams to take us through the Icebox school here as we get ready to go for map number 3. That's, again, Avril on my hold shift. We'll be back with you guys for map 3 between Andbox and the Slimy Boogerman on Icebox right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. On my hold shift with me, Avril, as we're jumping into map number 3. It'll be Icebox between Anbox and the Slimy Boogerman here to determine who secures a spot into the playoffs out of this group and who will still have to play for their life in a decider matchup, which will be coming up technically after this match has concluded. Avril, this will be our first good, true look as our casting pair here, looking over the action at Icebox. Again, a very dicey map, a lot of close corners over through one of the bomb sites where the other has a lot of verticality, pretty much really throughout the entire to that, a lot of verticality to come through. And you had mentioned something interesting that I wanted to bring back up, the fact that some of the teams have actually opted to try to play the Viper on a map like this to try to bring them into the action, maybe cut off some of those angles.
Yeah, I think that was pancakes on Equinox. I don't know that there's going to be like a meta thing just yet. I think
Sure.
what I believe is going to be meta on this map is Jet and Omen for sure. Possibly Raze. Trick has been playing Raze the entire time that we've seen him, so why not bring it back for a map like this? You mentioned the verticality already. Verticality is going to be the name of Icebox for sure. Getting around the different angles, getting on the high areas, on the containers. A has got plenty of verticality as well. I think Omen's going to be the most important character in this particular map. So whoever the Omen plays, we're looking at Boy, we're looking at Anderson. Those are my two plays to look out for sure, because Omen getting into tricky places and tricky locations that are difficult to read, that's going to be the most important thing here, because Omen's being able to flank and being able to play off angles, I think, is what's going to win you games. And Jets are obviously going to be able to do that as well, but it's going to be a little bit more easy to read, or you're going to be able to see it or hear it. Jet's AWPing as well is going to be important. You're going to use the operator mainly towards the mid. The mid part of the map is going to be quite important, especially for B. Mid to B is a very important thing. Honestly, I'm both nervous and excited for this map. I don't know if I'm really looking forward to it or whether I'm extremely kind of nerve-wracked by it, but I think it's time to just kind of rip that band-aid off, because Icebox is here, and eventually we're going to have to play it, eventually we're going to have to cast it, and I'm happy to finally see it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun time, I think, overall. Again, expectations. We'll throw our speculations and opinions out, but let's be honest. This is, again, early days on what we might come to know as far as what Icebox will provide for us as we get ready for that First Strike regional final across the global regions, in which I imagine we'll be seeing a lot more of that as the teams get more familiar with it. But speaking of other things, again, this is just one of our matchups that we have going on right now. 8 different groups. And we have some results that are starting to kind of build themselves up. We talked about how Equinox, at least in my mind, really needed to get through their group cleanly. They had a little bit of a tough time versus Dreamland. They went to overtime, still won their best of 1, and then they took down the Serenity squad 2-0 as they will qualify for the playoffs, sending Serenity down to the lower bracket where they'll have to play up against either Dreamland or Prospects. And how about this for other interesting news? I was surprised to announce that NRG had lost to Trade Like Pros Gold. They're down 1 map to Spot Up going into map 2 currently in the elimination matchup. So NRG, who were, I think, a lot of people's big favorites to get through their group at least, if not be a major contender for the tournament, might not win a series this tournament, which would be interesting.
Yeah, you just said it. A favorite to get through the groups. They were one of my favorites for the whole tournament, not just the groups.
Yeah.
Here. They were, in my opinion, looking on paper, probably like top 2, just on paper here in theory. But right now, I mean, you kind of have to rewrite the script onto that one, because it's not looking great for NRG so far. I think their group is quite challenging. That's certainly true, but even in a challenging group, the reason it's challenging should be because of them. They are the reason that Group B should be a challenge. If you are Spot Up and Sheba, you should be the ones kind of thinking, oh, damn, one of us might miss out because, well, NRG's in this group and only one of us between Spot Up and Sheba can make it through with NRG. But now there's a real shot where both Spot Up and Sheba make it out, and NRG are the ones that don't make it. So that would be quite interesting, and that's not to even discount Trade Like Pros Gold, who are technically in that upper bracket right now. I don't know if they're going to beat Sheba in a best of 3. Sheba up 1 so far, but I mean, to have NRG down this early and possibly eliminated without winning a single game, man, that would be rough for NRG.
Yeah, it'd be very, very surprising. Then for this matchup specifically, again, we mentioned the winner qualifies for the playoffs. The loser will have to play up against Take Flight, who in their own right are also a very tough team, including in their first best of 1 versus the Slimy Boogerman. they only dropped that map 10-13 and had a nice 2-0 versus last round save in the elimination matchup. So a lot of things still to come forward, but just because some of the big name hitters aren't in this tournament doesn't mean you should be paying any less attention to it, because there are a lot of squads that were right on the cusp of being in those close qualifiers, or even surprising teams in those close qualifiers that just barely missed out on the First Strike regional finals, that are still looking for a chance to prove themselves and improve individually and collectively as we get ready to go for the 2021 Champions Tour that we have coming up. So yeah, this is a very dicey time, and favorites, I would still say, are kind of hard to really kind of put a finger on any specific team and say that, oh, for sure this team is going to win, because in the last month we have seen things that we never in a million years would have expected before that, and there's still much of the same still waiting in the wings here for us, not just for this monthly tournament, but also for the winter finals that will be coming up here at Nerd Street right before the end of the year.
Absolutely. I think, we'll see how things go for the rest of the year. So I believe there will be some other tournaments hosted by other, organizations out there. But as far as this goes, I mean, this is one of the last few major ones on the board. So this is the kind of one, definitely the last one before we get to the first strike main event and our first proper preview of what we can expect maybe in the first strike main event as well, which is kind of why it's exciting to see Ambox being, rather Ambox on Icebox. That'll be an interesting one to navigate through this map. But Icebox being played through nice and early, so that's something that we can look forward to. But I think the last chance for teams to really pocket some money and get some titles in before the end of the year.
It'll be interesting as we're just waiting for our lobby to start up again. I think a lot of our anxiety is built not just to see how the map is played, but what are going to be the potential agent considerations across the board for some of these squads. As it looks like, taking a look at how Equinox has played so far, they have been preferring to play through Icebox. So maybe kind of leading towards what we were talking about at the top of the show, which was there might be teams that are out there that are coming with the intention that Icebox will be our map pick for this tournament, trying to maybe catch some teams off guard, or just be essentially one of those things that if you're there early and you're doing it first, you're doing it best first, it could lead towards potential success. I mean, heck, it's one of those things that even Split, when it was a map that was favored only by a couple of teams, Ambox found a lot of favor kind of building their name and reputation in their run through the Renegades Invitational off that map specifically. They looked great on it right before we got into the First Strike qualifying series, and even since that point, you're looking at an Ambox team that still loves to play Split. They're 4-0 on the map overall since they played through the open qualifiers. So that could be another kind of one-trick pony, when it comes down to if you're really good at Icebox, and there's not a lot of teams that are getting super familiar with it, it could be your breadwinner home.
I mean, let's put some context on that one, because Slimy Boogerman were the ones that picked this map, so it could be their map. It could be the fact that they're picking this one means the preparation has to be there. We only had, what was the bad map again? It was Bind, so Split was available. And sure, maybe there's two considerations here. One is maybe you want to dodge Split and you don't want to play that one against Ambox. The other one is you probably know what you're doing on Icebox, or you at least feel like you have a better idea what you're doing on Icebox than playing Split versus Ambox. So if you ask Slimy Boogerman, essentially what it boils down to is you feel like you got a better chance of beating Ambox on this map than on Split. And so that says a lot already. That says something. And I will be very much looking towards the Slimy Boogerman side of things to see if they have something prepared there. I did mention, by the way, that Dev so far in this tournament has at least played the Sky once on Bind. We'll be seeing if that comes through again. Indeed, it does. Dev on both Sky, on Icebox, and Seb coming through with the Killjoy, Poach on the Viper. So all of the really niche picks are coming on through.
And the interesting thing is just the motion away from the Sova for both squads is, I mean, it's not to be, I would say, unexpected, because again, there are so many tight hallways that recon darts can be avoided very quickly, as we'll start to get our first look at what exactly Dev wants to do. Again, using this opening ability just as the Trailblazer comes out, almost like an owl drone, just to try to scout out what's around yellow. And it's going to be Slimy Boogerman immediately going over to B. Spike will try to be coming down. Seb, though, with Nanostorm through. Ye's also going to get there. And the Nanostorm actually finds a significant amount of damage. So there is an opportunity for the Slimy Boogerman as they get the plant down. It's going to be Ambox with the opportunity, really, for the defense here to come on through to potentially get a retake with clean numbers.
Oxygen screen comes out as well, but everyone's in front of that one so far. Ye gets a triple. Anderson on the very long flag now, really trying to make a lot of noise, and the game's over. I mean, the round is done. Anderson is in the middle of nowhere right now, despite, thinking there's maybe a bit of time to play with there. And you can start to see how maybe the Viper can be utilized on this map. It just kind of cuts off quite a decent chunk of the map itself as well. And a very aggressive playthrough from Slimy Boogerman into what I consider to be B main. And I guess it is B main. It's technically B main because otherwise you'd be going through mid to B. This time around, let's see if anything changes here in terms of the overall setup. Ye is going to be playing B again. Very, I would say, well utilized for a Jet player just to be jumping around the different crates and the different containers.
It's going to be really interesting, I think, just to see how Dev tries to utilize the different aspects of Sky's kit. I mean, the regrowth, obviously, is something that I think a lot of people may have raised an eyebrow at after Sage had gotten her heal nerfed to the ground, essentially. But, you know, the regrowth is something that you see the ability to heal all allies within a certain range that you're thinking is being like, damn, if you get a reset off and you can get a massive heal, that could be the difference between one game and the other. As Dev will send out one more guiding light, try to get the Hawk to find some information. Not going to really catch too much mid-map. And with that, they'll once again go back over to B, in which Ye is here waiting for them this time.
Ye can get so much information, by the way. Playing the Jet over towards this side of the map. He's behind yellow container right now. And there's so many angles to look for. Instinct down over towards A. So, has to be something B now. Ye here's everything. That's a nice kill onto the spike carry. And now we're going to start to see the kills come on through for Ambox to get the cleanup happening. Slimy Boogerman can only return one.
Anderson trying to escape from the top ropes will not be able to get all the way down to the lower ground as Poach finds the kill. So now it's just down to Dev. Does have one guiding light available, but the problem here is how you get away from backside yellow. He actually connects onto a headshot, but it was so far away that doesn't confirm the kill. Sure, a bit of frustration there, but it doesn't make too much of a difference in the scheme of things because he would have been hard-pressed to find a second nor a third or a fourth kill beyond that.
So now this is where I'm interested to see where Ye wants to snipe with this operator. Does he go towards mid? Does he stay B? The interesting thing about this map defensively so far, from what I gather, from what I've heard, is that A is typically the more difficult site to try and hold, so teams will like to play a few extra members there if possible, and B is usually a little bit lighter in terms of the defense, so maybe only one member is going to be there. This time around, Poach for the early setup in terms of a bit of utility from the Viper, and it will be, I believe, Ye sniping mid.
Poach is actually going to play this aggressive angle right underneath, and he's going to find great timing. Good use of the Toxic Cloud here, just to get him into a solid spot, and now he's even going to be able to salvage up a weapon. This has been very valuable for Andbox defensively early, as they have a 5v4 and an extra weapon to play with.
I think Trick has found a lot of info there. You can see Trick on the ramparts is just seeing that most of the side is clear. They don't know where Boy is. I lie, Instinct knows exactly where Boy is, just sees the head. And now the rotations have to come on in. Here comes the rest of the members. A lot of Hawks being thrown in there via the guiding lights. Slimy Boogerman should be looking towards A, but they're getting cold feet.
And Android finding an extra kill will really reiterate that point that this is a no entrance area. And now Seb mid-map. There are cloudbursts middle, but they don't dissipate in time for him to find at least the first kill. Spam shot's decent. Backing away from the fight is Intox, and lucky to be alive, I would say, beyond that is Intox, as you're going to get a hit now up into mid-kitchen. And as Dev tries to lead the way, this is an opportunity again for Seb to rotate behind this, but these are not favorable fights, and he'll give up the angle.
Oh, advance. What a shot from Seb. That's the kill we're looking for now. Seb for another, and this should be the round over. One alive right now, and I don't believe there's going to be that much time to work with. Plant can't come through for Intox, and it will get cleaned up, and it comes down to the turret. I believe the turret saw the rotation into kitchen. If it wasn't for that, that could have been a much better round for Slimy Boogerman. So, starting to really see how the utility coming through from a Sentinel is working out for Andbox, and Slimy Boogerman are a team that have so far not played a Sentinel at all. They've not played Cypher or Killjoy on any of the other maps that we've seen so far. Certainly not on this map, and well, the Killjoy being able to cover locations and just cover the extra flanks, especially on the defense, where consider that this map is very hard to cover defensively. There's just so many areas. The turret and the alarm bot can do so much.
Double marshals coming out here for the offense, and Dev actually makes use of it. You also have Trick, who's also on a marshal, but that first pick for Slimy Boogerman is over towards the A site. That'll make things a 4v4, as they had previously already lost Instinct. But the defense will have to be a little bit stretched here. The only problem is the fact that you've got Ye pushed up towards yellow again. He's actually on top of it completely. And you've got Anderson who's snuck through. He'll find a kill and a weapon upgrade. And now Anbox, they're going to be completely isolated away from Ye, who essentially just has to play his life, not knowing where he's going to be challenged from next.
And Seb loses all the utils. The turret is offline now as well. A little bit surprised that Div hasn't healed yet, considering the regrowth is, fully charged. He's on 1 HP. It will be a full heal. But this is what I'm talking about right now. It's the Omen players. Does Ye spot this one out? Certainly not. Anderson for another freebie. And Anderson is doing so much work again. Anderson only walked into this one with the Sheriff. He's got so much extra to work with now. Trick as well. Free shot over towards the Viper approach. And for Anbox, not a lot of members alive right now. It's just Boy and Poach, and as we head towards the 22nd mark, should be a plant onto B, and Anbox are not on B.
Yeah, plenty of a zone here as well, with Trick pushing forward. With that shot onto Poach, you really have to consider what do you want to do here for Anbox, because you really don't want to give away any more weapons, and you know that you've already given away a couple. So it's not just the fact that you're thinking this is a 2v4 in which Slimy Boogerman are eco. This is a 2v4, and there are at least 2 rifles that are in the hands of these members of the Slimy Boogerman. So with that in mind, it looks like they will try to save and maybe play for some over-aggressive push-throughs off the exits, but this round will likely come to a conclusion with really not much else to follow.
And just remember what Anderson does, by the way. I'll just harp on a little bit more about him, because this is the Omen play I'm talking about. He is just so sneaky. Omen can get into such interesting places on this map that you can't account for. Also bypassing utility. I mean, you can smoke over the turrets, you can teleport past them as well. We'll see a few more kills towards the end. Overall, despite the couple of consolation kills that Anbox will get, will be Slimy Boogerman 1 round, then a nice challenge from Imtox. Unsuccessful onto Boy, but that round was won by Anderson on the big flank. Kills Seb almost immediately, disables all the utility, gets a gun, kills Ye as well, completely undetected. Metal Gear Solid.
It's more important, I think, really, than it might be considered the fact that Anbox do win those gunfights at the end, because their money is not great. If they drop any of those ARs, they're going to be at a steep disadvantage arsenal-wise coming into this 5th round. Whereas the Slimy Boogerman, they pick up free weapons. If they lose them, yeah, you have to buy them up again, but you had the money in the first place to do that. Trailblazer is going to be sent through initially. Good information for Ye off of the jumping Anderson who's coming in, but there's just so many angles, and Dev finds a free kill. Boy is able to respond to 1, but as the only player inside the Ye site, has to toss out the paranoia and wait for reinforcements.
I'm not too sure what Ye was doing there. Doesn't respect the Trailblazer. Would have surely been seen towards the end. 4v3 situation. Viper's pick got placed all the way towards B main. It's going to be the retake the long way from Poach. He will have a big flank to work with, but in this post-plant now, like you said, so many angles, that is going to be opposite in effectiveness now for this retake, because how are you supposed to clear Slimy Boogerman? In fact, you're really not going to be able to. Android's already out of here. Wants no part of it. And for Anbox as well, I think Poach for some exits would be the best that you can possibly hope for now. As even the regrowth being put into that one just to make sure that no more players will likely go down. Poach has to really get lucky. He might be able to get one player freebie, but I don't know anyone else from Slimy Boogerman will try and challenge.
But they might have to, because the exit through into the defensive spawn isn't going to be a great one. And Poach is able to find a second kill. One more around the corner. There's number 3 and number 4. Unbelievable shots from Poach. There was really no chance there. Slimy had to back out towards Poach, and he absolutely punishes. Does lose his weapon at the very end, but the 4 kills are really good news for Anbox overall, as Slimy Boogerman will still have to force buy all of those repurchases, in which 2 members are completely zeroed out.
I think Slimy Boogerman were maybe a little bit unsure about where Android was. They were maybe considering that, okay, well, if Poach is on the big flank over towards our side of the spawn, then Android is probably towards the defender spawn. So either way, we're walking into somebody, and that's their assumption, which is why they decide they'd rather challenge into Poach, because they know where he is, rather than challenge into Android that they don't know. What they absolutely didn't know is that Android was very far away. Look at this, though. Ye going very aggressive.
Doesn't quite find as much as maybe they were hoping for, though. And now with that, Slimy Boogerman are fully stacked with the Empress in play. The spam shots are good on the Seb. That right on top of the B site. That's a lot of utility that Anbox are relying on to hold off this push that is completely negated. Nice cap shot here for Intox, and he had an angle on the Poach. Even though Boy finds a kill mid-map, this is still going to be a really hard-pressed retake for Anbox.
I think Seb might have been spotted by the Seeker there, which just kind of reveals all the positioning in a way. That's going to be the Sky ultimate being popped out. There's a retake now, 3 versus 4, still plenty of utility. And I believe it's an open plant as well. It's going to be 1 coming through from Boy. Android will pick up a second as well. And now suddenly things are a lot more workable for Airbox. 2 versus 1. Instinct had to try and get it done. Open plant not quite going to be good enough as Instinct can't quite stop the defuse. Boy's going to get this one, and Airbox will pick up number 4.
That is a brilliant retake for Airbox, and the kill mid-map from Boy essentially denies any opportunity for the Slimy Boogeyman to pull off any sort of a lurking play, which is what they were really hoping for, to try to cut off that rotation from A to B. And once that is out the window, everything has to be won from in front of you, and the utility placement was just not good enough. Initially, when you get that opening kill onto Seb, you're happy about that if you're Slimy Boogeyman, and you're pretty upset about that if you're Airbox, because they were the only one that you were really trusted to hold on to the B site completely. So the fact that he could spam through the bottom side of the B site is terrible news. But even still, the retake, incredible for Airbox as they find themselves on 4-2, and they force Slimy Boogeyman onto a save.
So Poach is going to be the only one really looking towards B. It's mostly going to be a stack over towards A and mid. Lots of utility being placed over towards A. You can see the turret and all the nano swarms as well. So far, look at that. Seb tries to spam through mid, but as soon as he walks away, that's going to give opportunity for Anderson to strike. Boy's close by as well. Boy can hear everything, and Seb gets a free kill.
His lines are being heard. Leers are being tossed out. Boy getting aggressive, finds one, saw the head of another. He'll get a second chance. Android also in the mix. And Intox has got absolutely nowhere to go. He will pick up a Sheriff, but it's only got 2 shots. There they both go, and Seb will capitalize. Airbox, I won't lie, they're looking really solid defensively. They really haven't given up too much ground at A, outside of the one round where the Trailblazer came through and Dev found a lot of information and the kills were quick to follow for the Slimy Boogeyman. But outside of that, Airbox has looked great in the retake, and they've looked even better beyond that, just initially holding these sites off.
Remember, one of those 2 wins coming through from Slimy Boogeyman, I believe it was the second one on round 5. Everyone died because he had Poach just clean up everyone. He got a 4K on the exit, so even one of the rounds that Slimy Boogeyman win, they have to only win that one with full death, sadly. So, not ideal. A big push from Slimy Boogeyman now on towards A. So far, it's just going to be Android here with all of the Killjoy utility back up. Trick coming in.
What?
To kill, though.
I thought for sure he had someone completely teed up on, but Seb forces the lockdown in, and now there's no answer for this. Trick has to push through. He finds the kill and grabs the lockdown ultimate as well. And another quick hit towards A is looking successful for Slimy Boogeyman, but we've heard this story before. This time the roles are changed as it's Ye who's the last one left. Ye's trying to punish a couple of exits, but Trick now realizing, okay, if Ye's playing in the back, I'll make sure I save my life by pushing through the defensive spawn.
I mean, the other difference is there's not a second member here, because part of the other issue was previously, between Poach and Android at the time, they didn't have any idea where Android was, but they do know roughly where Ye is, and they're still just kind of running at him right now. This is kind of interesting because Slimy Boogeyman could be getting out with more alive, and after 2 members go down, they'll respect it, they'll walk away from it. Ye will be able to walk away with his life as well. It's not going to be as flashy as what we saw last time via Poach, but a similar result will be found in terms of the fact that Slimy Boogeyman will find a round win, but it does cost them a lot of lives.
Second time has cost them a lot of lives, and still, 2 members completely zeroed out. Instinct cannot afford a weapon. He's hoping, I imagine, that Anderson will buy for him. Or Intox. It will be Intox who gets purchased. But now we've also got another interesting thing to take a look at and kind of learn off of. You've got Poach with the first Viper's Pit of the game. How do you use
it's a second,
this?
Actually. He used the last one over towards B main solo before, and nothing happened because they didn't push him.
My apologies, I missed that. So we'll see what happens with the second one then. As now we've got Slimy Boogeyman also with Seekers once more. This would be, what, the 3rd time we've seen Seekers. Dev has done very well to earn this ultimate up for the side of the Slimy Boogeyman.
I actually think Seekers is really good on the post plant, but you'd have to actually get there to start with Ye. And this is the Jet utility being put to great use there. Jet can be in so many different angles on the B defense. There's so much to clear. Which is why I think Jet on B has so far been very, very good.
Got your trail.
It's going to be mainly over towards A. Look at this. Poach senses something coming, and instantly the Viper's Pit being deployed.
But the Seekers will come through this. Doesn't really get too much information, though. Lear also pushing through. This is the Slimy Boogerman having to aggress into the Viper's Pit. They take down Poach, and with that, the Viper's Pit will fall. And now for Nbox, they're going to have another brilliant retake as the spike will go down, and Instinct has already taken away one contestant as Seb falls. But Android equal to the task versus his counterpart. So now a 2v3 situation, and Android's position will be very well known by the Slimy Boogerman. He gets tagged up. Secondary challenge from Intox will complete it, and Trick, meanwhile, will also be able to find another. So Slimy Boogerman looking just equal to the task. I mean, this has been a handful of plants in a row that's come through for them. 3 of the 4 rounds. Well, actually, that's 4 of the 4 rounds that they've won.
Yep.
And in total, 6 of the 9 that we've had.
And by the way, this is really telling, but the Sky utility here, especially the Seekers, is what really counters out Poach. So as soon as the Viper's Pit does come down, you see the Seekers being put in response. And I mean, it's not like a Neural Theft where it just completely reveals everybody, but the Seekers will tell you the general direction, so you know where to look. And off the back of that one, you see all the players there for Ambox who tried to hide away, both Boy and Poach, found by the Seekers. Even though the Seekers don't land, it doesn't matter. The location is generally revealed, and that leads to the deaths.
Now Poach, solo mission defensively towards B, gonna have some help as Seb rotates in quickly. And the rest of the defense for Inbox is also on its way. Poach, inside the Cloudburst, not gonna find anything. Seb up top, sees information on one player, but can't confirm the kill. And now he's gonna be spammed at. Not a lot of shots coming through as Android will be able to assist Boy as well. Not able to grab a second kill, and now it's on to Ye. Can he clean up what's left? One more player, it's right below him. He actually Goomba stomps him on top of his head from the high ropes. The right click will finish, and Nbox again will get a clean retake considering that they lost both of their defensive members early on the initial hold.
And this is what I'm talking about here. Again, it's Ye on the jet over towards B. He knows how to play this part of the map. He really just utilizes the high ground advantage, comes through from multiple different angles, so hard to detect. And like I said, Goomba stomping as well, that is excellently used in terms of the jet utility between the Blaze Storm and everything else. And Rambox, 6 rounds now claimed on this defense. Ye back on the operator, changing position over towards the A side of things. And I think for Slimy Boogerman, they are sensing that B is getting more difficult, so well read. I mean, this is where Ambox make B very difficult to take, forcing Slimy Boogerman to lean towards A. And as soon as that happens, Ye's waiting for them.
Early high ground pressure trying to be established from the side of the Slimy Boogerman, but Ye getting the operator involved will find one. A couple of Hawks being sent out, but it's not going to really gain too much space. Now the Tailwind dashing through his Intox as he's trying to make his way forward. He also has the spike, and as he only finds one, Seb finds the counter pick. Boy's not good for another, though, and somehow, some way, Slimy Boogerman are able to force their way through, and now the regrowth will heal up a couple of members that were tagged. It's just down to Poach for a 1v3. This time he'll take the more traditional approach from the defensive side at spawn.
Yeah, Dev made that one very competitive, using all the guiding lights to flash his way through, so triple flashing in. The Slimy Boogerman trying to hold on now. They know where Poach is, and this is where the 2v1 is really on. The first kill is for free. The next 2 will cost you. For Poach, has to find another 1v1 very quickly. Can't quite go for the defuse. Has no idea where anybody is. They could be anywhere, and there's Dev for 3 kills. And Dev, the MVP of that particular round, the impact player of the round indeed. 3 kills, multiple flashes. That's how you break your way on towards A, even after losing players.
I'm having a hard time at the moment kind of weighing out who's running the advantage right now between this defense and the offense, because at times, again, Nbox have done so well to get retakes in, and a number of their A holds early were very convincing. But that all said, the Slimy Boogerman are still finding a lot of opportunity on both sides of the map, where they've gotten the spike planted and have had a really good look at a post-plant setup. Dev will once again toss out an early Hawk as the high ground will be established for the Slimy Boogerman this time. Showstopper coming right on through immediately, gets sent out but doesn't find a kill. Android and Boy are good for 2. The right click also missing off the Blade Storm, and the Empress for Android finds a lot of value for the first 2 kills, but even still, the Slimy Boogerman not done yet.
I mean, they might be done soon. They have to try and recover the spike and get a plant, and that is going to be quite a difficult task. Mystic will make it a little bit more possible. Players from the back coming in now. They don't have any idea that the flank has been confirmed. Seekers were available for Dev, but unfortunately no time to use them. Poach is right around the corner, gets the kill. That will be enough. Nbox all done to win that particular round. And Slimy Boogerman, look, I mean, They intrigue on towards A, the Showstopper misses, the Blaze Storm misses, and somehow, some way, Android just evades it all. He's got evasion stats out the roof right now. It's incredible.
I'm not gonna lie here, Kev. I'm having a great time watching over this map. I wasn't 100% sure what we were gonna get. Was it gonna be just essentially a defensive juggernaut? Would it be a little bit too hard pressed for offenses to make their way onto either of the spike sites, considering where they're positioned and some of the trials that you have to go through just to get there? But so far, we've been treated to a really good game. And yeah, there's been a little bit of chaos in a couple of rounds at the end where Ambox have really crippled Slimy Boogerman's economy by finding 3-4 kills after the round had already been over, essentially off the plants. But we've had a really good look as far as what both teams are trying to set themselves up for. Instinct in a corner, right through green, finds the first, gets the second, dismisses away, but can he finesse a third? No, he cannot. Not a lot of opportunity for him to escape, but the defense for the Slimy Boogerman will be here to try to help get this contest early, and the paint shells will actually deny the plant completely.
Great util usage there. This is where Slimy Boogerman can really get their job done. Spikes on the floor as well. Boy drops that one. No plant coming through. Paint shells like you mentioned, but not just that. Guiding lights, the flashes coming through from Dev. Making sure that this was going to be difficult. Ambox now have to either try and force their way through this B site or leave. And there's so many angles. Seb sees someone onto the back of site as well. And I think they're trying to walk away from it. I think they realize there's just a little bit too much defense happening.
But with 40 seconds, you really can't commit to get to A. So you're going to have to force your way on to B, and the only way that they find an opportunity here is if someone from Slimy Boogerman actually give this up. But with the Viper already being set up with the Toxic screen, and now the Poison Cloud, this should be pretty easy to read here that Slimy Boogerman are going to recognize that this will be a B play. Spam shots coming through will not confirm too much. The secondary shot's better than the initial, but still, Andbox are in a position where they might be able to set themselves up for a 2v3.
To be honest, it's one of the few times that the Viper utility does come in really clutch here. Viper's poach is going to go down. Can't quite get the kill into Intox, and last player alive right now, Seb, on the long angle, eventually does get cleaned up, but it is a great plant. You see what happens there is the fact that, okay, the Toxin screen's already been pre-placed. Can't pick that one back up. Puts down the Poison Orb. With the both combined there, the fact that you still have a very late game smoke will give you the cover required to finally get the plant in now that paint shells are off the table. The issue is you can't quite have a good post plant either because of how close Slimy Boogerman were. I think Ambox in that particular situation, we're really trying to make the assumption that because they went quiet, because it made it seem like they were leaving, and hopefully Slimy Boogerman were rotating off from B over towards A, at least a couple members, but that just wasn't the case. Slimy Boogerman stayed the course, stayed on B, had the correct response, even though there was going to be the plant coming through in there. So pistol being picked up by Slimy Boogerman now, and likely the anti-eco as well to make it 7-7.
With how much utility that Ambox have to say, pending they can maybe even get some into the middle of the map, snake bites, nanostorms could all come in a huge way to try to stall a post plant for as long as possible. But now they have to try to navigate without proper weaponry and a 4v5. Instinct up top will not fully be able to see players, but oh, these spam shots you thought were going to be good enough, but players escape, and Anderson off the secondary challenge will find both players trying to run away. Paint shells coming out. Inbox, though, still not out of this yet. 2v4, and Android and Boy do very well to try to even up the numbers. It gives Android a realistic chance. 1v2, but the problem is he's got no leers available. Would have to find a kill and then get a dismiss off to try to find the other, but as he continues to tap shot over towards the spike, Instinct will get the challenge of the Cloud Burst, and Slimy Boogerman, as anticipated, will tie things up 7-7.
And unfortunately there is all you did see for Ambox, Yay revealing the positioning, or was it Android rather, revealing his positioning right towards the end there. He's trying to read if anyone was possibly on this spike, not the case. And it's an interesting defensive setup as well because, you know, when we were seeing Ambox on this B-side defense, they were playing their jet player of Yay over towards B for the most part. And you look towards the Slimy Boogerman defense, Yay's, Intox have been playing over towards A or mid. So you've been mostly having Instinct over towards B, and I don't think the Rain is nearly as good on B as the Jet is. We also haven't really seen Ambox head towards A just yet, so maybe that'll happen this round. We haven't seen a lot of mid play. I think the biggest thing missing for me, what I thought we're going to get a lot more of, is mid play, and both teams have kind of avoided mid, and over towards A, it is going to be Seb on the trick.
Yeah, that's Trick trying to pull out some tricks as he double blast packs from high ground to high ground. But not being fooled by that is Seb. So a big first kill here for Andbox, who do not have the same luxuries in terms of ultimates as the Slimy Boogerman do, specifically the Empress immediately for this round, but there is others that can be charged up. A lot that were close. And Ye, once again, will give mid-tunnel a go. He's been here before, though, and it didn't really find a lot of favor. This is such a difficult angle for him to try to check through. As soon as you get close to kitchen, you walk into essentially 3 or 4 different angles that are looking right at you, and this is just essentially for him to stall off any rotation from A going behind, and with that, Andbox are now looking to make their move.
And the thing here is, Slimy Boogerman have no other presence on B. They don't know what is happening B main. So B main's completely clear. Andbox goes in there for free. They should be able to get a plant for free in just a second as well. Smokes will come on through, and Instinct will try and find something, trying to get quite aggressive now. As Boyd takes down Anderson, the kills are flying on through. Slimy Boogerman only have 3.
Yeah, the double hit was just not quite good enough. Instinct tries to slide through the dark cover, also going to be denied. So it's going to be on the Dev. Guiding Light maybe finds a little bit of information for him. But these are tough angles, as there's a lot of different deterrents that are in front of him, including the sentry turret, which is about to prop up and start shooting at him as well. And Intox, who was never very interested in going for this, will just back away and save his life at A.
I just find it really interesting that this is the particular round that Slimy Boogerman decided to double stack over towards Kitchen.
Yeah.
Hoping that it was going to be a Kitchen push. We haven't seen a lot of action towards Kitchen. Typically that might be, you know, one player making that play. I mean, I shouldn't say that. You could technically have all 5 members going through Kitchen, but really, I'd imagine you'd want somebody B main. You had no one watching B main for Slimy Boogerman. Double in Kitchen. Technically no one in mid. And then your other players on A. So a very interesting defensive setup there that I think ends up opening B up completely, giving Andbox a free side take and making the retake very difficult for the Slimy Boogerman, which, you know, you could also argue that if Instinct got that initial kill, goes into the dismiss, and then maybe Empresses could have been a different story, but he dies almost instantly, and I mean, that's kind of the round over.
These Penguins are kitted out, ready for adventure, my man. I didn't realize they were up there. Props out again
By the
to
way,
her.
This map has multiple signs that say no snowmen, and I just saw a snowman.
And there's snowmen. So there's snowmen everywhere.
Someone broke the rules.
Love it. First good look about the A site here, Andbox. All 5 members are stacked, but how about this? The Slimy Boogerman have actually pushed a member forward in the middle of the map, so they're going to have 3 defensive stacked members here. But the problem is they've only got pistol upgrades and the solo operator. So Intox is going to have to find a couple of shots. Misses the first, gets punished. Sheriff shots down low, doesn't expect the updraft, and that'll be a free operator picked up for Andbox as they get the spike planted.
Nobody hits anything there. I mean, a couple of body shots.
No.
Other than that, I mean, who cares? I mean, Ye will take a bit of damage, buy the armor back up a little bit later on. And for Slimy Boogerman right now, Instinct the last one alive, can't connect anything, and a flawless coming through from Andbox, and what I think could have been at least 2 traded back. I mean, what was that? Intox had a free shot that unfortunately he doesn't quite connect on. Dashes straight into another enemy, sadly for him. Gives away the operator. Going to the hands of Ye. That's quite scary. I don't know what that's about, because are there actually anybody in those suits, or are they just statues? That's really freaky.
Hard to say. There's face shields. Our observer team, though, I'll tell you what. The free camp positions that we've seen today have been pretty awesome, to say the least. Not just on this map, trying to explore it a little bit, but a lot of the angles have been incredibly well done. So now as we take a look at Andbox, who probably don't recognize that there was such a heavy threat through middle, they're going to have to respond to that, as Slimy Boogerman are trying to do almost the exact same thing, just with different members. You've got Instinct just outside green, Dev who's trying to push through mid ramps, and interestingly enough, Andbox have a free route through B tunnel, and they're already in kitchen. It's going to have to be Trick who has to respond to this.
And there it is. I mean, the one round where, you know, you don't have a lot of presence in the kitchen. That's exactly what's going on here. Ye finds Trick fairly simply. And I think this is also partially due to the fact that there's no Sentinel. Look, if you had a Cypher here, if you had a Killjoy, one trap wire, a turret, and alarm bot, something would at least cover kitchen. So it's kind of like having an extra defender covering kitchen, but Slimy Boogerman's composition, I don't think, is really good for that. I'm much more of a fan of Andbox's composition so far, even with the Viper. Speaking of the Viper, here comes that Toxin screen. And now for Slimy Boogerman, they have to be ready.
Oh, they get one, and they see the information that Ye is still up top, and as Dev finds
left.
another kill that's mid-map, Andbox is completely separated. And the problem, even beyond that, is the fact that Anderson is behind this hit. So if they can read that this is going to be a plant at B, Anderson will stop any post-plant position over to green. And as Instinct finds the kill onto Poach lingering mid-map, this will be a free kill for Anderson. At least it should be. But this is a plant that's going to be up top, and there's the angle. Shot's a bit windy, but it won't make too much of a difference as he'll use the TP to get up. And it's just going to be down to, can Ye find any angles? The double right click comes out, but as he was flashed, he only found one of what needed to be two. And the Boogermen will be able to retake and put themselves just down one.
Well, there it is. Anderson actually kind of, I was going to say he misses the rotation from Andbox pushing on the side, but ends up working out quite well because he becomes unknown as well. He kind of accidentally becomes a lurker, and in that case stops the plant from coming on in, or at least he doesn't stop the plant, but he kills the planter of Seb. Makes the retake scenario for Slimy Boogerman that much easier. And they've had 3 diffusers so far, so we haven't seen a lot of plants. I mean, Andbox have planted at least 4 to 5 rounds here. Both teams will now have an operator in place, so where do the Jets go? You do now finally have, who was it, Intox playing over towards B. But it's going to be an A hit coming through from the side of Andbox, and that's where they're taking the operator as well.
Trailblazer is out. Won't be able to see much information, though, so Dev will not really be able to confirm too much. And actually, how about this? They're going to read no information as good information, as they don't read anything and say, well, it's got to be B then, surely. But you have to remember that you've got 2 players that are pushed up mid, and maybe some consideration for the fact that you have to remember that Andbox walked up into Kitchen for free last round, and I'm sure Slimy Boogerman would not like to see that be repeated, but the problem is now it's just Dev on the A site, and the hit that's about to come through is going to be pretty open. Boy's going to see one. He's going to try to stick this, and as he gets up top, he's tagged up heavily, but he is still alive as Android and the Empress is trying to make his way forward, and it looks like Andbox will have numbers to get onto the site.
Finally, a plant's going to come on through here. The confidence being found. As Instinct goes down, Slimy Boogerman just down to the 3 members alive. And plenty of control being found by Andbox. 2 now as Ye picks up another. We're having a lot of utility being thrown in. Slimy Boogerman understand the site is no longer theirs. The round is no longer theirs. Andbox will have their number 10 confirmed here. As, I mean, even the Viper's Pit being deployed, everything for Andbox just kind of clicking, being utilized to full effect here. Maybe a couple of loose kills to be found if they run into Intox, who might be under a bit of pressure from the chase.
This is a pretty important round, though, I think, for both teams, and the save is obviously kind of reiterating that for us, but also the Viper's Pit coming down kind of also shows that Andbox understand that this is an important round to kind of tilt the economy potentially vastly into Andbox's favor. So yeah, you spend it all, but that really wasn't needed, but you secure your economy and take a look at the numbers that you see on those credits between Andbox. A number of players that are near fully credited out, and for the Slimy Boogerman, they can't even purchase into this next round. You're just going to hold on to the Vandal and the Operator, and maybe they're going to consider even forcing into this next round as you see a Bulldog in play.
I actually don't mind Anderson working with the Sheriff either, because we've seen previously what he can do with that one. I mean, he'll be on the defense, but you can still do some really tricky Omen plays, and you can get yourself a free gun if you find yourself in a flank. And now we're finally going to get some mid-pressure, so Andbox switching things up. Come down to Intox, who sees a couple. Oh, wow, that is a great shot.
The collateral nearly almost gets 3 based on how many members were stacked up, and at least Ye for Andbox's fans is able to find 1 kill over to A. So it keeps things relatively even, but it's a 3v4, and the Slimy Boogerman, they've got ultimates to play with, but Anderson, who wanted to upgrade his weapon, gets caught peeking, and now all of a sudden, with 2 uncontested kills for Andbox, that's a 3v2 the other way.
Showstopper available, though. This is where Trick can get a lot done. Trick is also an unknown player. He's on the big flank, and Andbox have no idea he's there currently. Intox will wait for the reinforcements to come on through. They'll make a multi-angle approach. Plant hasn't happened yet, so this is good timing for Slimy Boogerman. They can work with this one. They'll wait. Bladestorm's available as well. This is absolutely possible for the 2v3. They need to really work together to isolate some of these picks. Intox now, 2 right in front of him towards the left, but he has no idea. Has to clear this one slowly, 1 by 1, as we're still waiting for Trick to come on through. That's the first kill, potentially, but it will be missed.
Yeah, they really needed to wait for Trick to scout out some information before they really committed Intox in. Nice paint shells as we're seeing their perspective without the X-ray coming through. Time, a big problem. Stuck on top of the zip line, nowhere to go. Android able to find the kill, and Andbox on 11 after a force fire round from the Slimy Boogerman. You might as well call it 12, as really at this point, Slimy Boogerman, you really could only light by here if you want to try to contest this next round.
We do have ultimates though, and this is where I would say, look, if you were going to hero rifle, give it to Instinct, allow the Empress to come on through. Showstopper's good enough on its own. Seekers will probably not really land for the blind, but for the information, it's really good again. A lot of info coming through from Dev on the Sky, and you wouldn't think it would be a Sova replacement, but that's where we're living right now. Doing a great job of finding the info, even without a Sova in play. Getting quite aggressive as well. Look at where Trick is standing.
Oh, this is big intel right here, though, for Intox. Ye is so focused on what's happening from behind him. He doesn't expect the player up close and personal, but somehow, some way, Intox kind of beefs his mobility and doesn't really even get a shot at Ye. I think he was looking for a tailwind updraft right-click combo with the classic, but never really gets into his face, and with that, everything will reset with 60 seconds to play.
I'd have had a shorty there, but same deal. Just can't quite get into position to land a shot of either kind. And now Ambox walking away from A entirely, walking over towards B, and I think this has been a bit of a vulnerability. I've not really enjoyed the B defense so far. From Slimy Boogerman again, I just think Instinct on the Rainer here, not the ideal character to be playing towards B. And now as we start to hear some action, this is where the rotations need to come on. A Trick will come on the long flank again, and the rest of Slimy Boogerman need to arrive.
Have to stay alive here if you're Instinct for as long as humanly possible. Seb will get a plan. It was the shorty. Good correction there, Avril, for the side of Intox. But can he find a way through? He's got no more mobility. He's got to find kills, and he can't even get the first. Not even really any shots to connect. Trick on the flank, shut down. Just down to one. And it's Dev in a corner with an operator. Pardon me, a Marshall. And he will find one kill. But there's the second, third, and fourth all peeking together, and now Andbox on map point looking to punch their ticket into the playoffs.
Match
Absolutely,
point.
this is a very strong showing so far, and it's hard to read again. It's difficult to read what teams are going to bring to the table for this particular map. Our first time seeing this map in pro play. We're certainly casting it. And for these teams as well, you know, I think their first time playing it in officials, I'm sure they have scrim experience. But we are really starting to figure out, at least in terms of compositions, I'll say this right away, that I definitely prefer the Ambox composition. I've already mentioned that one, but having at least one Sentinel seems to be very, very good. The Sky's been useful. I think to be even more useful now. Again, Seeker is available, and Slimy Boogerman must win this round.
And for Andbox, they're looking to make a play immediately over towards A. There are 3 defensive members that are here, including the operator of Intox. And as we're continuing to see a couple of Hawks come through, Trick is going to try to make his way out with the showstopper, but the aggressive play doesn't pan out. The Seekers really weren't there to help him. That was something that you would have loved to have had in combination, but they're used isolatedly.
You should run.
And now Dev doesn't really find much off the Seekers because of it. The lockdown will be placed, and Andbox are going to commit to the A site.
And the thing is, you want to use your Seekers with the showstopper because that will reveal where you need to aim your rocket. And unfortunately for Trick, he doesn't know where anyone is. So Trick, I don't believe he's found a single showstopper kill so far this map. Correct me if I'm wrong. Zambbox 5 alive right now, looking in prime position. Intox down as well. The Empress is up and available. Instinct has popped that one, but needs a kill. There it is, the reset found.
And Anderson finds the other pick. Now it's just down to cleaning up the backside of the site. Ye with the operator gets involved, but Instinct is doing well to put some pressure on. Ye whiffing a shot. You have to still push through this, though. Android up top is in a position where he should be able to see most of the spike. Another missed shot from Ye. Instinct on the defuse immediately. Double updraft coming out, but doesn't really find much for Ye. Now they take the angle once more. Dead able to find the kill. 1v1. Up top, though, Android finds the final kill. And it will be Andbox getting the better of Andbox, or pardon me, of Icebox. That was going to be confusing at one point in time. It was only a matter of time before that slip-up happened. But for the Slimy Boogerman, that's a heck of a series for you. 3 very close maps, but you have to fight for your life in a decider matchup to come up next.
Andbox on Icebox put Slimy Boogerman inside the box and shipped them right into the loser's bracket for the GSL group here. As they move on, and I believe they win the group, don't they? They come first in the group, and they will be going to the playoffs that we'll be seeing at the end of the night for the round of 16. So Andbox, congratulations for that one, Slimy Boogerman. Good showing, Again, very difficult to call for a map like this. It does end up being their pick. Slimy Boogerman picked Icebox, and I mean, credit where credit is due. They had some good ideas in terms of. I think the Raze was actually fairly decent. I think the Sky pick is good. The Raze is like another mobility character that you can get into good places, but unfortunately, because they're playing triple duelist and they don't leave themselves a space for a Sentinel, I think they miss out on the defense where. I mean, they only won, like, 3 defensive rounds. They just can't cover enough ground. I think you really need a Sentinel on this map so you can do what Ambox were doing with the turret from Seb and just kind of cover kitchen or cover mid. So wherever you don't have an extra member to look at, because there's a lot to look at there, you want to have a turret or a trap wire or something that can allow you to I don't know, just get some extra information. And not having that, I do believe, really hurt Slimy Boogerman's defensive efforts there. But I'm sure they'll have another chance to play again in the lower bracket to try and make it through to the round of 16.
Well, other teams that have gotten out of their group successfully so far, not just include Andbox, but also Equinox, Shiba, Orgless, Mamba Mode Gaming, Beast Coast, and Roosters. They were the ones to take down Cloud9 White and then get a Game 3 win versus ISP. But how about this? How about this elimination result? Spot up 2-0 over NRG Esports. So NRG don't even walk away with a map win on the day today. And that's going to be feeling pretty disheartening, I would say. I mean, you are still playing with Shanks. Again, I know that he's coming through as essentially still trialing, but still.
That's a good trial, though. Like, that is not a weak player trialing for you, so I would argue that their team should still be good. I'll say this to be fair. All their games are close. They lost buying 13-15 to trade like pros. I mean, it goes to OT. Really, for a team that are of the caliber of NRG, you shouldn't be going 13-15 to trade like pros, but you'll give him a little bit, you'll throw him a bone to say, okay, close game, unfortunate, unlucky. You look at the spot-up game as well. Ascent goes 10-13, unlucky. 11-13 on split, unlucky again. I don't know. They have close margins. They're nearly there. Look at this result, by the way. This is quite interesting. On split itself, first half, spot-up defense, NRG offense, 2-10. NRG only get 2 rounds on that offense versus spot-up, 10 on the defense. So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're down 2-10 and you come back and finish 11-13, that's great. But if you're down 2-10, that's kind of GG right there. And unfortunately for NRG, it is GG for them, and they'll have to come back for a future opportunity to play. Speaking of that, by the way, if you want a future opportunity to play in some Nerd Street Gamers events, make sure you head over and check out nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstgamers.com for many, many Nerd Street Gamers online events, tournaments for Call of Duty, Smash, Valorant, Rocket League, Fortnite, and a lot more.
Well, we'll be taking things to a small break. When we come back, we'll be looking at decider matches. Again, win and you get in, lose and you're done. We're trying to figure out who exactly will be our top 2 teams from each of our 8 groups. And then after that, we will conclude the night with our opening round of 16 for the playoffs. Again, best of 3s in both of those instances. Do not go too far. We'll be right back after this break. Hello and welcome back. I'm my hold shift with me, Avril, as we're getting ready to go into our decider matchup. You probably saw it there on screen. We're looking for BBG versus the winner of the other match that's going on currently, or pardon me, it's Big Frames. I should be saying, going up against the loser of BBG and Sedated. That one currently in overtime. But while we have some time here, Avril, I think it's kind of important for us to go through and kind of check in with all these groups and kind of give some of our thoughts and reactions, starting with this group A. Equinox Esports, they're able to get their way through and qualify. Even though they don't drop a map, all three maps that they played were terribly close, although it does look like they are trying to play Icebox every time they get a chance to. So that said, is that something like, are they treating this like a learning process in your mind, or is this something that maybe you were expecting more convincing results from a team like Equinox Esports?
I mean, this has been fairly convincing as it is. I think we had a close call versus Dreamland, right? But that was on Icebox, and I mean, who knows? It's hard to read into Icebox right now because you don't know what the teams are bringing to the table, and even as the teams themselves, even if you feel good about it, you don't know what your competitions are going to be bringing to the table because there's so many unknown factors here. What we can say so far is that, like you said, I mean, looking through the results now, Equinox have been trying to play Icebox. It seems like they played it, twice in 2 matches so far. They've dropped in 1 Haven, so 3 maps they played, 2 were on Icebox, and both games actually, I would say, weren't super clean for Equinox and Icebox, deciding, despite wanting to go to that map. I mean, versus X-Serenity, let's use that one as an example. First half was a 4-8 start on the offense versus Icebox, and then they bring it back on their defense. So maybe they're a very good defensive-sided team for Icebox, because very similar thing happened versus Dreamland. They go 3-9 versus Dreamland on their offense, and then on their own defense, they go 9-3, bringing it into an overtime where they eventually win by 2, 14-12 in the overtime on Icebox. So it seems like if Equinox want to go to Icebox, they're really only good at the defense so far.
And I mean, it's kind of hard for us to speculate on what that might mean because it is still so early, but it's just interesting to see an Equinox team that has not been able to get out of groups in the last 3 major tournaments that they've played on, including the Renegades Invitational, that they need to start finding a way to trend up. And maybe it is by way of just getting rehearsal reps on a map like Icebox to help them do that. But they do get out of their group successfully. X-Serenity will be playing up against Dreamland in that decider matchup. And then we go down to Group B, where Shiba is actually the team able to qualify first after an overtime game versus Spot Up. They get a 2-0 versus Trade Like Pros Gold. The interesting thing about this group, we mentioned it before we went to break, was the fact that NRG was in this group. And based on the fact that they were the 1 seed, this is NRG's group. And they weren't able to win a map here today, losing an overtime TLP Gold and then losing 0-2 in, like you had mentioned, close matchups versus Spot Up. But those are not the results at all that I think anyone was hoping or expecting out of a team like NRG.
And then you look at Shiba taking on Pros Like Gold, Trade Like Pros Gold, and that's, the expected matchup. You mean, even though it's like, 13-10 on Bind, 13-7 on Ascent, you'll say that Trade Like Pros put up a good fight there. If you took out Shiba and you assume that was NRG instead, that would be like, the expected result. Yeah, NRG beats Trade Like Pros with the same kind of results, but in fact, the opposite is true. NRG kind of just loses them. Shiba have their expected result here. They beat Trade Like Pros. They get the 2-0. They're very thankful that Trade Like Pros got rid of NRG, although looking at NRG's performance today, you'd assume that maybe Shiba wins that best of 3 as well. I mean, if Spot Up wins that best of 3, Shiba is definitely in the money to win that best of 3 as well. Spot Up are now going to be playing against Trade Like Pros, and to kind of throw Trade Like Pros a little bit of a bone here as well. I don't think that's going to be like a straightforward Spot Up guaranteed win. I think Trade Like Pros have kind of proven that they have some worth there, that they have definitely some bite, and I think that's going to be important because Spot Up is still a team that I think, a bit of a mixed bag. I think on paper they have some interesting pieces, but Spot Up are always a kind of team where, I mean, Alan, this is a team that just has a constant rotating door of players coming in and out.
They really
so
do.
It's hard to get a grasp on where Spot Up is at the best of times.
Yeah, them and Prospects both, I think, kind of live off the mantra of, we'll change our roster as much as we need to be successful. And at times it's worked, at other times it's obviously not been nearly as successful. And then again, just recapping Group C, which we just saw Andbox take on the Slimy Boogerman and win on Icebox, a 2-1 tally there in the maps. Now it's the Slimy Boogerman that will be going up against Take Flight. who that will be a rematch actually of the opening matchup between those two squads, in which it was a 13-10 win in the best of one for the Slimy Boogerman, but still, that should be another nice rematch for them. Of course, like we mentioned, we're waiting on Group D, which built by Gamers and Sedated, still in overtime. Loser goes on to play Big Frames, which will be our next broadcasted matchup. But then if we go to Group E, this is an interesting result because this Orglis 5 squad has been putting up a good fight versus a lot of great teams in their run through the first strike qualifiers. Weren't quite able to get past them, but here they come up on top of their group with a map 3 win versus Team 2D, who has surprised us before in these monthly tournaments with our Nerd Street Gamers before.
Yeah, 2D have had great results through the NSG events, and another one of those teams that's really coming through in terms of unsigned. Orglis, I think, is the kind of team right now that are kind of on the cusp because, like you sort of mentioned, they're one of the few teams that have had really good results in context to, their perceived level, which is as a kind of tier 2 team, kind of floating around the same level as, 2D, but a bit more consistent. They're floating around the levels of the Mamba modes and, potentially even the SORs and the Beast Coast and stuff like that. But yeah, Orglis coming on through is probably not a huge surprise. I think if you look at this particular group, 2D and Orglis are probably the two teams that you expect to be able to exit.
Well, Team 2D will still have to get through the Wichita Wolves in that decider matchup. We already said that Mamba Mode Gaming has qualified out of Group F. That will mean that Time In will get a rematch versus SOR. That was the first best of one that we started with today at 1 o'clock. It was a tight one, 7-13 there, but SOR definitely had a bit of an edge, and that will have to change in this best of 3 if Time In want to make their way into the playoffs. And Beast Coast, having gotten through Group G, Phoenix is actually still awaiting the winner of an elimination match between All Victory Esports and Penguin Sledding. I really can't tell you much about either of those. But then we get down to Group H, in which Cloud9 White get eliminated in both of their opening matchups. Roosters have qualified, and ISP will be playing up against Pyronic. That one will be the decider matchup to see who gets in and who gets eliminated. And that really should be a pretty solid match as well. Pyronic did well versus Cloud9 White, a 2-0 there. And we know that this ISP team has put up a bit of a fight versus major organizations in the past, not having quite gotten past them, but they still look like a team that's on the up and up.
Yeah, I think Group H is quite interesting there because Cloud9 White are probably the biggest name in that particular group because they obviously have the Cloud9 backing there. But Cloud9 White still kind of just trying to find the footing of the team so far through even the past results in, the open qualifiers for First Strike and all of that. They've had some... They've been able to beat some teams. As soon as they go up against teams like, for example, Slimy Boogerman, who knocked them out in NSG round of 32, that's when you kind of start to see, okay, Cloud9 White, is that their ceiling? Is that kind of where they're being kept a little bit because they start, playing around the tier 2 of the Slimy Boogermans, and you can add the other teams, all the teams I've already mentioned there, like the SORs, the Mamba Modes, the 2Ds and stuff, and Orglises. I'm sure all of these are the type of teams that are going to end up being problems for Cloud9 White, and Cloud9 White are going to have to prove that they can be on the same level and can beat these teams, because now, even in this particular event, I mean, they've lost to Roosters, a team that I'm not super familiar with, and they've lost to Ironic, so and two more upcoming teams, I would say, but at the same time, I think Cloud9 White just not really being able to show enough here so far.
And beyond that, just to kind of put it into speak here, during the UMG qualifiers, they didn't get out of the round of 128. So those are not good results for C9 White, and this will not be a tournament that they'll look back on fondly, but still a lot of time to try to build that roster up if you're a C9 fan. We're going to step away for a small break. Just wanted to give you guys the full rundown and some opinions and thoughts as far as what we've seen so far in the groups. But we have heard officially that Sedated will be going up against Big Frames, as they unfortunately dropped in Map 3 overtime to Built by Gamers. But with that said, BBG will qualify for the playoffs, and we'll get our other qualifier out of this group between Sedated and Big Frames when we come back after this break. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go here with this best of 3 decider matchup between Sedated and Big Frames after BBG. We're able to get through both of those teams, I believe, actually. And they're going to be now squared up against one another, where one will move on and one will be eliminated. And it's interesting because for Sedated, Lex will be playing with them. Of course, he previously was playing with a lot of the guys from Time In. And then for Big Frames, they've got Nerf back in the mix, who at one time was previously playing with them. So two teams try to kind of build themselves back up since the First Strike series has started, and a big chance for them to prove themselves here in this matchup.
And we have, by the way, Sedated did beat Built by Gamers on Bind 13-8, and we do have Bind as map number 3 if we get there. So that was that will be a map that I think Sedated will be looking forward to. Speaking of maps to look forward to, Icebox has been picked again. Sedated picked Icebox for map number 2, and Big Frames picked Descent for map number 1. So that's going to be another bout on Icebox. It'll be quite interesting to see how these two teams kind of want to tackle that thing, want to tackle that map compared to what we've already seen today. But should be an interesting matchup here. I think speaking of the Sedated side of things, it's not just Lex, but BCJ's on this team as well. BCJ has definitely been around the block on team name, high ground as well. Is one of those few names that I think people should be generally familiar with. So those are probably the 2 players I'm looking out for the most here, Lex and BCJ. But we'll see if Sedated can get enough damage done today.
Yeah, this is the battalion squad, I like to call them, because BCJ, Lex, Tanaka, and SH all played together. I don't know if Sinker did or not. I don't really recall if he had or not, but this is a lot of that Battalion 1944 game. They were incredible under the banner of Sedated, at least most of them at one point in time were. So definitely bring a lot of raw aim. And of course, beyond that, of course, they're all very popular when it comes to playing in Counter-Strike as well. It's just where I am familiar from these guys from before. But of course, $10,000 in total on the line here for us, presented by Mike and Ike. You could take your game and candy game beyond that to the next level with Juicy, Fruity, Mike, and Ike's, whether the regulars or the Mega Mix. Great way to kind of help pick you up in the middle of a gaming session. But the $10,000 split up between the top 3, which is also what you're aiming for to get into that Winter Classic that's going to be happening just in this next month. That Winter Championship is going to be a really entertaining one where, again, we'll be seeing a pretty solid look at a lot of these teams as well as others that have been, of course, at the highlight stage of a lot of these First Strike qualifiers that we've had. So it'll be really interesting to kind of use this maybe as a tune-up. But again, all of that said, this is still $10,000 that these teams are playing for. So getting into this playoff is very important and crucial for both of these squads for multiple reasons. So for a set coming up, again, it's kind of hard to give full statistical analysis on these teams as there's not a lot of stats to really truly go off of since they've been a team as a First Strike series. But beyond that, adding Lex into the mix is going to obviously mean it's a different look completely for Sedated.
And I think for this, this is an interesting game because I don't know which team I specifically will favor here. I think I've seen a lot of the Big Frames players on different pieces. I mean, you look at Nerf, who was originally on Big Frames. He was briefly on Renegades before he got replaced by Retro. But you've got players that are coming through from multiple different rosters here between Mystify and Demon Time and all the rest here. But, we'll get that for now because we're already into action over on map number 1. Round 1 is underway. Already got to kill BCJ down early.
But SVL down to a single bullet means that Lex is really hoping he could find a way to get this kill, but as his dark cover expires, he'll take the wider peek. Not going to see anything here. Sentry turret will alarm itself for just a moment in the middle of the map, but then it will fade back away. And it's interesting because both teams are trying to circle around one another, but for Big Frames, this is looking like this is going to be an A hit, or pardon me, a B hit.
Will be Breach being brought up to the table for Big Frame as well. Speaking of that B hit coming up, that's going to be Tanaka at least slowing things down. 10 HP survives though. It's enough. The rest of Sedated will have to make their way slowly across Lex, coming the long way. You can see that Filter Turret is not currently active. Very low HP across the board. Look at the health on Big Frames.
They do get to the site though, so the plant will be there, and it will be a 3v3 with no real damaging abilities to come through to convert these kills, so it's going to be on the pistols, and Lex had a tough time with Koala Noob, but still finds the kill, leading things to SVL, and he's about to be challenged from a million different angles, and on one shred of health, he will eventually fall. SH with a couple, but again, a lot of credit to Tanaka on the defense for Sedated as he was able to find 2 kills before they even got onto the site, and it allowed Sedated to get the numbers set up for their defense.
Alright, so we're getting off to a nice and early start for Sedated here. 3 out of 6 for Tanaka as well. So like you mentioned there, really showing his impact on that particular round. Gets the work done on towards B. Stays alive for the most part before eventually going down, but damage is what we're looking for here. SVL, by the way, 3 out of 7 early for the ultimate charge is always going to be very helpful looking into this map. Both teams running a Killjoy. The only real difference here is going to be Reyna versus Breach, but otherwise both teams are pretty much exact equal in terms of what they prefer to run.
It's also important to note that this was the opening matchup between these two teams. This is a rematch. Just to hit that one last time, you mentioned it was on fine. It was a very tight map when they played the last time. BCJ, again, getting aggressive, as we've seen Sedated really try to throw a lot of force over towards A Long, deny this ultimate orb, and so far they've been successful 2 separate times.
Lyca's on the floor, though. That's not ideal for big frames, so we'll give information away as well as Fiel. Actually trying to get away from the situation. Pulls by the flash, has a bit of a timing. That's going to be great to take down Sinker. But the trades are more effective for big frames right now as they will have control of the spike again. Enoch's in a good position to try and get a bit of a flank going. Doesn't quite have a clue where the other members are. Might be able to find a timing. Indeed does get that timing onto Tanaka. And now a 2v2 resumes.
And with that kill, the spike can freely rotate back over to B, so this will be a 2v2, but Sedated likely will be in a post-plant situation unless SH can find a way to get this kill on the backside. Not going to fully confirm an X. And all the Nano Swarm! He triggers it and Cryo Cells will fall to it. Beautiful timing, completely blind as SH just hits the trigger on it. It finds the kill, and then it's just down to the Stinger to clean things up, and SH will take down 2 kills.
We got there eventually. Did see a few players drop for Sedated, but otherwise it's not really too much to write home here. BCJ early on the Phantom pickup. For big frames now. Time to get the job done. 5 rifles in play. So far, not the most comfortable offensive side. They not even able to really get too much going on. They had that one plant on the pistol. It cost them a lot of lives to even get onto site. So I guess really what I'm trying to say here is it's not been clean to get onto sites yet. And for Tanaka, trying to get quite aggressive over towards B lobby, will get shut down early to confirm 5v4, traded out by Lex.
That's a great trade from Lex, but the recon bolt was inside the dark cover. That provided enough information for Koala to find the kill. So 4v3 we go. And another bit of aggression here for BCJ. Sedated are not allowing big frames to set the tempo here. Yeah, they've had a couple of risky plays, but so far they are trying to be the ones to set the pace, as Sinker will find one. The long-range shots from the Stinger will not get the second, and we'll go 2v2 as the spike gets planted.
Let's see what Sedated can do. They still do have a little bit of Killjoy utility. The Nano Swarms have been placed on B, so those won't be recollected. Turret and alarm bot available for Sedated to use, so got a little bit to work with in terms of at least finding space. Smoke has been put down over towards A short. That's going to keep BCJ out. They do have that one rifle on the BCJ note, so that's going to be the most important player to really trying to get the job done. Clear out the play in hell first, done so. Crow cells down. Just one more to work with. Nerve takes down BCJ, and this is not comfortable for SH.
Swaps to the Phantom. Paranoia is going to connect the spam shots, nearly get the job done, but the spray pattern just not held on to enough, and Nerf will find the 3rd kill on 37 HP, and is just barely able to clutch this round up for big frames. Around that really, again, was super punishing from Sedated. Sure, the spike gets planted, but to find 4 kills on what was mostly SMGs and a lot of aggression is not bad at all. And even with the successful round, big frames off the repurchases still won't have full guns available to them.
And nearly won, by the way, by Sedated. It was a 1v2 situation towards the end there. It does come through the way of big frames to make sure they don't just lose their gun round. They will be able to repurchase, not comfortable, like you mentioned. 3 players on only a half armor. It's all 5 now will be making their way towards the B. Inox puts down the lockdown, and they also do have more ultimates in the bank, Rolling Thunder when they need it.
Interesting position for that lockdown on top of that lamp. But really, this lockdown isn't going to find a lot of utility. I mean, they don't even get onto the site, and these are trades that are tilting in favor of Sedated. Cryocells is going to force his way through, but all of this utility from the defensive Killjoy has been incredible. So with ults being spent, big frames don't fully get onto the site. Cryocells is hoping for a kill with the Hunter's Fury. He'll find 1 and a second. And so now things have gone to a 2v2. Sedated do have a lockdown to play with, but the information on SH has been known, and they're not going to be able to get it down.
Nearly an ace coming through as well. There could be the opportunity now for Cryocells. Tanaka, the last one alive right now, will be found by Nerf. The ace is denied, but the round is found. And it has to come down to Cryocells. Double kill onto the Hunter's Fury. Part of me was a little bit surprised because typically you want to save the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown, which SH had. And I think SH maybe should have played the Hunter's Fury, should have played the lockdown rather. After you see that Cryocells has already picked up and used the Hunter's Fury, drop that lockdown pretty much straight away. Play off that. Maybe time was a bit of a concern. Obviously, it takes a bit of time for the lockdown to be initiated. And perhaps, you know, as the spike time was going down, wasn't feeling too comfortable about it. But for Big Frames, they got the kills where required. Broke their way on towards B. Didn't quite actively use their own lockdown properly, but it didn't make any real difference towards the end. They still got the B, still planted, still won.
Yeah, and even the fact that SH is scouted out by a recon bull, he just keeps throwing the shoulder, and it results in a huge kill. So now, with Sedated again, trying to keep the pressure on, but only with pistols. They get punished this time, so 5v4 for Big Frames early. Koala gonna scout things over towards the middle of the map, but he's even being considerate of what could potentially come through the dark cover. Nice snapshot onto Tanaka, who was trying to, again, essentially dry peek with the Bladestorm through mid. These are bold challenges from Sedated, and, well, this time around, they're not really paying off for them.
This time around, they're not going to be thinking about using ultimates either. I mean, they really shouldn't. They only have pistols to play with here. BCJ does have a Stinger, but you don't really want to use your Empress on a Stinger. You want to pick up some guns. There's no trades here for Sedated. They can't save here either. They're going to go for it. If there was at least one kill somewhere on the map, they could maybe pick up a gun. But as things are going right now, the one kill comes through. But Koala Noob is probably a little bit too deep. Okay, BCJ makes it interesting. Oh, wow.
Now the Empress, 2v2. Hunter's Fury also available for Sinker. There's a weapon in front of him, but he's trying to save that, I think, for his teammate to pick it up. And while this has all happened, Nox is able to put down a sentry turret. They're going to know exactly where he's positioned. So a Hunter's Fury could very well come through just to try to flush him out. But they're going to trust the weaponry. And Nox able to get one. BCJ, though, still with the Stinger. He hasn't upgraded the weapon yet. Has to take a long-range fight, and this is not one that he's going to be favored in. Needs to find the lockdown now, but Linux still had plenty of time to try to milk off the clock itself, and Big Frames able to steal the round away.
And I don't believe the spike was defused halfway either, so even if BCJ gets the kill, right towards the end there on Inox, I don't know that he gets a defuse either. Really heads up for them to go for that play in terms of using the Empress here. I didn't think it was going to happen, and I mean, it takes a couple of kills. They have to actually try and bring that one in. BCJ gets a kill into heaven. And they have an opportunity to get a little bit more damage done. Pick up a couple more kills, make it close. I believe Sinker was the other one alive at that point in time as well. And had they put a rifle maybe into BCJ's hands, or, I mean, I don't know that that would have been the difference either, but they certainly felt like their chance to win was there. Just didn't quite have the time towards the end. Tanaka not going to be able to find the body shot, and not going to be able to get the L drone either.
BCJ is able to find one kill mid-map. That was a peek over through Cubby towards A. And both teams are really, again, not paying a lot of respect to the speed that they want to play at. They're essentially just trying to establish who's going to be the fastest moving on the map right now. Sedated, though, with the numbers as they persist. 5v4 and Big Frames through the middle of the map are going to be running right towards BCJ. The alarm bot is in a position here, and there comes the call out for it. BCJ takes the wide peek, able to get one, and then immediately dismissed backwards, but the red dot chase is there. SH, though, for the trade, will again favor Sedated in a major way as he even finds one more through the dark cover. Sedated clean things up and will be tied at 3.
Killed through the smoke. You hate to see that one if you're on the receiving end of it, but SH happy to take that kill. Working with BCJ over towards A. Super safe, by the way. BCJ will swing out, get a kill, dismiss away. Even if BCJ dies, SH just swings in, gets the trade, and A short is secured and clear. As now we go 3 and 3, but it's Big Frames that end up going for the eco. They don't have any guns this time around. I mean, it's still winnable if they can maybe pick up a couple. The Rolling Thunder is still available. I believe that's the same Rolling Thunder they've had now for quite a few rounds, so they've been really saving that one for a rainy day. Tanaka, once again, will unfortunately not find the shot.
Similar rollout here for Big Frames, but on just mostly pistols. They're going to be running once again into alarm bot. BCJ nearby, but playing a different angle. Dark cover will come through. Flash as well. There's the alarm bot, and BCJ has to be careful here. You cannot push into all these members. He's going to hear all the footsteps, but Inox is able to find the first kill. So as SH drops, Lex will hit the from the shadows to play from the back. Tanaka needs to find a snipe, and he does. Hunter's Fury now coming through. Sync not able to connect with anything, and the spike will be planted behind this. Good opportunity here for Big Frames in a 4v4, and it looks like Sedated will allow them a chance to essentially set themselves up.
Sedated only got one kill there. They even lose a member, so they have no opportunity to use that lockdown. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, catches the couple, trying to run in for the kills, but Qualanoo will only find one. Nerf will be able to get another. That will be the gun being picked up with 19 HP. Is it going to be enough? He would have to find perfect shots and won't be able to land any of that. Lex, too sharp, finds the kill, and it will come down to a defuse. Before we get to the defuse, will be a couple of guns on the floor in terms of upgrade potentially.
A little bit of late Black Friday shopping for them, but it's one of those things that you have to give credit to what Big Frames is trying to do. You get the full flood through, and even the Rolling Thunder push through for the kills top side of A are great, but the problem the entire time was the fact that you had sedated defense members that were coming from the flanks, and they were never affected by that Rolling Thunder, and the players that could not necessarily use mobility to push forward for the kills were left in the site with weakened weapons, and that was enough for Sedated to have the numbers advantage after the Rolling Thunder push through came out. So with that, Sedated take away the round, but it is a costly one. They will have to repurchase, and Big Frames now with the chance to full buy will be looking to take away round number 8 and give themselves an economical advantage for the first time.
Both teams do have operators in play now. Big Frames do need some money here. Qualanoo doesn't have full armor, so not quite the glass cannon, but half armor is not great either. Massive stack up of players over towards A main right now, and a lot of reloading noises, a lot of general noises as well in terms of picking up the ultimate orb and being a bit of a nuisance. Mid has been scouted out as well, so top mid is completely clear. At this point in time, Sedated know that something is happening on either A main or B main due to the fact that lockdown has been initiated. They have to assume that it's going to be an A main push now. They haven't really scouted out B main though, so just being a little bit cautious for now as the big flank does come on through for Lex.
Yeah, the flank, though, is going to be confidence building enough, it looks like, as now the rotation for Plzinger will come through. BCJ able to take down Qualanoo. Inox for one. Fault line will actually connect to BCJ, so this will stall things out. Hunter's Fury coming through. Will secure the kill into BCJ. Time's starting to become a bit of an issue. You got to start making a move if you're seated onto the site. There are two players stacked underneath. Hell, how does that shot miss? Tanaka must have just shook it free, but as safe, they were going to transfer on to two. And then Tanaka, he won't miss twice. He takes down Inox, and with that, the defuse has plenty of time to come in, and Sedated take round 8 and go up 5-3.
And even with the counter lockdown being destroyed by cryocells using the Hunter's Fury there, it's not enough. Sedated will still be able to walk on in, and the retake is going to be powerful. As for Big Frames, it was a good start. I mean, they get the plant in there. They have the setup in there. They have to deal with so much as today. They have flanks going on. They have multiple ways of entering the site. And they pick up number 5 here. 3 in a row. Another defuse coming on in. Gun's been retained. Lex is the only one pouring 200. Everyone else has a lot of money to play with. In Big Frames, they have to play with just the one hero rifle and cryocells. Nerf picked up a Spectre, but otherwise everyone else is going to struggle. I'm not too sure about the Empress here, to be honest with you, but it will be popped.
Again, it's Sedated wanted to play aggressively. Tanaka misses the opening op shot, has to back away. Lex just outside the dark cover, able to find one for free. BCJ taking the challenge, does find the kill that'll reset the Empress. Lex going to get information on more players inside the dark cover, just not sure how many there are. It's really just one, though. And Big Frames, they're going to need to find 2 special shots from Inox. He only takes down 1. And that will be likely enough for Sedated to confirm this round. A 1v4 for cryocells is what's required.
I think Sedated may not have read this round completely in terms of the overall macro,
Yeah.
where the economy is. It's the fact that the Empress gets put in there is a bit of an overcommitment from me, from my perspective. I will say, though, that Big Frames, I mean, it's not impossible for them to win that one. They would have had to really play through their one hero rifle and cryocells, plus nerfed on the Spectre, as mentioned in the pre-round. But I mean, unless you're feeling the pressure, unless you're thinking, okay, it's 3v3, we've given away guns, we're in a bad spot, I'm not too sure you want to overcommit too hard there. Today they still just lose the one. Nice shot from Enox on the Sheriff pistol over towards B main. But this is the kind of round where you want to shut down Big Frames. This would be the actual round where you want to throw in the ultimates if you have any available. Tanaka does have Blaze Storm, but unless things get really hairy, it might just be okay to use the Operator for now. Hasn't found a lot of success in top mid, but rather just in mid in general. Will now be pushed off the angle.
Was waiting for the secondary challenge. That's something Big Frames has done a lot. BCJ, he's also found success over through a cubby, but again, Big Frames are very aware that that is an often pretty common peak that we've seen from BCJ. So they punish, they go 1 for 1. It's just not a bad trade early as you get rid of the Reyna. But you do obviously lose one as well. So now it's down to, how do you want to try to push this if you're Big Frames after losing your Jet? And it looks like it's going to be mid-map. The alarm bot will scout some of this out, and Tanaka will hold his ground, and Big Frames won't challenge.
By the way, Nerfed can play a little bit more aggressively over towards A main, because he'll either set his team up for an A push like he is now, or if we're going mid to B, he'll TP over via his ultimate. Tanaka has to try and clear mid. Doesn't realize there's one right around the corner. Cry sells in the cubby. We'll get a bit of a freebie. And now Big Frames are up by quite a few members. Notice where one of the last two are alive. That is a missed shock bolt. A little bit embarrassing. We'll recover.
Nanostorm will also flush him out, but Sinker, meanwhile at A, he's found a pick, and this little battle in middle has to be put on pause as you need to start making your way over for the defensive retake. Secondary Nanostorm up top, also being spent. Not going to find too much. That was an offensive one that was put through just to try to stall the hit. SVL trying to do what he can to deny this push through, but it's going to have to come through hot and heavy if you're sedated. Turret not going to be fully dealt with, and while that is trying to come through, Inox is able to find not just one, but also the second. Good use of utility from the offensive Killjoy, and Big Frames able to take round 10.
Inox as well, just playing off the turret there. As soon as the turret sees somebody, you see the crosshair being pulled up as well. Inox swings, gets a couple of free kills, and, well, that's just a good job done coming through from Big Frames, who will now finally break the silence of the last 4 rounds by finally putting one onto the board, making sure Sedated don't just reach number 7 just yet. 2 more rounds yet to go. 2 opportunities for Big Frames to tie things up, and still looking for a bit more out of Tanaka, who has definitely missed a lot more than I believe Tanaka's hit so far. Tanaka won't see anything this time around either, as it's 5 coming through over from A main, and the lockdown instantly placed.
Last time we saw something like this from Big Frames, they didn't really take advantage of the ground gained. That will not be the mistake this time. Even though they go 1 for 1, they still get some high ground control. Koala Noob trying to stay in the dark cover. Takes a wide peek, though. Why? You don't need to. BCJ able to find the kill, and now all of a sudden the spike is down, but you've got numbers if you're sedated. You do have one member lurking in the form of Nerf mid-map, but if the timing is not great, he might just get isolated, but the timing is great. He finds one. Not the second. Gets information. Paranoia comes through. Cryo cells converts. 2v2 we go. 2 down low versus 2 up high. SH good for 1. Wall span better for the other. And Sedated's retake is good, but you have to, I think, question, why do you even challenge the dark cover if you're Koala Noob?
Well, I think the reason there is because SVL does a support flash through the wall for him. Unfortunately, I think what the result of it was that BCJ turned the flash. So when you see Koala Noob exit the actual, the dark cover there, BCJ has like a minor flash thing or around the face, around the head to notify that he did get flashed, but it was a very brief flash. And that leads me to believe that BCJ turned the flash in time and was able to turn back unaided to get the kill into Koala Noob. So I applaud that. I think Big Frames had an idea going where they felt like they could secure a couple of kills that way, but unfortunately BCJ kind of outplays them.
Not gonna lie, I didn't see the flashpoint come through at all. Wasn't sure if I got sucked up into the dark cover or not, but it's just one of those things that if that kill goes the other way, that's likely around for Big Frames. And how about this BCJ aggressive again, but this time he runs into a number of members, and Tanaka is gonna do a little bit of a dance here with the Hunter's Fury coming through. Has to pick up the weapon, can't respond. And it will be a kill for Inex, but again, it will be traded back. Lex helping out from mid-map, and the defensive Hunter's Fury also coming through will make sure Sedated still exists with numbers.
It's going to still be a really good round for Big Frames. They're getting some damage done into SH. They're reading that SH is right there. They can get this kill, but still, how does SH still get one response? That just can't be, that can't happen. That's a taxed member coming on through. I was going to talk about the fact that in a 2v2 with a Rolling Thunder, it still feels very much possible. I won't say that it's over just yet. I won't say it's impossible. Rolling Thunder does get put in, but SVL's not going to get a kill, so unfortunately, it can't be a 1v1 just yet, and the spike still needs to be reclaimed.
Well, he's going to be able to grab it, but Sedated are obviously going to recognize that he's got to be here with all this utility that was just spent. He does find Sinker. And now top glass is Lex for the 1v1, 30 seconds to play. SVL, he's realizing that he knows the Omen was playing over towards A, and Lex is actually committed to the From the Shadows to B. But SVL will not have that information that he did commit, so he's got to be careful that this wasn't just a bait. And he looks like he's moving with speed enough to insinuate confidence. And with 10 seconds, he should still have just enough time to stick this plant.
He actually plants really open. I guess he doesn't quite know where Lex is. Has to kind of just flip the coin there. This time, though, the coin goes heads either way. It doesn't really matter because Lex wasn't around at all. But this is still a really tricky situation because he doesn't know which direction Lex comes through. In fact, Lex maybe even sees SVL. He does! Back turned! And SVL assumed that Lex was maybe going to come through from A short. Not the case. Comes through from heaven, and SVL does not see it.
It's all down to timing at that point in time. I mean, again, Lex, even though he essentially denies the rotation to B, he should be knowing he's playing for a retake at A. He has, again, really no clue where SVL could have positioned, but SVL decides to play the Hunter game instead of the passive game off of a potential just post-plant setup where he could watch it from like A long or something of that nature, or even just play down low in hell. And with that, Lex able to just barely catch the timing of SVL coming to the doorway. So now 8-4 the tally. And we'll go into the next half where a pistol round would be great for Big Frames' effort to try to reduce this deficit.
I just don't think you can afford to shift around at that point in time. You know that Lex is there somewhere. I mean, if you're going to go to short, just go to short. Otherwise, go to hell. Play the 50-50. I mean, Lex has to jump down and just whoever has the faster timing is going to get it. Standing in the open is not going to be the play. So 4-8 we go. Sedated with 8 coming into this one. Pushing up very aggressively over towards A. Nerfed in position to maybe get some damage. Locked out by the door. The rest of the big frames are coming now for the retake. One of the big flank as well.
Yeah, Inox does make his position aware, though, as he tries to take a peek. And Koala Dude, meanwhile, over on the flank will be dealt with. So numbers for Sedated as we get the zoom in on our minimap here to kind of read how this defense wants to try to play this retake. It'll be 2 through tree and 2 from top side of heaven. Their cover will block off A ramps. SH, nice right click coming through. Nerfed able to come out, though, with 2 of his own. So now as it's BCJ playing from the high ground, it's just down to if they can lock down cryo cells, which they're able to do successfully. Sedated with a very clean pistol for 9.
And part of this comes down to the very important 1v1 where Koala Noob goes down around A main as well, and that massive flank for Big Frames on their retake. So if Koala Noob wins that 1v1, I believe it was versus Sinker, he has an extra angle of entry, puts a lot of pressure, and those 2 guys playing close on the door on A short, playing the crossfire on A short, they can't play there. If Koala Noob has A main control, that crossfire doesn't happen at all. So it could be a very different round based on that 1v1. But as we head into the next round now, interesting buys coming through. Is this a force? It indeed is. So let's see what we can see now from Big Frames in terms of 4 stingers, 1 judge, and all members have at least light armor.
This force buy has to be successful for Big Frames. You lose this, you're on for sure eco down 4-10, and the rounds you have to play with are minimal at that point in time. And so far, Sedated are not playing into the hands of this defense that's set up aggressively to A. So it's going to have to be on Inox to really utilize this utility as a solo killjoy at B by themselves, and Sinker is going to use the Eldra to try to scout this out.
This is a tough force buy. Usually teams on the defense don't force buy. It's hard to find value compared to the offense here. Enox will have to, like you mentioned, get a lot of value. But 1 player versus everybody now on just the stinger. I mean, it's better than a pistol, but really you have to get a kill. Can't even find the first one. Has to reload immediately. The 20 bullets just fly by. And the rest of Big Frames now will try and make their way over. Still with stingers in hand. 1 does get a kill.
You have to clear this space and get this Phantom, though, if you're Cryo, in some way. Help your team get involved. In SVL, he's able to take down Lex. How have these been individual kills? You should know this is a force buy right now for Sedated. You just need to play for trade. So Big Frames now with numbers. They've also upgraded at least 1 weapon thus far. Naka with a wide peek. He's again by himself. There's no trade here. SVL with another kill. And as the shot dart comes through, Big Frames will be successful on their force buy. A very tough call to make, but one that really needed to come through if they want to have a chance at getting back into this game. And now all of a sudden, they find themselves just down 4, and Sedated have some decisions to make in this next round.
And Enox by himself over towards B main, the back of B with only a Stinger versus 5, doesn't get a trade kill. It's a 4v5 to start with from Big Frames, and even despite Enox going down early, the 4 players in the retake with what at that stage it was 3 Stingers and a Shorty, no, well 3 Stingers and a Judge rather, ends up being enough. And they even get upgrades like you mentioned, so the initial picks coming on through, pretty darn good. And like you said as well, you have to know it would have been a 4 spy, so putting yourselves in situations where you can get 1v1, not ideal. The Stingers coming on big time and Big Frames, I think definitely needed that round.
So now Sedated, staying relatively reserved with their economy after that lost round. SVL will get a flash up, but it looks like he's also hit Nerf. And the paranoia will connect to the 2 players. Nerf holding the trigger. He'll find one. SVL trying to delay for as long as possible. The second flash comes through. He's able to turn that into 2 straight kills. And now Inox is here to help out from the long angle. SH 1v3. Going back to the Ghost after the Stinger runs out of ammunition. And he also needs to deal with this recon Aldrone that comes through, and he will be able to back up and reset with 52 seconds to play, but pressure from every single angle he looks.
There's an ultimate available, but SH has to try and break through. His position has been compromised. About to be surrounded. You can see that Cryocells is even around the corner over towards mid. They know exactly where SH is, so really I think the round is over now. Indeed it is. That could have been very different. If nerfed, by the way, the Omen player that was really tucked in close, if he doesn't get at least 1 trade while being flashed like 3 times, that's a different round because, I mean, SVL only killed 2. I say only, that's pretty good, but between the 2 of them, it's a 2 to 3 trade and gives Sedated, or rather gives Big Frames so many more members to work with. This Big Frames now will get another one down. So because they lose the pistol, they were at risk of being down quite a few rounds, but winning a 4 Spire, winning round 3 now, and having some guns to play up against the rifles of Sedated, this is going to be one of those typical, you know, SMG versus rifle rounds. This is going to be 3 proper rifles and 2 Bulldogs versus 5 rifles.
And you can't get too greedy with this push through in my mind if you're Sedated, mostly because of this Rolling Thunder, which does come through a lot sooner than anticipated. A lot of anticipation building off of this, and well, for a second there, I thought the Aftershock was going to find a kill, but everyone gets away. So Sedated, they show force, and they bait out a lot of big abilities for Big Frames here.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder doesn't get value, unfortunately. It stops the push, but so does a molly. I mean, really, that the Rolling Thunder is just like a big molly at that stage in the game. You can't get a kill off that. You can't follow up. No one follows up. No one dashes in. No one does anything with it. You give yourself a bit of time to play with possible action in towards mid. Nerf will get something done there, and Lex turned around. Lex wasn't in position to trade.
Nice flash coming out. Koala for 1. Looking for a second. Snaps, gets the headshot. Deals with the lockdown as well. Sedated not able to guard. And how about the snapper out of Koala? The right click coming through. Lex, last one left alive. A flawless round for Big Frames. And it came off of, again, completely whiffing the Rolling Thunder. It's not at all, I think, what either of us would have expected. But regardless, Big Frames happy to be down just 2.
I'll tell you what they did with that flash play towards the end there with Koala Noob is what they should have done with the Rolling Thunder.
Agreed.
The flash comes in for SVL. Koala Noob goes around the side, picks up 2 kills, the lockdown, and a 3rd. And that, by the way, is the same play they were trying to make in the post plant on A Heaven, but unfortunately, like I mentioned there, BCJ kind of outplays it this time. Everyone gets fully flashed for the full duration, and it's enough. It's enough for Koala Noob to pop off 3 kills. Now only 2 rounds behind for Big Frames, and likely only to be 1 round behind after this one because Big Frames come in with everything and Sedated have nothing.
Tanaka, something different, pushing through mid-map here.
No charges left.
Makes a bit of noise, but can't really do much with it. Does delete the alarm bot that was lingering. Same will be done for BCJ. And now all of a sudden,
I believe Tanaka, by the way, has used his Bladestorm. He had the Bladestorm at the start of the round, and it's gone.
Interesting.
It's gone. I don't know what happened. Did he just right-click and miss? It's not there anymore.
He wasn't. The thing is, he wasn't really near anybody to really feel like he fully utilized it. So I don't know. And now Koala Noob up top. Uh-oh, that tailwind does not get him to safety. It actually puts him right in the middle of danger. They're still able to get there for one trade, but as Sage with a couple of nice pistol shots, Sedated's on the site. The spike is going to go down. One of those weapons will be picked up, but yeah, that Bladestorm would be great to have now because you've got a couple members that are on a single point of HP if you're Sedated at big frames. They've got a really good look at this potential retake even in the 3v4, and this is a recon bolt, so no BCJs outside. All you have to do is isolate. Now a 3v3, 2 members down to 1 bullet each, and there's going to be one of them. Tanaka will find 1 kill, immediately trade it over to the pistol. Sinker! 1v1, it's a pistol. Cryo's not hitting the shots, but reload is forced out. He can't convert. He's killing so much time. Back and forth they go. Sinker still dancing with them, but will eventually fall. But does he actually commit enough time to stop this defusal? Looks like yes, he sure does.
I don't believe
Unreal.
it. I don't believe how effective that was from Sinker on 1 HP. And he just doesn't die. He can't. The shot never lands. By the way, the box is bangable, but there's no ammo. There's no ammo for cryo cells on the rifle. So he's got the ghost out. The ghost is very low ammo as well, so doesn't feel confident about wallbanging through. Has to go for the chase. No utility. I don't believe a shock bolt was available. And Sinker somehow, some way, stays alive for so long. Dies, but it doesn't matter. There's no time, and the round goes the way of Sedated. What an impressive play.
Unreal. Now all of a sudden Sedated right back into business. After the Thrifty gets confirmed, they also find first blood in the round to follow. So big frames, even though they can still purchase in this round, are going to be down heavy. Defensive Hunter's Fury coming through, just guessing essentially across the map over through really that cubby area. Not going to connect with anything though. So another big tool out of the tank here for big frames, and as Tanaka throws a couple of smokes through the middle of the map, they're going to try to put some pressure on big frames to have to deal with the middle before they try to actually commit to a site.
Big frames, but small tools here as they don't really have a lot of util left. Lockdown nearly available for Enox. Would have to find a kill. Potentially go for 2. Spike carry around the corner as well. Does he get checked? Is there going to be a nano swarm? Does he get a chance to just swing? This will be big. There it is. That's going to be the kill required. Might get a second. Indeed does. Spike on the floor. And Enox in a great space now for big frames to get this round.
How big are those kills for Enox? And how about this? Sinker somehow allowed to get the kill off of the trade from the shock dart, but while that was happening, the rest of Sedated fall to the final members of Big Frames defensively. Koala Noob getting the operator online for a second kill. And Big Frames still bounce back in a big way. This is a very back and forth affair and a dicey one at that. 10-8 the turret tally, and once again Sedated back onto the save.
I'll tell you what, Sedated will never make that mistake again. Every single time they go A main now and it's not actually clear, they gotta pop a nano swarm in there or something because you can't allow that to happen. 1 nano swarm would have prevented Enox from just making that play, but Enox swings wide, gets a double kill, and the round's over. I mean, at that stage in the game, you can't do too much. It's Sedated. While they're ahead by 2, they have to eco again, and this is just so awkward from them. Notice that, by the way, Sedated did win a previous eco. You give them that one. Okay, Koala Noob. I want to hit that one next time.
Once again, Tanaka, like he did previously, the pistol tries to push mid-map. Aldrone will stop him in his tracks. And a collab for Koala Noob after a Lear comes through for BCJ. Cryo able to get the read on where Tanaka was, but even still, Lex and Sinker keep things interesting. With 2 isolated picks, they have an opportunity. Koala Noob watching mid-map, hits another shot. He's been great with the op lately. Now it's just down to 1. It's Lex in a 1v3.
No chance, I think, to really get the spike down or to collect it. Finds the 1v1 versus Enox. If there was any way for Lex to try and win a 1v3, it would start by collecting the first kill to Enox, forcing a 1v2 and hoping you can get another isolation kill somewhere, but time would have been against Lex, so really it's about the damage, and unfortunately couldn't quite get anything further. And for Sedated, it's going to be another one that they do lose, but really interesting to see, by the way, that even on ecos, they're doing a lot of damage. Lex doesn't walk into that round with a gun. He had to pick up a gun from somewhere. ends up nearly being effective for the team. As Big Frames now, they're only one away, but this is where things get difficult. Sedated have saved up 4 ultimates, and these 4 ultimates might want to be used this round.
Massive round here for Sedated if they want to try to run away with this one, because Big Frames, they have an economy to play with to allow them to really make this comeback happen. So a lot of pressure here, you feel like, on Sedated, especially with how well Koala has been playing with this operator. It's going to take away so many lines of sight. Here comes the attacking Killjoy lockdown through. Cryocells on the outside, getting a challenge. Responds! What a shot that is on a BCJ! The Recon Bolt will scout more members inside, and the Hunter's Fury coming through for Sedated will just try to stall off the defensive retake, but this is still a 5v4 where they've got tools to use, Avril.
Absolutely. The big one's going to be the lockdown. There's no counter to come through this time. There is no Hunter's Fury. So you have to try and see if Sedated can get some heads-up kills here. Tanaka in a good position, just above the smoke, but can't quite see anything. Lex wanted to make the challenge happen. TP's into his own smoke. Might want to swing into this just to get that kill. Here comes that lockdown finally in play. And it might get destroyed. No, not in time.
And the long flank was still coming through for Nerf. He was going to get there eventually, but now it's just on the retake completely. SH able to find 2. Needs to kill off a little bit more time, but isn't able to do it. Can someone get there in time to defuse, though? It's going to be close again. Cryocells. Will he be denied once more by the clock? He sure will. The clutch comes through. Sedated. Once again, saved by the bell. 11-9 up.
Can't believe it. Can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Twice Cryocells is barely not quite there. It's about maybe 1 second away. I think it actually said I didn't pay attention, but it's so close that, I mean, fine margins. Oh man, I can't believe it. Big Frames looked like they were going to have that one. Big Frames looked like they had the retake on lock there. But just barely slips through their fingers. That is going to be a bit painful for them, but keeping things close there. Sedated now. 2 away from getting the map. Wallanu might get a kill. There it is.
Guys up. Is he up for more? Sure is. There's the second. Third one up close and personal. PCJ just barely able to get the best of him, but Nerf responds. 2v4 situation as Sedated have been all gas pedal lately, and just as soon as the dark cover expires, so will Sinker, but he is able to kill one from the grave with the shock dart, which will give SH a 1v3 to deal with. As the sentry turret, will place that down. Information that he's confirmed 1 player to the left. Has not baited out Cryocells up top, though. After shock, will either flush him out or flush him back, and he'll choose to play this passively. 55 seconds to play.
You think about the save here as well. $0 in the bank here for SH, and well, no time to think about it anymore. Tries to make the play happen. SVL on the side. To be fair, that would have been very difficult, even if you can find an isolation kill. The other guy on the other side, from either heaven or door, a short that is, would have been able to get that trade. So, very much impossible situation for SH there as we head into Big Frames, picking up number 10. Round number 22 coming up now as well. And Sedated, once again, are going to have to eco. And, I mean, so far, the last 2 ecos that Sedated have played have both been fairly successful, even if they don't win them.
What a game we've had here. Again, this was a round 1 opening match between these 2 teams on Bind that saw an overtime 14-12. I'll sit there and say that's going to be a mark of things to come, but so far it's looking plausible that overtime very well could be imminent. Depending on what happens in the next couple of rounds, Nerf is going to sit and try to soak up the sentry turret. He's going to get challenged here as Cryo's able to find 1 kill. Nerf, he's not going to expect it on the site with Lex, but he whips the shot. Oh, it's all gone wrong. They had an opportunity for a free kill in an open ace site, but now it's just on the Tanaka, who's going to be required to get an ace with the Blade Storm. He's already found 1. But he's got 4 more to deal with. He's got 2 just outside garden, 1 more up top by the rafters, and then the potential of a player working from behind him. And here comes the flash play. 1 right click hits, there's the second, but the reset time too long, and Inox will clean things up, and we're tied at 11.
Yeah, so many players coming through for the counter trade there. To be fair, I didn't even think that Sedated needed to, or rather Big Frames needed to challenge that one. They could have even waited and allowed Tanaka to plant if he was going to go for the plant and just let him make the decision there, because if you're Big Frames, you're up by a lot of numbers, you can play for the time. That being said, though, Big Frames have been somewhat traumatized by the fact that they've failed to get a defuse twice now.
Yeah.
Placing alarm
It is
bot.
11 to 11 though, like you sort of mentioned. Qualanu back on the operator. And I think for Sedated as well, money is not looking great, so they would have to get to 12 fairly quickly here to make sure they don't eco again.
Sedated playing a little bit more passively, but even still, the opening interaction through A long sees Lex down to red HP. It was nerfed to put him on that health. Koala Noob going to be tagged up twice, actually, by the sentry turn, and with the Aldrin coming out, he'll back away. Injured, but still in fighting condition. It just comes down to, what do you do with this information if you're Sedated? Because the Empress has already popped, and the Aldron's not going to really see too much of anything, so this just might be another one of those Empresses that just kind of come and go without much interaction happening with them.
Well, it ends up being a really fast Empress, like we're not committing yet. It's an Empress pop, but the team's not quite ready to go. I mean, maybe you just play into this one. BCJ tries to swing it to Koala but this time Koala is going to make sure that the shot connects properly and onto the highest impact player as well. And if that wasn't a big enough problem, Big Frame still had multiple ultimates, big ones in terms of Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury, so Sedated have a lot of work to do if they want to go for a plant.
30
Lex
seconds
able to
left.
get one in response, and a second. How is he allowed to do that? You still have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury for big frames, but in a 3v4, can you really trust that you're going to find kills with this? Well, maybe. That's a heck of a shot from Cryocells. He stops the plant and gets the kill. Now Spike on the ground. That'll be picked up. Rolling Thunder can be committed behind this. That will again delay things. Lex will fall, but a nice shot start from Sinker, able to find one. Tanaka, a second kill, but time becoming a problem on the opposite front. You have to stick this. And they're not going to get it off in time. The clock coming into play again, Avril. Unreal. 3 rounds now decided by the game clock just at the last second.
I also think Tanaka tripped up there. Did you see him try to jump up onto the raised area where the generator was? He got tripped up there and just failed to jump up in time. He kind of got caught by the ledge, caught by the map geometry. And it took him an extra half second to get up the ledge, and because of that, he ran out of time. I think there would have been enough. I was watching the clock. You need 4 seconds. And it was just barely not there, so unfortunate. That's, I mean, the shoelaces come undone at the last second for Tanaka, and it just, I don't know. Unfortunately, it kind of falls on the face there, and gives Big Frames the 12 required. Sedated now. Thankful they can even buy into this run. I mean, to be fair, they're on max loss bonus, so yeah, get that extra 3k into the bank. It will allow them to get pretty much guns, but not much else because, by the way, the time ran out. They saved some guns. I do believe some guns were saved over there because players were alive. And that will give them more to play with as we head into the possibility of an OT, but probably more likely to be a Big Frames win here, even if it's 13-11. Big Frames have overall been a bit more solid, especially on this defense. Note that Sedated have only won 3 rounds so far on this entire attack.
Yep. But all they need is 4. You could say the same strengths about the defense of Sedated from the first half. Oh boy. What a game we've had, and it's been a pretty wild one. It feels like a lot of the plays we've seen have been much more individualistic than we come to kind of know, especially with Ascent, maybe outside of a couple of flash plays that have allowed Jets to make a couple of hits, but we've seen a lot of individual plays from BCJ and maybe a little bit of help from Lex, but it feels like for the most part, really our Reyna and both of our Omens have kind of gone off and done their own stuff, and sometimes it's been successful, other times it's put their team in a really awkward spot to try to recorrect themselves from, and that last round, again, the clock going the opposite way, just kind of feels like a gift from the Valorant gods trying to reprieve themselves from the earlier mishaps off the defusals, and what a world we'd live in if this one does go to overtime and we see these two teams again extend another map, which they did again, like we mentioned in the opening round, just in their first best of 1.
When I see teams run out of time here, I'm very tempted to make a joke towards T1, but they're in the top 8 right now for the main event, so I probably shouldn't do that. Big Frames, though. 1 away right now. I do want to point out on the scoreboard, by the way, SVL has 14 assists currently.
Yeah,
and
it's
for a
actually
Breach
wild.
Player,
Yeah.
It's insane because it does say that he's getting a lot done in terms of the flashes and the stuns, so it's really being capitalized on. I think the assist only comes in if you get a flash and then a teammate gets the kill, or you get a stun and someone gets the kill. Now, he's at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of the actual kills himself, but I think the assist coming through from a supporting Breach is really, really big and shows you just how much of an impact he has on the game so far.
Revealing area.
Well, as we get out of our pause, we'll jump straight in here. Again, a best of 3 between these two squads. Winner of the series moves into the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated from the November monthly. $10,000 on the line. And again, Sedated showing force mid-map as Qualanoob went for a pixel angle on a shoulder peek, missed the shot, and now has to back away.
Aldron's going to come into effect as well, looking over towards B main, looking into A short. We'll give BCJ the opportunity to push on through. So BCJ has advanced positioning now. Nerf has been smoked out, has been shocked as well. That's a lot of damage. Wow.
Catches the second one in the teeth. It's going to force a nanoswarm to also come into play here as the defensive killjoy of Inox is here, and he actually takes down BCJ, who was again solo pushing onto site. What are you doing, Tanaka? He gets taken down, never checks for SVL, but the trade is there. So they did the rotation to B, will get here in time. And how about this raid for Sinker? Recognizes that Nerf has hit the rotation from the shadows, but can't confirm the kill. Survives with 4 HP, but it's a 2v3, and the lockdown will come through for Sedated.
That 1v1 means everything. Because if that's Sedated with the extra player, they can challenge the lockdown, they can do so much here. Now, 3 versus 2. Or rather, the lockdown comes from Sedated. The point is they would have had the extra member, they could have challenged a lot better. Sedated now trying to get the most done, and they're getting quite a lot done. This is actually really, really good. 1 player alive right now. Can Qualanoob do it? 1 kill. A second kill right next to him. Lex is there. Lex has the timing. Surely Lex gets the kill.
Unbelievable play from Sedated, sends us to overtime. But what a gut check play call, Avril. The lockdown's about to expire, and they push through the defensive spawn for a couple of kills. They know that Nerf is sitting at B main. There's nowhere else he can be, and they know he's 1 HP, so they take the double chow. They walk away with 1 kill. They respond to Nerf from the flank. Beautifully executed, and a really good gut check IGL call there for Sedated to throw us right into overtime. Well, they'll start on defense first.
I gotta tell you, so far, both teams have not done well on attack. If you look at the actual record in terms of the round summaries, both teams on their respective attacking phases have only gotten 4 rounds per. So really, I think this is going to be the type of game where both teams are very likely to win the defense for OT. It'll come down to who can break the trend and actually win an offensive OT. Whoever does that probably wins the OT.
Well, Tanaka will find first blood mid-map onto his counterpart. That was a snipe battle, I believe. And with that, Big Frames will at least be able to respond to the aggressive play again for Sedated through A main. So we're seeing trends start to develop as well. Not just the fact that offense has been the more difficult half for both of these teams, but again, for Sedated on their defense, they're looking to stay aggressive, and it goes with a little bit of success and a little bit of punish.
So I can confirm that for Qualanoob, he in fact did not have a sniper rifle. Don't know that would have helped though. Maybe challenging Tanaka, but at the same time, counter trade is certainly there. We don't have a lot of information though in terms of what Sedated can see. Some advanced positioning over towards short, and as soon as the smoke fades, this is where Tanaka can start really getting some more his way as well. Yes, there is a bit of a timing there, but I think the timing was always going to work in favor of Big Frames. And speaking of time, Big Frames need to start making some moves because they're very quiet. This is where Sinker is feeling that something's coming.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, there's the recon bolt. Fault line will push off 1. Good information for Sinker. Confirms some damage in, gets the spike here. 22 seconds, Tanaka through the double box, able to find another elimination through, and so now a 4v2 situation. Tanaka feeling some pressure as he's shaking his cam all over the place as we swap back to him, as now SVL on the site is hoping to open some space for Inox. He'll find 1, not gonna get a second. Now the challenge is up top, SVL for 2, has to stick for the plant. Sedated's gonna challenge, and Lex, he will get the kill. Flirting with the clock again, but SVL playing for the elimination gets caught off guard.
I thought SVL was gonna stick that one. Maybe if you stick, you can win, but is thinking that Lex is too close by. He's probably right. Lex was very close by, but the 1v1 doesn't happen until they challenge each other. And to be fair, if Lex just doesn't challenge, I thought Lex was maybe going to run away. Lex was assuming it was going to be a stick, and SVL indeed doesn't stick, so a very contentious last couple of seconds there that could have gone either way. SVL got given an opportunity to still win the round by taking the 1v1 versus Lex, but as almost expected here, the defensive team is going to take that round at OT, and oh my goodness, the omens are gone.
Again, Lex tries to get aggressive with the shrouded step through the A orb, gets red, but there is still a response, so a little bit of reward, a little bit of punish on the aggression from Sedated once more. Cryo cells, 3 members in front of him. Nanostorm will be used to try to flush him out, but it's a bit short. Flashpoint coming out. Walladoop able to find not just one, but a second. And they know that the last player has made his way in. Koala will take that one as well. Working for the ace. Will go ahead and hit the Bladestorm because why the heck not? And Sinker's in a 1v4.
So outside of any major miracles coming through from Sinker, it should be a Big Frames round now, which kind of just feeds into the narrative that both teams kind of favor the defense here. And again, it will come down to a team winning an offense. I think as soon as a team wins a single offensive round, that team will probably just win the OT. And so far, it's very defensive sided. I think both teams, not that the map is defensive sided, but I think both teams are defensive sided in terms of where their particular strengths and weaknesses are.
Once again, Tanaka will go ahead and invest into the operator. Koala Noob will not meet him. This time, Tanaka, instead of peeking mid-map, will go over towards B main, of which it's just Inox playing by himself, and you can't imagine he's going to aggressively chow this. Looking to see if potentially a Paranoia peek will come through as well, but it will not occur over towards B, as Big Frames will spend the fault line and one flashpoint trying to sit there and say, we know you guys like to challenge A main. Here's a couple abilities for your consideration.
This time, A main is going to be fairly clear as Big Frames walk away. Mid control, possible mid to B. Spike so far around B lobby. A double setup coming through from Sedated, including the operator. That's where Tanaka is so far, waiting for a player to peek out. And if that player is the one carrying the spike, if that's Enox going in first and dropping the spike, that'll give way too much information over, and Tanaka now may be in position to take that kill.
Alarm bot, Paranoia combination. Lex cannot unfortunately confirm, though, as Big Frames is able to just barely duck behind cover. But this time, Lex, again onto his counterpart, as the Nerf is trying to play through B main. He's finding a second. Tanaka, SH getting involved. And now it's just down to Cryo. No HP to play with. He'll fall in a flawless round for Sedated, as we'll again go back and forth for defense.
Switching sides. Match
I'll
point.
say this much as well. It may not even be the fact that both teams are strong at defense. Could also be the fact that both teams are kind of sucking on the attack as well. Yeah, bit of column A, bit of column B here. Certainly you need a bit of help. You want to be good at the defense, but also hope that your opponent sucks at the offense, and that seems to be true on both ends for both teams. Again, somebody needs to break that one. Tanaka now feeling the confidence. Will now snipe on the offense as well. Notice that, by the way, Tanaka did miss the opening shot on the pixel angle towards B main. Let's see what kind of early pressure we have here. Koala Noob diving in. Surely we get a kill. That's what we're looking for.
Nerf takes down another. Early aggression, this time from Big Frames. Pains out a little bit, but Sinker, he's actually isolated a couple of members here as Nerf is on the other side of mid. And there's an opportunity with Lex also sneaking through where he might be able to pick up a kill for free as well. So, yeah, you're happy, I think, if you're Big Frames. You do walk away with the kill. Technically, two, but is it enough? And there it is. SVL picks up Lex, and now a lot of the potential monkey wrenches have been dealt with. BCJ would have to find both of these kills. He won't find a single one. And it looks like we're going to continue to go defense for defense here, Avril. Tied 14 apiece.
It's like
sides.
those basketball games where the crowd yells defense, defense, and both teams just defend, and we don't see anything. No points, no attacks. There's what's going on here?
Very
Tanaka
colorful of you.
back. Yeah, well, color casting's my job. Tanaka goes back to the operator here right now. Pretty deep. I mean, 28 rounds and all defensive sided. 28 rounds so far. Again, somebody's got to break the streak somewhere. Yet to see that one nerfed will make that aggressive TP play survives. Bit of action towards the mid, just some damage traded out, nothing to write home about. Then I want to see if Big Frames on their attacking side this time can make a really decent entry and find some entry picks as well.
I think my favorite thing about that little imagery you just built was the fact that I'm now picturing an entire basketball audience just casually saying the word defense. Defense. Like, not like chanting or yelling it, just like casually saying it.
There's some claps in the middle there, but I didn't want to clap on stream, so.
Fair, okay. Okay.
It's defense, clap, clap, clap. Defense, clap, clap, clap. But I'm not going to do the claps, so you have to just imagine that.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Inox trying to sneak through mid-map here. Very well could come into point of contact, and we'll just sidestep away from the alarm
Ace
bot.
free, what?
As A has been I even had the same exclamation that you did. I was like, they just walked down to A for 100% free. And now that Inox has found a kill mid-map, that's going to stall the defense from rotating freely over. But they do take down Inox. So Sedated now 4v3 for the retake. And it's just going to be down to SVL has one more flashpoint left to spend. BCJ on his third kill. Stinker another. It's just down to SVL. And oh boy, SAJ able to punish. And what a strange round we just had there. But still, defense prevails.
So back and forth we go.
Switching sides.
As
Match point.
it's been match point for a while. As round 30, can you believe that? We're up to the 3-0 now. Speaking of 3-0 Sedated, SH has dropped the 30 bomb, so congrats. 30 kills in 29 rounds. Just barely above 1 kill per round coming through. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to talk about this except to reiterate the fact that both defenses have been solid and both sides attacking have just not really been solid. That's the whole game.
Well, once again, we're going to see some defensive pressure established from Nerfed as he again throws himself into the middle of the mix over towards A main, and Lex really wants to make sure he's contesting this. You're going to have SH just lurking over towards B as the spike rotates over to A. Aldrone mid-map won't scout out Tanaka, so he's got the opportunity to maybe play through mid. Koala, who's sitting over towards Raptors, has already been tagged up down to 60 HP, and he's technically stuck right now. No cloud bursts. He flies into the operator, and this is going to be potentially a paranoia just freeing him up. That's a big ability that's spent just to save your operator player.
What a time gone now as well. A couple of layers being thrown and just selling the fake, and the selling has been bought so far. Buying up those eyes, a lot of movements back towards mid. You can see that the one player that isn't buying so far as Cryo Cells is hanging out. Nerf goes down, so this attack is starting to come alive right now. 5v4. Could this be the attack? We'll finally see a team break it.
Cryo gets one. He still has a recon bolt, 2 shock darts. Tanaka, though, pushing forward, catches not just Koala, but Cryo as well. It has to be on Inox. He finds one, not going to grab a second. Tanaka for 3. Last player left alive, SVL. Timing's the dark cover. Could give him maybe 1 free kill. Now a 1v2. A lot of abilities to play with. Trying to sneak on forward, and he gets the second. 1v1. 30 HP. And he gets the headshot. Unbelievable. SPL keeping big frames alive, and the defenses still will win.
That was meant to be the round. You're not going to get a better round than that. Surely, Sedated had a 3v1?
3v1.
They couldn't. I mean,
Overtime.
props to SVL, props to Big Frames. What an insane clutch. That was beautiful to watch, but round 31, here we come.
Gotta play for trades there if you're Sedated. You have to.
I can't believe it.
That's it.
It's crazy because I think Sedated, they were given such an incredible opportunity. They had all the early picks. They had all the early setups. Enox goes down as well. They have the 3v1. I mean, that's it. The game's over. That should be GG right there, but can't quite secure SVL. And SVL collects the miracle 1v3. Super happy about it. Keeps Big Frames in the game. We're back to square one.
If you're Sedated, you know that he's coming from the A site. You just have to play for trades. It's a critical mistake, and it pays off in a big way now. Big Frames, aggressive. Able to get onto the site, get the spike planted, 5v5. Retake will still be full force, and it looks like it'll all be happening from the front. BCJ for the first. That's under Koala Noob over towards the Raptors. Nerfed up top. His position has been revealed. Paranoia's going to connect onto a number of players, and Nerf is able to capitalize onto one. feel like he wants to wide peek this. He'll and he'll find a second. There's the third. Nerf potentially for 4. Runs out of ammunition. 2v3 situation. Time becoming an issue. BCJ, last hope left alive. He'll find a third kill. Nanoswarm will stall and defuse. Knows the player's underneath hell. Finds the kill, but time is a problem. He will not be allowed to defuse. And Big Frames break the defensive streak and get on to 16 off their attack.
Everyone dies, but it
Switching
doesn't matter.
sides.
The money is reset anyway.
Match
Congratulations to Big Frames. They're going to be taking us to Icebox. I'm calling it early. Whoever wins an
gosh.
attacking round of the OT, they've got the whole thing. I mean, unless I'm completely wrong now and Sedated somehow win an offense and we start OT again. Wouldn't that be crazy?
You've just cast or cursed it, Kevin. I'm just telling you right now.
I've
You've already-
I've really spoken to both sides of the possibilities here. I'm pretty confident in saying that now that because Big Frames have won an attack and they're kind of broken the streak, that's what's required. I mean, both teams have been fantastic on the defense and similarly kind of weak on the attack. So as soon as one team does break it, that's kind of where nail in the coffin gets put in there, and straight away Big Frames nerfed on the Lex. It's a good start, 5-4 now. Sedated needs to really try and get one back, but no one's peeking.
They had an opportunity at Koala. He peeked aggressively through B main. The operator shot missed, but the shots on response for SH also were not good enough. A couple of spam shots with the box actually connect with Inox, but again, no interaction as far as the status of our 5v4 is concerned. So Sedated have to make a call. 55 seconds. It looks like they're going to full wrap and hit to B. Cryo from this back position at B has been great, but now he's by himself. He's going to have to be great again.
Not quite playing the pixel angle either, just kind of playing the rotation angle to see if anyone transitions through to the lane. Surely he hears some info, no one rotating just yet. Here we go. This is where the defense will be on. The attackers get on site. Well, it should
30
come on
seconds
through.
left.
Unfortunately, there isn't going to be a kill coming through from Big Frames to stop anything. That's great for Sedated, though, as they get a free plant. All 4 are on site. Unlikely to be able to get off site. Koala Noob for 1, and Cryocells picks up another.
BCJ needed to find both of those kills. Now it's on Tanaka to fulfill that responsibility. Fault line coming through. Recon bolt behind it. SH caught in a paranoia. Nearly gets a lineup, but only comes away with 1. Tanaka, 1v3. Now into just 2 players. He finds the second. Still healthy. Can he survive the aftershock? He can. And the Bladestorm has been earned. 1 knife would do the trick. 1 bullet would do the trick. SVL on 10 HP. The fuse is going to start. He's going to stick this. You gotta go!
Oh my
And
God.
Tanaka, he's gonna tailwind in, and he's able to clutch with 4. We go offense for offense, and the caster
Switching
curse
sides.
very well could be
Overtime.
real, Avril. We're tied up again.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. I'll take the L on that one. I apologize. Shouldn't have said it. Should have just stuck to my guns. You know, if I was just confident that Big Frames were just going to take the map, I think SVL would have just won that, but that's fine. You know, it's cool. I don't know. I don't know anymore. We've gone too deep. We're too deep down the rabbit hole. 32 rounds, number 33 coming. I think this might be the longest map I've ever casted. I think that's about real right now.
For sure for me, yeah, for sure for me. Unreal. This time, early offensive pressure on the B from Koala Noob, but this is all bait. And Sedated's on the quick rotation, and Big Frames will just shift walk into A for free. SVL didn't even need to commit to getting onto the site. This is literally just Koala Noob making this play right now. He will be taken down. SVL has to stay alive,
Spike planted.
as they're not going to expect him playing the lurk, but how about this point of contact? It'll trade 1 for 1. BCJ over the middle of the map will find the first, but Nerf pushing through the A site will find 1 in response. We go 3v3. Nerf for potentially more. No, Tanaka finds the first kill.
Oh!
Snaps. Unbelievable shot from Tanaka. BCJ from mid-map cleans up the last, and Sedated will put us on our defensive winning ways.
Okay, we're back on the defensive W's now. What an insane shot. Tanaka's starting to really fire up. How many kills are we on?
Switching
Is anyone
sides.
close to 40 yet?
Match point.
So, SH was on 30 like 6 rounds ago. He's on 31 now. Other players are starting to get to about 30. Nerfed is 2 away. Match point again, 17-16. Round 34. By the way, did you guys know this is the best of 3? There's potentially 2 more maps here.
Hey, it was overtime the first time. It's an extended overtime the second. Kind of feels like this one will please the narrative gods and go all the way to 3, ever them going to the overtime based on how these two teams are swinging at each other right now. Mid-map stack this time for Sedated as they're trying to come through, but defensively, Big Frames is here. Alarm bot will be deleted. Inox is good for 1. Qualinoob another, but goes to the Cloudburst. Unfortunately, Cryocells is there to help him out. Just down to Lex, who go over the top of the Nanoswarm. Bold play, but isn't able to convert on more than just the first kill, and Big Frames will keep us tied now 17 apiece.
Overtime.
So 35. We're on 35 now. Just kind of barely keeping count at this moment. I hope nobody's got anything to do today. Oh my. I'm starting to run out of things here. I mean, each round is quite interesting. I mean, there are some interesting things that are happening here. People making plays. I guess the biggest thing here is the fact that we're actually swapping attacks and defenses now in terms of where people are winning. So it's not just all defensive wins, although it is still definitely more defensive sided wins. Tanaka goes down fairly early. BCJ responds. That's quite a couple of nice shots, actually, but it is more defensive sided kills. 2 more life for Big Frames. And, you know, just as we start winning on the offense, we've now definitely gone back to the defense. So Sedated will be able to take this one without too much issue now.
It's just to break up the monotony, Avril. That's literally it. But it's just one of those things as well. Again, Big Frames, you have to understand that Sedated are not just solo challenging offensively on their, or aggressively, I should say, on their defense. They like to throw multiple members, so you should be expecting that BCJ or Lex is going to try to take a secondary peek over through A main, and Big Frames gets caught trying to play for an ultimate orb, but the trades are more than good enough as Sinker will find cryocells for free mid-map. So again, it's 18-17 here.
Switching sides.
We could
Match
probably
point.
sit here and break down all of the greatness of these defensive rounds, but goodness me, these offenses need to find some success.
I need someone to tell me what the longest, like, pro Valorant game ever is broadcasted.
Pro Valorant game is the important part of that. I know there was a collegiate one that went like 56 rounds or something like that the other day.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it depends on where you draw the line, but yeah, I kind of just want to know what the record is. Can we get to 40? I want to see if we can get to 40. Because I think once you're committed to 36, which is where we are now, you got to get to 40, otherwise it's a bit of a disappointment as no operators this time, by the way, so Qualinoob and Tanaka are going to walk away from that one, not feeling it. Just changing things up.
Oh, what
Tanaka
a peak.
onto Qualinoob nice and early, so we've seen that peak before. The Summit does get punished, and we'll go the way Sedated. We've seen Sedated, by the way, get early leads on the offense, is still not really clean up. And that is when SVL got the 1v3. Lex should be able to get that nice free kill into Cryocells. So a 5v3 lead. Here we go. Sedated. Big opportunity now. They could get the 19.
Nerf, though, finds the first. Paranoia's going to come through. Can he grab the second? No, it's the shock dart that confirms the kill. Sinker those forced back, and against SVL, and isolated 1v1 at SH at the 2v3 now all of a sudden. Very doable. The spike never committed to this hit, so with 48 seconds to play, it still needs to work its way on, and that's going to give time for Inox to take away the middle of the map, and he's actually going to play for the long flank through A main. And that's going to have to be what's successful here for Big Frames if they want to try to find a way to fully get this retake into play. And he's going to walk right behind Sinker, who's not even looking at him. Timing here, though, just barely good enough, and now it's just down to SVL.
We've seen a 1v3 before, but can it be done again in OT? SVL has so much work ahead. One flash available, one aftershock has to clear. Hell has to collect Gen, has to clear over towards A main as well. I think the job might be a little bit too much. Gets a 1 dink, but can't get much more than that. And Tanaka sends us home, finally breaks the curse. And Groundhog Day is over, done for. Sedated after 36 rounds. We'll finally win an OT and take us to map 2.
Unbelievable game. There's a lot that I think, as both teams will go back and maybe study that film, I think there's a lot of takeaways. Defensively, a lot of great moments. Offensively, a lot of great opportunities. Just a couple of missed chances and maybe a couple of reads that could have been there if you're just kind of reading the trends, especially for how aggressive both teams like to get defensively there. But regardless, we need to take a break. Just flat out. And I'm out of my water bottle. I went through this entire thing in that last game. So we need to get ourselves replenished here. It's going to be Icebox for map number 2 coming up. Winner moves on to the playoffs. Loser eliminated in this decider matchup between Big Frames and Sedated. Icebox when we come back. Well, I hope that you guys all came back refreshed here, because after that long overtime, of which both of the teams have been plagued by overtimes throughout the entirety of this group stage, we'll be chilling things off in Icebox for map number 2. Obviously a map that is pretty much brand new to the competitive series as far as being an option, but with that, Avril, what could we really even expect for them to be fully fleshed out? I mean, if we're getting all defense on a map like Ascent with maybe some weakened up offenses, you really can't expect, I don't think, teams to have fully fleshed out playbooks when it comes to offense and defense for this map yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think Icebox is going to be a hard game for defense anyway. It depends on who you ask, but when I look at the map, it's so open, it's so big. You have to cover so many angles. I mean, there are certain things that I think work well for defense in terms of how many angles you can take and how many off angles in particular in terms of being on boxes, being on containers and stuff. That can be quite hard to deal with, but at the same time, because the map is huge and there's so many areas you have to cover, you know, B main, you have to cover mid, you have to cover, you know, the kitchen, the tunnel as well, and all over A and on the rafters and, through A main and just all sorts of things happening on the map. I feel like you almost have to run a Sentinel, probably the Killjoy, have to put a turret somewhere to cover those angles, and have to be very wary of how Omen's going to TP around the map, and that makes things very difficult for the defense. And just how long it might take to rotate as well. But, we'll see what happens, because these teams might have something prepared for us, might see a Sky again. I think, the only time we've seen Sky so far on the mainstream was on Icebox, and it was picked, by the way. It was picked by Sedated, so I think they're the team, if anyone, they're the team that probably has something to show here, so I'll be looking forward to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. We've seen a couple of instances where we've had the Sky, we've had the Viper, we've had a little bit of everything when it comes down to it. When we look at agents, as far as not only what we were able to cast the first time, but beyond that, what we've kind of seen as far as what teams have preferred so far. So yeah, a lot of learning to be done, not just for us, but obviously for the teams themselves. So we'll try to take a much more objective perspective as we go through this. But again, on the line, not just the chance at $10,000, but to get into the playoffs, you have to win this series. This is the one that decides everything. You lose this one, you're in the elimination, you're just completely out, and you have to wait for the next tournament before you participate again, of which we're, of course, looking forward to the Winter Championships that'll be coming up right here with Third Street Gamer just around the new year. And as we look at this one specifically here, not a lot of strangeness when it comes to compositions. We have pretty much mirror matchups, with the only exceptions being the fact that there will be a Phoenix Killjoy first Sedated with the Breach, and I say mirror matchups. The only real same things are the Jets and the Omen, so take that with me just being completely wrong by saying mirror matchups.
So here we go. Sedated are running the Killjoy. Big Frames don't have a Sentinel at all. That does tell me that Sedated do come into this map a little bit more prepared. In terms of what we've seen so far, I do think a Sentinel is somewhat required here. The Big Frames are attacking first, so their attacking team is going to be pretty good in terms of the fact that, they don't have a lot to work with on the defense, but straight away on towards A, they get the opening pick. That's the first blood. Over onto Tanaka.
Apparently coming through, but Sedated not going to be offering up an immediate retake. The plant will come through for Inox, and the post plant setup for Big Frames will actually lean back towards where they came from, over towards A pipes for the most part. ECJ trying to work his way forward, fault line, flashpoint all coming into play, but no kills to speak of yet for the defensive retake, and Big Frames, as they continue to work these eliminations around the spike, are looking great. Inox is just dancing left, right, and center on the spike itself, and Big Frames only drop one as they take the opening pistol.
Very quickly just go towards A, get the opening pick, knock it down, 5 versus 4, and then Inox for 3 more kills. As you said, just dancing around that double stack of boxes there. And unable to be caught. Double Bulldogs being purchased now as we head into the second round. And let's take a look at what Sedated can do about this one. So far, nothing on the board. Just 5 classics, saving every single dollar except for Tanaka, who's going to go towards the Ghost. And it's going to be a stack towards B this time. So once more, we're going to see teams on this map kind of ignore mid. Just going towards A main, just going towards B main. Not much happening over towards mid.
And Sedated, who was getting very aggressive on defense, I was about to sit there and say, would they continue to do that here on Icebox? Looks like the answer is yes. As they push through mid, they push through A, but the one defense member on B will be eliminated. Nice shots from BCJ initially, but Koala able to snap up with an ADS, and the burst shots will be good. Over a heal from Cryo Cells, as he was in a dicey 1v1 versus Sinker, will now leave Tanaka and Lex having to navigate a 2v5 with just pistols.
Part of me is surprised that Sedated aren't kind of holding close to shorties or anything on this map. There's so many angles to clear. Maybe you find an opportunity to get a kill. Everyone play that one quite passively, and I think if you're pistols versus anti-eco and you play passively and play for long angles, you're gonna get ripped apart by especially Bulldogs here being picked up. 3 Bulldogs got purchased. Not a single member goes down for Big Frames, so they can actually be quite competitive here. There's only 1 Spectre. It's 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian. And you got to say, in terms of like a half buy, in terms of like bringing over guns from a previous anti-eco round, this is a very strong round for Big Frames to try and take this to a 3-0 if Sedated can't get it done on their rifles.
5-man stack through middle, at least initially. It's just a recon bolt to set through. It's just a mid to B hit. This is such a dicey area to try to connect through in. You're seeing exactly why. You come through a small choke point and there's high ground, low ground, off angles you have to be responsible for covering, and unless someone is dictated towards watching each of those in a predetermined fashion, it's very difficult to respond to in big frames. They take a gamble. Well, they do not get a payout here whatsoever. The only thing they're going to grab is 1 kill and just the initial spike plant. Inox still a chance, that said, but hard pressed. You feel like if he's going to clutch, gets a second kill. Shots from down low, finds a third, so he makes it punishing, but Sedated will still easily retake.
And they play that one very quickly. Now, they do get a plant, but what surprises me is that Big Frames play that round as if they had pistols or just SMGs, but they had plenty of light rifles. I mean, again, 3 Bulldogs, Guardian, Spectre. They could have played that one a little bit slower, tried to take a bit more ground, take some duels. Long-range Bulldog on the ADS is actually pretty good. But, I mean, they kind of just dive in. You see Koala Noob just dashing straight in. Surprised he didn't just die straight away, but manages to get away even though he got tagged up. Not for too long, though, as Big Frames mostly just kind of fall over there, so don't get to really play into the Bulldogs at all. Don't get to really use the Bulldogs. Just kind of, you know, try and dive mid to B, go into kitchen, don't find too much, and then get cleaned up.
Big Frames this time now stacking over towards A. They were very successful here previously. They will give up the orb, though, as Sync will grab that and back away without taking any damage. And defensively, this is on the double duelist setup here of Tanaka and Sync to try to respond to this. Aldrin will scout out one, run it back, gonna be used. Also the Hunter's Fury coming through from Tanaka! Gets him in a little bit of a funnel. He'll find 2. Sync not able to get his second, but BCJ rotating in will clean things up. And this, a much better hold of this time around for Sedated.
You can see how many angles that Big Frames have to clear going on towards A. A can be tough either way. And Enoch so far has been the big fragger for Big Frames. Need to do quite a lot of work now as very common angle that we do see. You can start to see where Lex is coming through on the back end. A lot of players will take that massive flank. Enox has limited time to make this work, and it's a situation where you can't leave either, so no opportunity to save. We'll just have to make the play happen.
Flank coming through. Enox not going to be ready for this whatsoever. Lex easy kill. Sedated 2 rounds in a row. The defense, since they've gotten full weaponry, has looked vastly different than what it did on the pistol and the follow-up, obviously. But the fact that they are able to respond so quickly and in tight spaces at A gives you a little bit of hope, I think, for Sedated that they can get this defense really going. But on the opposite side, now that Big Frames is going to be forced into an eco, or at least a light buy, what do you do here? And do you trust that you can find value from Koala Noob and this Bladestorm that he's got holding on to right here in round 5?
I actually think going back to A could work for them. You know, take the close quarter duels. That's where the pistols are working for you. Not only that, but you are playing with the Rays on SVL as well. If there's one area of the map that I think Rays is going to be quite good, it's actually towards A. Enox has a kill on A as well. So as they're getting info towards B and also towards mid, I think they might want to turn around. Koala Noob will have contact, but can't land the shots, and Sedated will pick up one in response.
I don't even think he lands a knife right there. Now Lex up top. Good long-range shots. Takes down SVL. Nerfed underneath him, though. And would he ever anticipate this threat, you wonder? Nerfed will make sure he's not checked, and he'll slide through. So if Big Frames want to find success this round, they're going to need to get Nerfed active for a couple of kills. And Kryle's going to have to find a way to get an isolated pick. And goodness, this timing, awkward, will not be great for him. So now just down to Nerfed, and he is actually in front of these defensive rotators, and Sedated will find the kill no problem.
So there it is, round number 3 now, as we start to look towards the Rolling Thunder. We didn't get to see Breach last time, by the way. So Breach just kind of will be bringing a different flavor for this map. We saw the Sky in Breach's place, and the other team didn't play either Sky or Breach. There's the Showstoppers available as well, so Koala Noob wants to be sniping. Tanaka will respond. See where these players want to go for so far, because Tanaka will be taking the operator towards A, and it does look like Koala Noob will respond with it with an operator towards A as well. So both teams put a little bit of pressure on that side of the map.
Opening snipe shot. Not going to find a connection as Sync will take a second shell against the op. He just changes the angle, goes from high to low. A brilliant headshot there, though. And Sedated not only get themselves a numbers advantage, but they take a big weapon off the table early.
Lex has no idea that one player's already gotten past him right now. That's going to be nerfed. As he walks on through, here's another. That's going to be a free kill to Cryo Cells. has to deal with Nerf and has the util out, then that's going to be the response we're looking for. As the Sage gets the cleanup, so big frames. They do just get the 1 kill in response. If they got a second one, maybe Enox could do this, but 1v4 is going to be a little bit too hard.
There's just so many angles that Inox has to clear. Now that there is that kill from topside kitchen, there could be a player at orange. You could have a player deep in the spawn, which he reads. Doesn't confirm the kill. Curveball will flash him, and now backside orange. There will be a little bit of damage funneled in, and Sinker will capitalize off his second curveball. And Sedated again, coming through very convincingly defensively, and now Big Frames again have to make an economical decision.
Yeah, it'll be the save for sure here. Thought about the stingers, but not going to quite go for that one. If you're going to put a hero rifle on somebody, Cryocells is only one away from getting that Empress, as Nerfed is looking over towards the Bulldogs. So, I mean, there is a capability. Actually, again, to reiterate what I said the last time we saw Icebox, just a little while ago now, the most important players to me are going to be the Omen players. And you saw what Nerf could do, just kind of sneaking past. You can teleport away. Nerf goes down instantly now, so that's going to be a big loss for Big Frames, unfortunately.
A shot from Tanaka. As Cryocells will still try to push forward another. Tanaka just going between left and right side of the site. And you're going to get the Rolling Thunder once more through. Sedated going to push forward into that. No problem for BCJ. They know exactly where the last player is. Right click's trying to come through. Won't be able to connect, and SBL will find 1 kill. Tries to stay alive, and that is an interesting angle that BCJ will eventually just get on a pogo stick and deal with.
Probably a bit of a waste of the Rolling Thunder there versus the Eco, but Big Frames will be happy to get that ultimate out of the way as they're now going for the proper buy. They have to play up against a lockdown, but other than that, they're pretty stacked up. I mean, they have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown as well from long range, so they're pretty set up for what they can do on this run. I would have to say that for Big Frames, this is kind of a must-win round. There's not that many rounds left in this half now. If there's any chance for Big Frames to make sure that this half is competitive and that we're not just going to have a situation where Sedated get a massive lead, Big Frames would have to pick it up now.
Tanaka will be baited out by the Aldrun for his opening shot. Still wants to take the angle. Lear comes through, and the second shot will be a bit more passive, and he's able to back away, but the showstopper somehow doesn't connect. Oh, Koala Noob finds the kill just before it connects. My apologies. But still, as Koala Noob continues to move forward, he also finds the kill on the left. So BCJ, how much can he find? Spamming through the dark cover, he gets a second kill, but SH not able to find what needed to be another, you felt like. Maybe not, though. 2v1, and the defense, Sinker, how does he find the angle on a Koala Noob right there? Just peeks through the dark cover, finds the pick, and a lot of quick kills coming through, and Sedated again deny any plant from Big Frames to come through.
And Big Frames had a decent start. I mean, they get their way over towards B. They dodge out Tanaka for the most part. And then all the kills coming through via BCJ. I mean, he just used that Rolling Thunder, but, you know, a few kills later, he's 5 out of 7 again. So, doing a pretty darn good job of making sure his ultimate economy for his team is still pretty healthy. And the overall economy in terms of money as well, even healthier. So, played by Sedated as 6-2 now. Big Frame is certainly struggling on this defensive half.
Oh, beautiful play here. Aggression again from Sedated. This time, number of ultimates being spent, including the run it back, which finds good value. A 3-for-1 trade. You take that every day of the week. And Tanaka will find Inox still mid-map. Spike is down. Cryocells scouted out by the Sentry turret, and this is a 1v4 that he's going to have a really hard time navigating. Needs to get back to the Spike, and as he makes this peek, he's going to be challenged. Finds the first. Opportunity brewing as Tanaka's pushed back away from the angle. But a little bit of help will be all that's required. Tanaka confirms the kill, and Sedated now on 7 in a row.
Sedated don't look like they've been really pushed so far on this particular defense. Yeah, the pistol didn't go their way. The anti-eco, you don't expect them to win. The last round that seems fairly competitive was Big Frames on round 3. They actually got a plant diffused by Sedated. Since then, 7 rounds in a row, including that defuse, 6 rounds afterwards. It's not been super competitive. Koala Noob will buy up, even though the Bladestorm is available. Really, I think the rifle should probably just go to Cryocells here. And the Stinger can maybe go to SVL. Koala Noob can pull out the knives, and then Big Frames can make it happen that way, but not looking too comfortable on the buys.
Nerf will try to play mid-map, but I say try loosely because he just has the Stinger and he's going to have to push forward in this alarm bot. All that very well could be the end of him, but he does get away. Bladestorm not going to find a lot of value. Empress also popped here for big frames as SVL already drops. Lex tried to back away, but he actually puts himself right in the midst of danger. BCJ for one, but the teleport that came through for Nerf allows him to get to the high ground. The spike will be planted, but SH from Kitchen is looking good. Finds another kill. Rolling Thunder for the second time comes through. It should isolate one player bottom side. There it is. It's the Empress of Cryocells down, and it's just up to one. It's Inox with the Hunter's Fury playing backside yellow, and even though he finds one kill with the Sheriff, there's going to be nothing to follow, and Sedated will win now 8 in a row.
And I think for big frames, I mean, they've been able to get onto B. Sometimes they've even been able to plant on B. It's just they can't quite get the trades happening. BCJ's coming to big again, pops in the Rolling Thunder. Empress doesn't find any value this time coming through from Cryocells. And not a lot is working. 2 more rounds left in the half, and I mean, is this going to be a 9-3 finish? Are we going to see 10-2? Surely big frames can, at minimum, pull back 1. But if they do lose this one where they pretty much full buy into it, their next buy will be a half buy at best, which means we're talking about Bulldogs again. We're talking about, you know, maybe not really rifles, unless it's going to be rifles and no armor. Big plays coming through mid now, possibly in towards Kitchen as well. It is being watched by a lot of Killjoy utilities, so it comes down to SH to stop any aggression in mid.
And I don't know if he saw BCJ yet. He sure did. I was going to say there's only a corner of the breach earlobe. SH though, good for 1 and a second. This is why you don't push down B tunnel. Oh man. And now as Qualinoob comes off the high ground, Lex will respond, and the numbers have turned immediately around to a 3v2 for Sedated. And Tanaka even able to get a ping off and then respond to Inox. Last player left alive again will be Nerf for a 1v3.
And they actually have the start as well. I mean, I say they're going to have to really make importance of this mid. And they certainly do that. They take down BCJ. Yeah, you can TP through the fence. Unfortunately, just straight into the waiting arms there of SH. Was so well prepared on that particular round, waiting in Kitchen. And this is where I think the setup for something like a Killjoy is really important. And by the way, SH doesn't need to play there. You can set up your utility in Kitchen and kind of walk away and then retake Kitchen a little while later. You can put down your util, put down your nano swarms, have your alarm bot there. Alarm bot is relatively difficult to counter now because I think the range of detection is very, very short. Like, you basically, if you see the alarm bot before it goes off, if you take 1 extra step, it'll come towards you and it'll go off. So, I mean, it's hard to play around alarm bots currently. Here we go. Let's see if we can play around this very early aggression. The Lex would have to find a lot.
He gets caught out. There's no help here for any of the trades. So now SH up top has to stay alive. Even better if they could find any kills. A little bit of damage and a nanostorm will come through late, but you need SH to stay alive. This lockdown is going to be critical for a retake. And with that, they'll back up closer to the snow pile. Sinker on the way in will find 1, continuing to find value through this dark cover, but BCJ trying to make his presence felt will be denied. And now it's on to see what exactly can you get if you're SH. They still have not planted a lockdown. It'll move a little bit further forward. And Qualinoob off the flank. Goodness. Windy shots, but still able to find a kill. And SVL will hit the hammer home. And that'll be a showstopper to confirm what was essentially a light buy, forced buy round there for big frames. And not the worst case to exit 3-9, but obviously still not the best case, only walking away with 3-9.
And they finally find a good post plant, by the way. You look at how big B is. Once you get the spike down on B, if you have some time to work with, playing offsite becomes fairly easy. You can go so many places on B overall to try and still be effective, or the retaking team to try and flush you out. It's not easy. Lockdown comes in and Sedated. Instead of running away, they just try and take the fight towards big frames. They do that very effectively, or rather the other way around. But in either case, 1 round coming through for big frames finally towards the end there to at least get 1 extra. I don't think 3-9 is going to be comfortable at all. I think 4-8's a requirement. But, I mean, their own defense now would have to be insane. If there's anything both these teams have done well, at least on a set, it has to be the defense.
Qualinoob once again just gets caught peeking a little bit wider than would have been required as he finds a couple of tags, but in response cannot tailwind away. And Lex will just sneak up right behind Nerf mid-map. Maybe an opportunity for another one off screen as Cryocells is there, but on the site itself, the take is clean for Sedated. Is this one of those things that outside, obviously, of the opening pistol defensively, every single round has been convincing for them. Yeah, they were good on defense, but it wasn't just the fact they won 9 in a row. It was how they won 9 in a row.
Yeah.
And now offensively, this take of the A site was clean.
Just as a reminder as well, Sedated did pick this map. They definitely looked at the team that are more prepared on this map. That's a major issue for Big Frames because that pistol round win for Sedated might just be the nail in the coffin here. And
Yeah, for
Big
sure.
Frames defending as well, it's hard to force. I mean, you're probably wanting to force now because you're down so many rounds, you're getting desperate to try and win. But a defensive force doesn't feel good. You typically want to force on the offense, not the defense. 10-3 is going to pretty much call for it. And if you don't win this, you'll be dropping potentially 2 rounds. So for Big Frames, the game might just be decided here. This particular round right now is kind of where it has to come and go. BTJ, by the way, walks in with a Vandal in hand, so pretty well loaded.
Force Spy is going to have to come through. And how about that to start things off? SVL headshot onto SH up top, nerfed one more down low. So this has been good thus far. Sedated are going to have to find a way to collect the spike and still work these kills back. And as Sinker will find one more at A, they might just decide to commit to getting into this A site completely. It would require another kill down low, and, well, SVL, I would say, thankful, able to respond with the headshot, because otherwise Sinker gets away, and we're looking at a 3v3.
Big flank as well coming through on the back end for Enox.
Nice
And
shot.
what a flick. Okay, that's the hit of BCJ found. Vandal's gone now. One alive for Sedated. It's just Lex, who knows there's one around the corner. Enox doesn't have the challenge, by the way. You can play for the time here. Allow him to walk away. It's okay. Surround him. 56 HP. Limited time. And Big Frames just have to play their numbers. Play the time. They have 2 low HP members. That's the only issue. SVL has 125. Both Koala Noob and also Enox are 1 shot
30
away.
seconds left.
That's great intel, though, from Inox. And the paint shells, he's just able to get away. High trajectory means a higher detonation time on the Semtex of it. But Lex has gotten through. He's going to have to find kills, and he cannot afford to not have the knife out. SVL will find the kill due to the time he needed to move quickly, and Lex gets punished for it. And Big Frames, a nice force buy coming through, required for them to win. They do just that.
And that is such an important round. They get the free Vandal on the floor as well. Enox picks it up for free. Nerf now purchasing into a Phantom and winning the force buy puts Sedated into the eco. This is where Big Frames start making the catch-up happen. This is where they can start closing the gap in terms of getting a few more rounds. 5 to 10 feels so much better. From that point onwards, keep the momentum going. As, again, we go back to the notion that defense has been pretty good so far for both ends. If that's going to be true for Big Frames, it has to start somewhere.
SVL nearly walks away with a free first blood. Koala Noob, though, mid-map is able to once again get a nice lidded pick, and SVL's second peek will be good. The defense really coming to life here for Big Frames, looking like it should be a flawless. Last player left. Double blast pack out. SVL getting aggressive, gets rewarded. And Sedated can't even punish in any form on an ego round.
SVL will get the showstopper off of that last kill as well, so working up towards the next string of ultimates. In fact, I believe that's the first ultimate available for this half between all 10 members. And this is going to be the round for Big Frames to make or break as well, because Sedated have currently got a full buy coming in. Big Frames, they're missing 2 guns, although the Bulldog could still be pretty good. Showstopper can sometimes be a guaranteed kill depending on where that one gets thrown in. Ray's playing A, fairly expected here. Otherwise, though, Sedated, we're looking at 11. If Sedated get that 11, I think Big Frames will be in big trouble.
Opening pick, long through B, from yellow, down green alley. Inox able to find that first kill. And it's on to their breach, so a lot of utility now off the table for Sedated. And Inox is going to punish a little bit further as he finds one lurking from B mid. Finally dealt with. Tanaka gets the response, but is it maybe too late? You've got to go, and you've got to go quick. You feel like if you're Sedated, try to get the spike planted at B, because you just don't have a lot of utility to open up extra space at this point.
So many members from Big Frames are here. Look at that. Crow sells onto SH. Yes, SVL is down, and that means that Showstopper is gone for now.
Oh, big kills.
There still needs to be kills happening. Here we go. You like to see Stinker. Some work right now. They're being surrounded still. They have to get this plant in.
It's a hell of a run it back though for Sinker. Responds, turns to the backside, finds the third on the nerf lurking, and oh man, without any flashes, fault lines, aftershocks, the hit was always going to be hampered in a major way for Sedated. The only play that was available was get Sinker result and find him a couple of kills, and they do just that in the nick of time. Unreal bounce back there for Sedated, and big frames, yeah, they can still purchase, but man, it's a round they would love to have back.
That's the kind of round as well where you don't expect big frames to be favored to win, but if they did, it would have been huge for their comeback journey. It's not quite 11 found just yet, not quite match point, but we're getting there. This time as well, operate in the hands of Koala Noob, who's looking towards mid. I would have assumed he would have been playing either B main or, I guess, over the, what is it, the mid boiler. So far not going to see too much, as it's mostly going to be A action, SVL down early.
Nerf though, up top. Good trigger discipline. Oh my. There's one. There's the second. Looking for the third. No, shut down. But Cryo Cells picks up where he left off. Getting the information on Sinker pushing through. Finds not just the first, but the second of the Tanaka. And the trigger discipline might just be enough here for the play from Big Frames to lock this up. Lex, though, will have an opportunity to use the From the Shadows to get the spike planted for the 1v3.
It's not an open plant, though. That's the only issue I have with this one. So far, Lex would have to play reasonably close to try and find an angle to stop the defuse. With 3 players alive, I mean, they can start tapping the spike straight away, which puts a lot of pressure on Lex. This is a good angle, though. This angle will not be checked. Lex should get a free kill off this for sure. Now they know where he is. This is where things get interesting.
I just don't know how you challenge this right now if you're Big Frames. And that's by shotgun, they aren't able to do it. Koala Noob up top, plus one more. Recon Bolt comes in, and just as it was about to reveal, he challenges into the dark cover. Nice setup for Big Frames. Able to deny the play, and with that, they'll put themselves just down now. 5 rounds, 6-11. Still a big tally to make up, though.
Maybe, I'm thinking maybe Lex wasn't quite confident about how many players were over towards A. He was maybe considering that there could have been a player still lurking on the defense towards B, so didn't want to go for the open plant for that reason. But otherwise, yeah, the open plant would have been much more preferred for a 1v3 situation where you need to try and challenge for the spike tap. It's going to happen eventually, and when it does happen, I mean, what can he do? He can just try and walk into his own smoke, and he does that, instantly gets popped. You could argue maybe he gets the kill into Koala Noob, would still have to get the kill into Nerfed as well, and it's just not going to be easy.
Opening Blade Storm for Tanaka. Gets denied the initial push through by the paint shells. Again, on a eco round here, Nux will see some information outside of Green Alley. The spike is still making its way forward, though. You got to be careful, because this is a double approach here for Sedated. 2 members towards A could really open up some space, and Big Frames are starting to realize that they have to be more controlled as far as what they're holding.
Orb towards B is gone, so very late information coming on through to notice that no players from B are still there. Tanaka down as well, so pressure from A has been well and truly dealt with for the most part. Lex onto Nerfed, and here we go. The Omens are coming to effect again. Omens in really weird spaces.
Showstopper misses, though. SVL going to be affected by the fault line. Here's the curveball on the backside. Should be a free kill, and it is. That's a weapon that should be corralled here for Sinker. He's going to have himself a Vandal to play with. Empress is going to be popped for Big Frames. Koala Noob up top is really only responsible for one angle, and it's a very one-dimensional angle. Cryo finds nothing with the Empress. Koala Noob for 1. Aftershock comes through, but the weapon swap for Koala Noob is better. He's going to find himself 3. Just down to Lex, who has to rush to get here to defend against the spike being diffused. The pistol shots, he's hoping for it, but it's being stuck. And what a play from Koala Noob.
Swapping between the 2 weapons as well, opens up with the Operator, gets the Vandal to play, gets a kill each with those. And SH is looking the entirely wrong direction as well. SH could have probably have had it that counter trade, was in position to at least get a kill back, but looking down, and Koala Noob gets a free kill on a player looking away, so gives Big Frames a little bit more to work with here. Still not quite on match point. Sedated sitting on that 11. Can't quite confirm 12, and Big Frames are trying their best right now to make a comeback. Cap and Koala Noob leading the way 15-11. Operator in hand. There it is, a kill to SH.
That's over towards A main. Still holding. Koala Noob has to be forced back. The curveball will affect him. But still, this is the spike down behind Sinker, who's still playing forward. He's not backing up at all. And there's a lot of interaction happening with abilities mid-map, and as Sinker tries to take the challenge, SVL will punish, and oh boy, Sedated. They are giving up a lot of space here, and yeah, these kills are all fine, but the spike isn't here, so Tanaka's gonna realize the folly. BCJ's still trying to pop off, but it's a 1v3, and I just don't know how you do this if you're Tanaka with an operator. You likely just have to save the weapon.
I got the spike.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just no money available for Sedated anymore. Well, actually, because he swapped over to the Phantom, I think he's going for it. I think he's assuming he's making the play right now to say that I believe all of the last 3 players have gone towards B, and this should be a free plant.
Well, he still jiggles the plant just to check if someone has rotated over, and the timing of this is not going to be
30
nearly as
seconds
great
left.
for him to get into a post-plant spot.
Planted.
Bladestorm's going to come through, and it's going to land right in front of Tanaka in the Cloudburst. He finds the headshot. Boombot won't find any information. Tanaka repositions. Boombot now finding a connection as he confirms the position of Tanaka. But he'll once again swing back around. Big Frames playing this as a tandem duo. Oh, and SVL, that's a hell of a response. Gets on top of the boxes just in the nick of time. He's nearly caught off mid-jump. But Big Frames now reduce the deficit just to 3 as they put themselves on 8.
It was a good effort. I do really appreciate the fact that Tanaka went for that one. However, doesn't have the full confidence just to go for the plant straight away. Gives enough time for Big Frames to start making their way over from B towards A. So it's a late plant. And unfortunately, because it's a late plant, he can't get offside. He can't get into an angle to really play what I would consider to be playing the post plant properly. He gets kind of delivered a free kill via Koala Noob. I don't think you can plan for those ones. You just, you know, the smoke comes down and Koala Noob kind of just appears in his face and he gets a free kill. That really doesn't happen like 99% of the time. So that's not really something that really came through from good planning or anything like that. So otherwise, he would have had to find the other 3 kills some way in a much more reasonable fashion, and it just doesn't happen.
Both teams struggling to get things going offensively again. Just need to say that with some inflection, just in case you missed the ascent. I don't know how you did. We were there for the better part of an hour and a half, and a long one. Tanaka misses the first shot, does connect the second, but it's not for a headshot, so surviving will be nerfed. He'll try to back away. Lex gonna get some good timing onto Inox over through B, but this is just a distraction play. And whoa, nice shots again from Lex as he wiggles around cryo cells up top at Kitchen, and this is gonna force Big Frames to rotate defensively over. But as Nerf was able to scout out Tanaka, he realizes that they can't stack one side or the other. They have to make sure that they're aware that it could be a hit towards either side still.
Lex might be able to get a free gun as well. He sees one right in front of him, and this is where he's calling for rotations over towards B. The only issue with this is he doesn't realize, Sedated right now don't know that Big Frames are holding towards B, so there is an opportunity for counter frags. BCJ is just shutting them down. Okay, Koala Noob and nerfed. Not going to survive. SVL, the Sheriffs are doing so much work here, and 12 on, what, an eco? That's incredible.
Yep. Out of all the rounds to win, that's the one they come through with. And again, I think you just got to give a lot of credit to Lex. He finds those 2 kills over through B 100% by himself. And maybe there would have been an easier opportunity for Sedated if Nerf doesn't find that kill or even information over through that long peek he had at A after that. But the fact of the matter is this map is so big, and defensively you have to be considerate of both spike sites. It just takes too long to rotate between the 2.
I'll say this much, Lex gets the first one for free for sure, just off of good flanks. The second one, though, his position has been revealed, and speaking of which, SVL barely gets to walk away with his life. 5 HP, must have been legged. Here we go, all the ultimates being played now. Rolling Thunder goes on in, doesn't hit anybody because no one's there. That's going to be another freebie for Lex, who's always in such a good position.
Meanwhile, though, Nerf able to find another kill. It's over towards A. Koala Noob mid-map takes down Lex, who that time it was completely out in the open. So the spike will rotate to B. Defensively, though, Big Frames are already going to send over 1, and it's Inox who, if he's got a recon bolt or an owl drone, he'll be able to find a lot of information as far as clearing these spaces. Blazewell will come through. Spike will be planted. The owl drone was saved, but will be denied any information just simply placed off the Blazewell that's there. Lockdown for SH immediately committed.
You could argue maybe a little too early here because we're not really pressured for time yet. You kind of want to let Big Frames come in a little bit before this comes in. So I think Big Frames just be happy to wait this one out. It does buy time. It does get a kill on the nerfed as well. SH should be spotted. He destroys the recon, but they know where he is.
Noob making his play. Him and Inox able to find one each. It's just out to Tanaka. 10 HP. Inox up top. Gets the shot to connect, and Big Frames stay alive. 9 to 12 we go, and Sedated, who came off of a previous round in which they went into what, double operator, I believe. They will still have enough money to purchase here, but if Big Frames can take round 10 right here, Sedated might be in a bit of trouble when it comes to the economy, as 2 members are pretty low.
And that's got to be the road to getting OT again, and I kind of hazard to say that based on the fact that we played 36 rounds not that long ago, but for Big Frames, if there is a pathway to OT, it would have to be winning this. Obviously, they have to win the next 3 rounds, but the way they win the next 3 rounds, like you sort of mentioned there, comes through from the fact that forcing Sedated into an eco is part of the game plan. For Big Frames so far, the operators have certainly been, I would say, for the most part, paying dividends, not every single round. Legs, again, some early damage and just get traded some damage back, and like so far, for me at least on Sedated, has been a bit of an MVP on this map, just getting into really interesting spaces as the Omen to try and find flanks.
Timing could be everything here off these peaks over through A. Nerfed has been on the better side of a lot of those engagements in the last handful of rounds, but it looks like everyone will just back up and reset. 60 seconds to play, and the timing bottom green! Oh no! BCJ gets the information first, but Inox still wins the gunfight. From the shadows, won't really be able to find much, but Tanaka off the Bladestorm takes down Inox, challenging further forward. Tailwinding off the high ground. Can't connect onto Koala Noob, who similarly misses 2 operator shots, and with that, the spike will be planted, but on the rotation, Big Frames finding the kills, now a 4v2.
Tanaka has to think about where the play's going to come from. He knows one is around the corner. There it is. Koala Noob down. Any more shots, though? The smoke cover is good so far. Molotov on the floor. The Sinker is in deep. Should be able to get a kill. Missing a lot of shots. In fact, they missed everything. Tanaka as well. Couldn't find any more than that. So Big Frames, one more time. Keep their dreams alive. Keep their tournament life alive as well. Puts up 10 on the board.
And what do you do with this cash if you're Sedated? I don't know if they have enough to fully purchase for their teammates that were low on economy. And it looks like based off Sinker immediately going for a light armor and a sheriff, we're getting our answer that it's going to be just make sure you have enough for the last round of the game. If they, of course, they don't win this one, which expectations statistically would say that no, they're probably not going to win this round. And interestingly enough, there are some decisions being made of do they force, because you saw Tanaka going for a Vandal at one point in time, but no, this is the safe buy coming through for Sedated. No ultras to play off of, and really beyond that, not a lot that were really all that close to being earned.
Marshall and a Vandal plus a Phantom, lying down to as low as 1100 for Lex here, so they really want to try and get something done, and I don't mind it for Lex so far, who's be on a bit of a mission through mid, and we'll check up on the long flank in just a second because Sinker down to Koala Noob, who's just been popping off so far on the operator.
Yeah, Lex is freed up mid-map. He's gonna have to make a play, and another shoulder peek. Somehow Koala misses that shot. Thought for sure he had that one for free. Paranoia is gonna come through, and now Big Frames are gonna recognize the threat from mid-map, and with this, Lex is able to find a kill. That's actually a pretty valuable one because Sedated is trying to rotate this spike around the middle of the map through Kitchen, potentially to B, or they could still wrap back around the backside to A, and as Lex finds another kill, this is very doable for what is essentially an eco round for Sedated.
Yeah, this is exactly how Omens need to play on this map. And this is why so far Lex, I mean, if Sedated win this map, Lex has done so much work to set all of this up. Now Big Frames are in a lot of trouble.
30 seconds left.
Just down to 2 members now. They still don't know where Lex is. Lex might get a free kill again. Look at that. 3 now. Crow cells down. 1 more alive. And Enox has to do it all.
And he's completely isolated away from this play. He knows he can't back up through B because Lex is there. The only hope he has is to try to make a flank play around A. And actually, he might just try to challenge mid-map. Timing here could be everything as Lex is right behind him. Lex for 4. Sedated steal the round away and will avoid overtime this time as Sedated will put themselves in the playoffs and Big Frames will be eliminated.
Now you start to see why Sedated pick a map like this. This was their map pick going into Icebox. So as long as they can win Ascent, which was Big Frames' map pick, which they did after 36 excruciating rounds. I mean, we get towards Icebox. We get towards a somewhat near dominant display. Yes, there was a bit more of a comeback towards the end there, but it's about the 9-3 start. You look at the 9-3 start coming through from Sedated, and it gets the ball rolling. You really start to feel their kind of knowledge and their preference for this map. And then on the attacking side as well, despite definitely, I would say, struggling a bit more, but where they were winning on that attack especially is, I'll reiterate once more, it comes down to knowing how to play the Omen, knowing how to get around the map, and knowing how to apply pressure, because you always have to look out for Lex. He's got to be somewhere on the map that you can't account for. And part of the issue here is because there's no sentinel for the side of Big Frames, it's harder to detect him. You don't have a situation where Lex has to navigate around an alarm bot. He doesn't have to navigate around a turret as well. I mean, you could argue that the trap wires wouldn't do too much because you could just TP past the trap wire, but that's kind of what the Omen does on this map. The Omen just goes wherever he wants. He doesn't care about any of the geometry, and because of that, he can be anywhere. And that last round that we saw with Sedated win is the perfect round to exemplify what kind of pressure Omen can really do on this map, and why Omen is like a complete MVP on this particular map. If you have a good Omen that knows how to get it on the map, you win.
I love the fact that you brought up that last point, the fact that because there's no Sentinel in the mix, that's what it comes down to. There isn't anything to deter him from making that play outside of just individual positioning that comes through. So, wow, tough things coming through there for Big Frames. They'll fall a touch short. Group A, we're ready to go. I think all of our teams are pretty much ready to be qualified into playoffs. Group A, Equinox Esports and X Serenity make their way through. Group B, Shiba and Spot Up make their way through. And the big note from that group, NRG Esports eliminated after losing both their opening matchup and the first elimination matchup. In Group C, and Box and the Slimy Boogerman, as Slimy Boogerman took a 2-0 versus Take Flight. We know now from Group D, it's built by Gamers and Sedated that get their way through. Orgless and Team 2, Mamba Mode Gaming and SOR as Time In lose 0-2 in that decider matchup. Beast Coast and Phoenix 1 from G. And then our final group of Group H, it's Roosters and Pyronic. Those will be the 16 teams that will flesh out this playoff bracket right here for us, of which we will do a one round of 16 here on stream before we capitalize and conclude the night.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be getting into playoffs in just a little bit here as well. Another best of 3 to finish off the evening before we head over to Sunday. The rest of playoffs from quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals. Speaking of Sundays, by the way, Valorant Sundays is what Nerd Street Gamers have got on every single Sunday. So make sure you want to be part of that one. Head over to nerdstreetgamers.com. That's nerdstgamers.com to be part of the action. So big shout outs to NSG for putting on lots and lots of fantastic Valorant events.
Well, we're going to step away for a break, get ourselves ready to go with our round of 16 matchup, and we'll jump in with those two teams when we come back after this break.
Welcome to Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. I'm Darth Mike coming to you live from another tour of Azeroth, and we've got a bunch of news to get to this week, so let's log in and get to it. World of Warcraft Shadowlands released this week, the newest expansion and the 8th ever expansion to the celebrated MMORPG, has seen bursting player numbers. And what's that noise you hear? Why, hark, it's the sound of thousands of accounts being reactivated as players get ready for the new expansion. Seriously, we've had record numbers, and a lot of it has to be tracked back to the introduction of WoW Classic that brought so many players back into the fold of Blizzard's franchise piece. You also do have to imagine that a lot of it has to do with the year we're in, because there's never been a better time to while away the hours dealing with the problems of Azeroth as opposed to spending countless time agonizingly staring at the news and encountering the problems of our real world. IO Interactive have unveiled their next project, dubbed Project 007. It's a new James Bond game in the works. And this is exciting news because it's been a long time since we had any James Bond game, and an even longer time before that since we've had any decent James Bond game that was actually worth playing. I don't think there's a better developer that you could find than IO to take on the mantle of cinema's most celebrated spy. Seriously, this is the developer of the Hitman games, and if you just took the last couple of Hitman games and you swapped out Agent 47 with his suit and red tie and murderous intent, and you swapped in James Bond with his tuxedo and slightly more charming murderous intent, I think you'd already have a pretty solid Bond game. So with a purpose-built product, I cannot wait to see what they come up with. The release date is almost upon us for Cyberpunk 2077, the hotly anticipated game from CD Projekt Red. But if you can't wait, there might be a little something out there to whet your appetite. 20 minutes of gameplay were leaked onto the internet, as apparently someone got their hands on an advanced copy of the PlayStation 4 version of the game and streamed out the first 20 minutes of gameplay from the Nomad storyline. Now, honestly, the video in and of itself is not that exciting. It seems to run relatively smoothly and it looks good, which is exciting, but it's all introductory gameplay. They mostly skip over the character creation, they get right into the game, and it's sort of slow-paced tempo setting for 20 minutes. So it's not really worth a watch. But it is of note because, to be quite frank, stealing a cutting-edge video game and streaming the first 20 minutes out to the masses sounds like it could be the mission in a cyberpunk-based game. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity released this week for the Nintendo Switch. It's a Dynasty Warriors type game set in the universe of the Zelda games 100 years before the events of Breath of the Wild. Now, a Dynasty Warriors type game means that it's 1 against 1,000 combat, where you chew your way through hordes of enemies, hacking and slashing your way against the invasion of Ganon's forces. Now, we already know how it ends. You lose, thus leading to the events of Breath of the Wild, but it'll be exciting to see how we get there. You can play as a host of different playable characters who were previously only seen in flashbacks in the original game, and you should get some nice lore and backstory to go with your hack and slash combat. If that sounds appealing to you, you can pick it up now for the Nintendo Switch. In news of note from a video game history perspective, a sealed copy of Super Mario Bros. 3 sold at auction this past week for a whopping $156,000, making it the single most expensive video game ever sold to date. That's a pretty wild price, $156,000 for a game, but it's just another indicator of how important video games have become in our cultural consciousness. It's like a first edition Superman or Spider-Man comic being sold at auction. They're that important in people's nostalgia and people's emotional memories. I do have to say, whoever bought this might feel very silly next week if Nintendo suddenly announces a remaster of the game for new consoles. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now, I booked myself on a Flying Mount tour of the Shadowlands, and I don't want to miss it, so I'll see you all on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go with our final best of 3 of the evening, in which we'll be dealing with the round of 16 from the playoffs. My whole shift with me, Avril, and well, we've had a lot of really great matches so far on the day, and it's going to be kind of hard pressed for us to just pick one of these round of 16 matches because there are a lot of great ones that are in the mix. But so far, we've had a couple of looks at Icebox, only one true look at Sky thus far, and in this kind of caliber of competition, really not a lot of new things to take away outside of those two elements individually.
I would say the other thing maybe to take away is we did see a little bit of action where teams are foregoing the Sentinels. Not every single team, obviously, but there has been a little bit of consideration there as well to removing Cypher Killjoy entirely from your team lineup, for better or worse. I think, for a map like Icebox for now, I'm going to park myself firmly on the side of the fence where I think you do need a Killjoy, but, for other maps, I can definitely see a potential to just kind of get rid of Sentinel and just play triple duelist maybe, which is what some teams are currently doing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, I think, just to see with a couple of different teams now, not just, Cloud9 was one of those teams that used to do that back during the First Strike, or probably the Ignition Series era, but seeing new teams kind of take the mantra of, we're going to play with extra duelists and not play with the Sentinel, it definitely comes with some pros, but with that in the mix, it also comes with some weaknesses and vulnerabilities, and trying to mitigate those vulnerabilities that you were left open with when you're running things like no Sentinel, whether it's a Killjoy or a Cypher. But even beyond that, we've also seen some teams avoid going even for a Sova on a couple of maps. It takes a lot of coordination and a lot of ironing out to get to a point to where when you're missing those pieces, you can make up for lacking for them. And even at the highest level, we see teams still struggle with that. So it's not by any means just, stop playing with a Sentinel and you're good to go. No, you have to work on a lot of other outside things that are getting into the mix. So again, this $10,000 tournament is starting to get into the nitty gritty as we get to these playoffs. Again, that presented by Mike and Ike. If you are not familiar with their fruity, juicy flavors, you should be, especially during this holiday season. It could definitely be the perfect stocking stuffer, whether or not just for a family member, but just put one in your own stocking. It's a little bit of a treat for yourself, ready to go. This is going to be interesting, I think, to see what we're going to learn from tournaments like this between now and the regional finals. But beyond that, what is going to become the quote-unquote meta? Because even still, without Icebox and Sky, we had a conversation that was still pretty open-ended when it came down to what were the best agents for particular maps.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, looking through the match that we will be covering, which is, I believe, Beast Coast versus Spot Up. Neither of these teams have really got into Sky or Icebox yet in terms of the history. Today, they haven't played either of those two, so I don't know if they're going to go in that direction. I mean, if we go to Split, maybe Jamus will pull out the Viper. That's about as exotic as maybe we'll see today. I mean, who knows? If between these two teams, one of them might force our way onto Icebox again. One of them might be able to bring something out that's kind of new. We haven't seen all the maps being played from these teams either, so possibly something being saved here. But two teams that I think are going to be very interesting to see.
We'll take a look. We are still waiting on picks and bans, though. So while we're still waiting for that, we just wanted to give you the tally of where we were going and where we've been. But for now, we'll just take a small little reprieve for you guys as we're waiting for picks and bans. And we'll come back to you when we recognize and realize what our 3-map series will be here for this round of 16. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're ready to go with our picks and bans, and well, there wasn't much surprise. Icebox being banned out by Beast Coast. I imagine that was probably the trend for a lot of our teams on the day today. But with that, it'll leave us with Ascent for map number 1, Haven for map number 2, and then Bind will be map number 3. Specifically, Ascent will be Spot Up's pick, just for your consideration as we dig into this one, Avril.
Yeah, and the thing I want to dig into more specifically is Beast Coast. Their composition on Ascent so far is a little bit interesting. They play this so far in this tournament versus Phoenix One. They've also, you know, played this versus NRG Luminosity in the past as well. But the fact is, they don't have a Sova. They're not going to be bringing out Sova on Ascent, and that's strange to me because Ascent, in my opinion, is Sova's best map, and they're going to be playing a Raze on here. I believe your boy Dre is going to be the one playing the Raze, and that's not a common pick on Ascent. So Beast Coast is going to be kind of doing this one a little bit differently.
And it's interesting because we just got off talking about the fact that there are teams that are out there, including actually Beast Coast, which I think the last time we really brought that conversation up when we were doing the open qualifiers, we had a chance to watch Beast Coast play, and they tried to run this exact same thing. That was specifically during the UMG qualifiers versus that NRG esports squad that we had a chance to kind of watch them play. And yeah, there is no Sova there in favor of running a Jet and a Raze combination, which is, again, very odd. Like, again, you mentioned, I agree with you that Sova finds so much value off of this Sova, or particularly on this map specifically. But we've heard in the past from teams like TSM and Cloud9 that they sometimes think that the Sova is actually more of a crutch than is really necessary to get information and convert off that information. So maybe Beast Coast trying to live by that mantra. We'll see if they find success trying to work around that.
Yeah, and I think it's not even just grabbing information. It comes down to getting kills, because you can do so many recon bolts in Ascent specifically to get information and kills through walls. You were talking about Heaven into Hell over towards A.
Absolutely,
we're talking about through the boathouse where the button is, where the I guess the door closing button is, over towards, you know, B as well. We're talking about so many areas of the map where it's not so much about information, more so about the capability of wall banging and stuff like that, and just in general how good Sova is. I think as an agent, and well, let's get into the action here. Spot Up on the attacking side, Beast Coast on the defense, pistols coming in big time. Beast Coast are up 2.
Yeah, Spot Up trying to get really aggressive. This is the very beginning of the round. Just straight down middle they go. Beast Coast is going to wrap back through this. Elevate, the last one left on the site right now, but it's a 1v1, and Rustin will get the better of him initially, but there's no chance for a follow-up. So Beast Coast, a swift response to the pressure for Spot Up to the middle of the map.
Spot Up, by the way, playing very conventionally in terms of what the actual picks are. Thinking about, by the way, potential for a force, and there it is. Multiple Spectres and SMGs and Stingers being looked into here as Rustin and Tucker go straight into that one. So Spot Up want to get the job done nice and early here. And I guess the only thing that's kind of missing from what maybe teams would consider quote-unquote meta would be the Breach, but I think higher on the Phoenix is a pretty valuable substitution anyway, just playing the Phoenix instead of the Breach, so otherwise fairly conventional as we head right towards A.
And again, more aggression coming through. The Boombot finds a ton of value, and Jammies, even while paranoid, just has to hold down the trigger, and he walks away with 2 kills. So a 2-for-1 trade. Although B-Dog, you thought was going to get the better of Rustin, he somehow survives just 10 HP, but a kill that will make things a 3v3. The problem here for Spot Up are the health pools. It's not just the fact that Rustin's low. You also have to consider that Figment is down to tragic HP as well.
Tucker's still got 70 to work with currently. They have mid-map control. Just about a minute to play with. They can still go anywhere. They go towards B. That's where Tig's going to be waiting with a lot of Killjoy utility, but 2 players over towards A as well. The good news for Spot Up is Jammies is also fairly tagged up. I believe Jammies doesn't quite have an SMG unless he picked up an upgrade, so Spot Up need to make a decision soon. It looks like a split A approach in A main and also short.
Have to make their decision soon, and that dark cover will block line of sight from Elevate, who is sitting in glass. Nanostorm will also be used just to make sure nobody's in the dark cover. Turret placed to make sure the flank stays safe. This is a very methodical approach for Spot Up. The problem is just the health rules. Jammy's low, has to use the updraft. As the Nanostorm is good right on top of the boxes, but Elevate still at near full HP, was able to find 2. Tucker, no chance as he gets flashed out, and Elevate will find the final 3 kills, and Beast Coast will make sure that the Force Buy finds no success as they go up 2-0.
Yeah, and Tig didn't even need to be there. He got there late to the party, but it was cleaned up anyway. His elevate through flashes, picks up a number of kills, 5 out of 7 now overall, working towards the Rolling Thunder, and this should be a big farm-up round in terms of the anti-eco, so we're delaying the gun round by one because of the obvious force that came on through. Spot will be saving on this particular round. 4 sheriffs, a little bit of armor coming through for hire as well. No ultimates to come and play for either side just yet, but that should change after this round is done.
Rustin. Maybe saw a shoulder. We'll be back down by a flashpoint. Not much else to follow through, though, as Tig wasn't really interested in taking that fight. But with this defensive setup, Spot Up has a lot of openings right through the middle of the map. And Beast Coast, recognizing that, will send B-Dog to make sure the spawn stays safe. He does connect a headshot, +1 kill. Make that a second. Has to back down, and the paranoia will be forced out as he needs to find a way to reload.
Figment did chase down, though. Figment gets that gun as well, so the reload not going to be there. As it's 3 versus 4, Spot will pull one back, and that's very important because now they get to have a little bit more to play with. It will be a 2v2 over towards B side of things, and there will be flashes in the hands of Elevate. Tig will be able to swing wide off that one. We'll have the advantage. I say that, but Rustin finds a headshot. Plant hasn't come on through just yet. Elevate is still here. 2 versus 3 now. Elevate has to get a kill.
And he's only got 6 bullets. Has to try to swap over, but Kampeki's able to find the elimination. So now it's just down to your boy Dre. 1v3. Spike is not being planted at the moment. They're trying to search out to see where this raise has gone to. And will they recognize that he's sitting near the back? Player right outside the defensive spawns. You see the white dots signifying where players are, but I don't think anyone actually saw him cross. So now Dre's got an opportunity. If he can find some timing, he gets the first and the second. 5 bullets, needs to reload, able to get it off successfully. And on the opposite side, Figment is going to be playing from the stairs. I think he was able to get a shoulder through. This is the time to get this to halfway down. And Dre is able to do that. The timing, the peak, it's great. Your boy Dre, 1v3 with the Spectre, clutches up Beast Coast up 3-0.
And it has to be a 50-50 towards the end there as well. Dre doesn't know exactly where the last player Figment's going to show up from. Looking over towards stairs, looking over towards lane. No recon though, I think that's maybe the only issue. I don't know if it was available for Figment, but enough time had passed. In that post-plant, I assume that the recon was probably back on. Although obviously he didn't use it, so maybe it wasn't there in either case. Would have certainly have helped out onto that last 1v1. Well played by Dre to be able to pick up all 3 kills. Super well handled to be able to get that kill. All 3 of them. Get that round as well. And now we get to finally go into the gun round. Double operators. Jamie's picked up one on the defensive side of things. The Spot Up has one on Kampenki. They're not going to be facing up against each other just yet. A lot of pressure over towards A main. Just trying to pick up the orb.
All right, Spot Up. Need to get something going for you here. Would hate to go down 0-4 as they have a good look at a gun round here with a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury to play with. And a lot of patience being exercised across really both fronts, defensive and offensive right now for the time being. 60 seconds. It looks like this is eventually going to be an A hit, which is exactly where BC want this hit to come from.
The only thing stopping Beast Coast from stacking really hard on A in terms of 4 members is there's still a little bit of utility being played over towards mid. You can see Rustin lurking over towards mid as well. They know B main is completely clear. Jammies has that angle covered. A lot of action happening over towards A main. Nothing in short. That's maybe a little bit of an oversight. Spot Up's going in now.
Hunter's Fury will tag once and twice. B-Dog falls. Rustin also able to find Elevate mid-map. So now there are an opportunity for numbers for Spot Up, but they have to wait for these numbers to get here. Beast Coast still have numbers on site. Now a 3v3 as Tig has never gotten off. He will find himself on the bad side of Rustin's weaponry. So a 2v3 now all of a sudden. Dre will actually take care of the nanostorm before it comes through. And as the spike is planted, this should be some information with Jamie's watching over the top that Dre has to respond to players to his right. Won't get the second. Tucker good for a 2 from the low ground and Spot Up able to get on the board and salvage an operator.
And even if Tucker doesn't hit their Figment, the insurance policy over towards A main should have been able to confirm the round as well. So there you go, Spot Up. We'll find the opening they require over towards A. Get the job done. Even versus 3 members, it's enough. Plant kills, operators on the hands of Kimpeki. This is going to be Beast Coast now on a bit of a half by Bucky, Stinger, and a couple of shares with the Ghost onto Jammies. They have ultimates. Jammies should probably prioritize the B orb here, and off the back of that, we'll be able to get a Blaze Storm to be quite competitive.
For now, the economy has turned tables, and Beast Coast is going to get aggressive through B main with the Showstopper tossed out. Not going to find anything but essentially the sentry turret. And with that spot up, we're going to recognize, all right, if we're going to go, we have to go now if we're going to get onto this A site. But a fault line comes through from Cubby. That will slow things down. Also, you've got Tig using the Nanostorm to try to stay alive and hold this position. And he's done well. The defense is now here. Tig good for the first. Is there a trade, though? No, there's not. Spot up does well to make sure they come on top of the eliminations, and they find themselves in a 3v2. But still, the A site not fully taken as they're still working the site on.
E-Dog trying to retake with the Bucky as well. Not going to be the easiest weapon. Has to try and find something. Probably just dropping into hell would be his best chance, but versus 3 members, including a lockdown. The lockdown won't be used this round, you'd imagine. Beast Coast will have to try their best here. 25 HP, by the way, or B-Dog, and limited time to work with. Kempeki should be able to shut these guys down. We'll see how he plays the operator. A lot of smokes, though.
I was about to say, they have to deal with the sentry turret, and they're not quite able to do it. And Rustin will technically get credit for both kills, although, again, 6th man on the floor there for Rustin was his turret who found an elimination. So 2 rounds in a row here for a spot up, but now we get back into the nitty-gritty of the normal cycle of gun rounds to come through. Although that said, the last 2 rounds having not been super convincing at all for Beast Coast when it comes to kills, they're still a bit short. And instead of being purchased for, it looks like Jammies will go for a Stinger, and then hopefully a Bladestorm is what the expectation would be.
And we here did end up dying there. Unfortunately, for all the smokes that came down to A main, none of them covered the actual turret. They had made a very aggressive play in the last round as well. Showstopper's out of the mix there. Obviously, Jammies didn't have the Bladestorm last round, didn't end up getting that. Or we'll have it now for this particular round, and a lot of ultimates on both ends. Really need to see Elevate stay alive for the most part. Rolling Thunder on the retake will be very important. And a lot of players there over towards B main. Can anyone get picked up though? That's the question, because Rolling Thunder's been committed.
And there's a little of the kills are really going to come through all that convincingly. Kempecky's able to find one, but is that going to be enough, you feel like? And, well, actually, Rustin finds another just off screen. It's down to Jammies trying to hold the line, and he's going to make a wall of cloudbursts. And he's going to watch initially the run it back come through, but spends a couple of knives. Only down to 3, and Tucker has snuck behind him. He never expected that whatsoever. And Spot Up with a 5v1 are looking like they're going to stay flawless here unless B-Dog can make things interesting, but you have to consider the fact that Beast Coast are going to be going to another save, or probably another eco round, so do you save this rifle?
Might have to be up on consideration very high on the list here. 1v5 doesn't really feel possible, especially versus high ultimates. There's not a lot of time to play with either. I think for B-Dog, a win here would just be to get out alive, and, you know, maybe a possible 1v1 versus Rustin, who's on a fair bit away. Will be contact made onto the long end versus Kempeki, and while Kempeki is going to win that one with the operator. Notice, by the way, that for this particular defense, you didn't really get to see the team play from Elevate into Jammies. I mean, the Rolling Thunder came on through, but no one kind of follows up on that. We've seen this earlier before on Ascent, on this mainstream, even today, where, you know, we're throwing Rolling Thunders into B main. It stops the push for now, but it doesn't do much else. You're not getting any kills out of that one. Jammies tried to at least lock down B main for as long as possible, using all 3 cloudbursts, but what he doesn't notice is that in all the chaos and confusion, Tucker actually used from the shadows to get over towards backside, which is how he had that angle to get the kill to Jammies.
Now Kempeki using the operator mid-map. I can't imagine he's going to get much of an angle here, as Beast Coast just don't need to be peeking at the moment, although Jammies has gotten aggressive through A long, and I would say it's very fortunate to be alive after he continued to cross the road. And so for Beast Coast, they get the threat that Kempeki sure does have the operator, but you have no information as far as where this hit's coming from. They're just kind of hoping that they get an opportunity to see it go to B, and wouldn't you know it, Spot Up is headed that direction.
Jammies pretty much alone on A right now, aside from B-Dog, who has a Bucky over towards short. 3 stack over towards B, and that's where they're hoping things are going to happen. Like you sort of mentioned, Elevate sends a flash on through, they peek and they don't see anybody. That's interesting because now you've lost Elevate. Elevate's gone away. Elevate's gone on towards the big flank. They're losing their 3-stack on B, and as soon as Spot Up go in, I don't know if the 2 players there can hold on.
Well, there will be a bit of a delay here with the nano swarms coming through. Down to 33 seconds, and Spot Up is going to try to go around back to A. And you're going to get B-Dog, who's here in Cubby. They cannot go all the way through long. They have to cut through tree here, and B-Dog's Bucky, he's going to hear all of this. There's the first, looking for the second. No, Tucker responds, even while actually stunned up by the fault line. That's a hell of a shot. And now up top, you're going to get the updraft play coming through and Spot Up. They will get here. No need to plant. They'll just take the eliminations for their 4th round.
And they nearly run out of time there as well. You even have to think about a last situation where just play for the time. I mean, Jammies puts the cloud burst down, tries to survive as long as possible. Tigger's probably trying to challenge a little bit too much there, tries to send a few bullets on through. I'll be fair to say that if he kills the spike carrier, maybe they win the round right there, but it's a very, very dire situation in some cases for both teams where Spot Up know they have to rush the site. Beast Coast know they can beat the timing, and it ends up being the lockdown on B very effective because Spot Up don't try and challenge that one. They try and sidestep it over towards A and only barely manage to get all the kills in time before they would have had to have planted anyway. So, close round. Does go the way of Spot Up 4 in a row now. Gun still being alive. Beast Coast was still in eco, by the way, so can't read into the loss too much as both teams back on the operators. Jammies has one back in his hands as well.
At a certain point, Beast Coast needs to start to be able to replicate the success they had defensively from the first opening rounds because so far, they've been getting worked around a little bit. You want to get out of that cycle of buy safe, buy save, as you're going to get an offensive lockdown place just inside B main. Hit will come through with this. Dark cover will block off the backside. Cloud burst up the middle. So this will be a free walk onto the site here for Spot Up. Although a couple members will be dinked up by just a little bit of spam fire that's coming through both of those smokes. But that still said, the spike will go down and Rustin will find first blood and Beast Coast will be struggling to rotate over in time.
Elevate down early is going to really hamper this retake as well because most of your flash utility is going to be out of the picture now. Even though he did already use 2 flashes, your aftershock would have been available. So Beast Coast is going to have to try and do this one until operate it in hand if they have a paranoid. That would be great. Rustin swings for 2 and a 3rd as well for 4 overall. That's all the kills you need. The ace is available. Thought about knifing, but isn't going to go for it. Tucker will clean up number 5 there. Rustin will be denied the ace, but Spot Up will still find 5 anyway. 5 rounds.
Unbelievable. I mean, the first 2 shots are definitely something to marvel at, but it's the 3rd one that really steals the show for me. A little snapper just at that back pillar by the gate. Gets another headshot through. Rustin for 4 in the round. He's 13-4. And, you know, this is something we haven't really conversed on too much on the stream itself, but we talked about the fact that you don't have a Sentinel in the mix for some of these squads, what you're missing. But how about the fact that there have been a lot of Sentinel players on the day and in the First Strike series that have been top 2 on their team's leaderboard simply because they're turning that value into kills. It's been an incredible display, and none such the case more than Rustin right now.
Absolutely. I mean, current kills will help with that as well. Every little bit helps. 13-4. By the way, the 4 kills that he just got, he used the lockdown not that long ago. Just last round, he's 4-7 again. So rebuilding that ultimate nice and quickly as Figment is just 108. Might want to prioritize an orb around A main. There will be 2 defenders there to look over it, including Jammies. They don't have really great weapons. It's just going to be Sheriff. So we'll see how they can challenge. Full utility, though, for Elevate.
Oh, that's a hell of a shot from Elevate. Just a little shoulder peek. Swings out, grabs Tucker. And with that kill, everyone's going to be focused on him. Is anyone going to expect Jamie sitting in this position? Nice flash to come through, but the shots just aren't all that great. Jamie's fortunate to see Kenpeki tailwind while blinded into his line of fire, and he will find the kill, but you really felt like with how good of a flash Elevate just played, there should have been probably 2 kills there for Jammies. Just a bit wide, and Beast Coast still have numbers, but still weak in the arsenal. Are being pushed and threatened. Dre for 1, but traded back 2v2 we go. And the spike should be planted, but will anyone expect Tig on the long flank? Yep, the alarm bot will reveal his position.
Tig's got to get here fast because he actually gets a gun as well. That's brilliant for the retake. Just quickly as well, Jamies could have probably have made it out alive. He had about all 3 smokes available. If he just smokes his way out of wine and grabs the gun on his way out the operator, he would have been fine. You'd assume anyway. But let's see if Tig can do it now. The turret's gone. Its own turret's in place. Well, that's happening. Haya just gets the nice headshot and comes down to 2v1, and your boy Dre doesn't have a gun. Tig needed to be the member to really carry the weight here to get the 2v2 underway. Dre now has such a big job to do, but doesn't have the tools for it.
Oh, but he does find the first. One more blast pack left. Throws it to the right. Not going to find the connection. Toggles for the defuse. Has to win this opening engagement. Now all Rustin needs to do is stay alive, play the time. He will do that one better by finding the kill and getting away with his life. And just barely grabbing the operator in time. Spot up. 6 rounds in a row, Avril, on fire right now.
But that last one was very contentious. Could have gone the way of Beast Coast. Close margins there. Well played over towards A. This is what we want to see between, you know, Breach and Jet, between Elevate and Jammies, the kind of synergy you have to have where you want to flash your Jet player into certain angles. You want to flash them into certain positions to get kills. The fact that Jammies even gets a couple of kills there. And again, I have to reiterate, has the real opportunity, I think at least, to get himself out alive, or at least to buy a lot more time to just get that timer down and perhaps collect an operator if he wants to swing again. A really good effort, though, from the rest of Beast Coast, but they need to be able to convert into actual round wins because, like you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds since they last won.
Flash peek coming through, and Dre still can't convert. A lot of smokes in the way. Will these flashes really find a lot of value? He is taking a ton of damage while in the run it back through the nano swarms. That will slow things down, but another offensive lockdown in play, and still try to challenge us. Elevate's holding up close. He's waiting for a kill, but won't be able to find it. He'll back down, and with that, we'll just throw a fault line to try to delay the offensive hit, which is good for the time being, but problem is Tucker's on site, Kampeki's found kills, and Beast Coast are in a very difficult 3v5.
And this is actually a great post-plant position for Spot as well. They don't need that many players on site. They're getting all the kills. One alive right now. Elevate has to try and isolate at least one, but it's not going to happen. Flawless comes on through, and no, that was not an eco from Beast Coast. That was their buy round. Now it'll be their eco, or at least maybe a half buy. Perhaps they'll force into it. Spot Up just dismantle that defense. Beast Coast, like you mentioned right at the top, your boy Drake trying to walk in through B main, Elevate flashing in, but it's not enough. Drake goes down instantly, and Elevate can't quite get it done on his own either. And for Beast Coast, this is going to be quite the deficit to try and come back from. If they get the next 2 rounds in a row, a 5 and 7 would be a great recovery. But realistically speaking, this is looking like probably a 3-9, maybe a 4-8.
It's just one of those things. Yeah, this is Spot Up's map pick, but I mean, goodness, we haven't seen them play this well on this map in some time. I would say the last time that I really remember watching Spot Up play this map and avidly being shocked away from it was when they played Dignitas a long while back, right at the beginning of the First Strike series. Looked great on this map versus them, but even still, this performance has been near immaculate for them outside of just losing the pistol, really, and the force buy after that. That's been the only real hiccup that Spot Up has been able to really tote so far throughout this first half.
And they can safely walk away with only losing those 3 rounds as well, which would be really great for their offensive efforts, or just their map efforts overall. In that second half, 9-3 again would be the target. Play on Rustin's right side, and oh my goodness, there's quite a lot of utility being put back in. Yeah, we'll trade one back, but they still haven't checked the corner, and Tig should be able to get one, might be able to get a second.
Not going to be quite up for it. Kampeki finds the kill. Peeking right through the cloudburst was Dre. Also can't convert anything. Kampeki shutting everything down, and Figment will make sure that the flank stays safe. B-Dog, 1v4, another Bucky for him to play with, and a classic in his back pocket.
Spike planted.
And as the spike is planted, he might just have to give this up and just play for exits and hope that someone comes across his line of sight here in the middle.
And the only gun available is all the way inside B main, so it's going to be too difficult to grab. You can't even just try and get a gun and walk out. They've even seen him now. Rustin knows exactly where he is, and there it is. Kampeki doesn't miss this round. 3 kills. Spot Up will find 8 rounds, and for Beast Coast, I think the 4-8 dream was a little bit far-fetched, or rather the 5-7 dream would have been quite far-fetched. The 4-8 dream, though, is definitely possible, and they at least have everything in their favor as far as economy goes. I'm talking about both actual weapon and gun economy, and then also ultimate economy. They have all 5 ultimates, and they've got everything else to work with. Jammings is not going to actually have a gun. He'll just play the Bladestorm. That's still acceptable. Might be able to drop a gun a little bit later on, but this is going to be the most winnable round that they've had for some time.
Get out of my way.
Bladestorm's popped immediately. And a Vandal was also still on the ground. Not really sure what the interaction was there. Tucker's going to be able to find the alarm bot, take care of it, and then back wind at the dark cover. Costs him the TP, but he'll be all right spending it to stay safe. And the Aldrun for Figment will make sure nobody's holding close outside of A Cubby, but does see one member sitting over to Garden. And for Spot Up, it looks like they do want to try to convert by going over towards an A attack, at least for now. And that would be the correct prediction initially, as there is no Rolling Thunder here immediately.
Oh, that's information that B-Dog knows now that players are over towards A main. Hunter's Fury now coming through from Spot Up. Trying to at least collect some damage, if not a kill. That's the kill we're looking for. Dre down, so Beast Coast down one member. Still 4 alive, including 3 ultimates though.
No updrafts for Jammies. He cannot make any cheeky plays come over. Tucker, another kill mid-map. Now there's no Rolling Thunder and no Showstopper. Lockdown's going to be set. That's from the defensive side of things. That'll start to split up this spot-up defense on the post plan. But Rustin, inside, is looking like he wants to just play for the kill, and if he gets detained, so be it. He's able to find 1 kill. That seems to be worthwhile for them. But now the defuse. You've got to get through here. And actually, another player was detained on top of this. Hot Hands comes through. Doesn't get to halfway is the question. Will it matter? No, it will not. Spot Up come through cleanly with Kenpecky with the Blade Storm. And they take the first half at a whopping 9-3 tally.
Absolutely. They removed so many ultimates. Talk about the fact that 5 ultimates available for Beast Coast. Well, I mean, 2 of them didn't get to be used at all. Rolling Thunder and Showstopper could have been absolute game changers there, but taken away from them very early on. Spot Up looking comfortable so far. How are they going to fare on this next half, though? Because that was their offensive half. Are they going to be... Is this going to be one of those descent games? I mean, I'm kind of still traumatized by the 36 rounder we got a little bit earlier on, where one-sided for one half, and then it's completely the opposite way on the other end. Will come down to how Beast Coast feel about their specific attacking side now, as... I mean, they are the kind of team that I would say on paper, their composition doesn't quite match up to what is meta, but look, if they can make it work, they can certainly make it work, and there have been some good moments with Elevate and Jammies. They need to find some more of those.
Aggressive push for Beast Coast through the middle of the map, at least initially. Paranoia will be sent out early on the defense from Spot Up, but the interaction that actually happened over towards A long was the only one to find any kind of significance, as Tig is brought down to critical HP. And with that, Beast Coast will give up their pursuits in the middle and over towards A and opt to instead make their way to B main, which is currently where 2 nanoswarms are stacked, and you've got Rustin on the other side of the wall, which you can see Dre is considered. That's a brilliant paint shells. And, well, he's about to get away, I thought, for a second there, but Dre does capitalize the kill, and with that, Beast Coast should get the spike planted.
What a read coming through from Beast Coast. That is exactly what you want to see from your boy Dre. Now the kills are coming in even quicker. One will go back the way of Kenpecky. The Spot Up need a lot more than that. Beast Coast still at 4 alive. Low HP for your boy Dre, but it's really close by. If he gets one more kill, that would be brilliant. Trays a lot more damage back as well, as Elevate will pick up here. See if it's going to be enough. No, Jammies for 2. And that's going to be Beast Coast getting the much required pistol.
Statistically, the defensive side is the more formidable one for Spot Up, but I can't really go back and see a round in which they found that much success on offense, getting 9 rounds in a row. Regardless of the fact, now the question remains, will there be a force up here? And there sure will be. Potentially greedy, you might think, considering how clean that attack was, but they're still able to afford pretty much what you would want for a force buy. A couple of Sheriffs, a couple of Stingers, so we'll see if that pans out at all for Spot Up's defense.
And it is harder to force up on defense and have it work than the other way around. We'll see if Beast Coast read anything either. They're not going quite aggressive, so they're just waiting for Spot Up to make any aggressive moves. They understand that Spot Up are on at minimum an eco here. Haven't quite read the possibility of a force up yet, but even on an eco, teams like to play aggressive. None of that so far, so now that we've waited a bit of time, Beast Coast might want to start taking a bit of ground away. They have full mid control. They haven't really looked towards A main yet. Starting to get a bit more control over towards B main as well, and just spending their first 40 seconds gauging the positions on the map.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Dig's gonna flush out a couple of cheeky corners with the nano swarms, but he's here by himself. The spike is still backside of the middle of the map. And a lot of utility being spent from Beast Coast just to clear these cheeky angles. And the question kind of still remains is, has there been enough intel gathered that Beast Coast can recognize that Spot Up has 4 spot? Kind of hard to tell. I did hear a couple of Sheriff shots come through, but hard to say who exactly was the
30 seconds left.
deliverer of those shots. Figment playing backside through the gate. He's got Tig right around the corner, playing for the aggressive angle. Doesn't expect Tig to be there. The trade, though, for Tucker will be good 4v4, and the spike is still not even on site yet. We're down to 12 seconds. You've got to make a move. Rusted is holding off very nicely. He finds one kill, a little bit of damage behind it, but the spike has to be committed, and Elevate will be challenged on the post plant, but good help coming through. It's just down to Hia. A 1v3 technically for him, as he's already found the first, and he'll reset to get healthy.
Trades can work in his favor. He's actually fairly well equipped right now, the Sheriff. Full rounds. Couple of tagged up members. Backside, but no flashes. That's probably the biggest problem here. Gets flash in response. And instantly your boy Drake swings wide, gets the kill. One more closer towards the showstopper as well in Beast Coast. Clean up the anti-eco after a bit of effort. They do get there towards the end, and they survive, by the way. Importantly, they do survive against the force-up. Spot Up, though, had enough money remaining despite the force-up to still have a few buys in there. And not one on pistols, even though I believe Figment brought down to 0. Sorry, I'm reading that the other way around. But anyway, yeah, Spot Up now. Yeah, the colors have been changing a little bit here. Apologies for that. But Spot Up, not going to have a lot to work with here. Figment did buy down to 0, and Beast Coast in a much better position.
Opening engagement, Tig good for the first. Had an opportunity for a second. And the Nanostorm will also be sent, but Dre Tig able to find 2 more kills. Those on opposite side of the maps, one towards A long, the other towards B main. Jammies has an idea on where exactly he is, and this Spot Up defense has had limited to, I would argue, almost no success whatsoever. This round specifically, 0 success. A flawless round for Beast Coast, as they're really starting to get things going. And Spot Up, yeah, you're on a pistol, but you need to show us something right here in round number 4, which, to be fair, was what they did when they were on offense. Essentially the same exact story being written potentially here as they get onto a gun round.
Yep, so that's what we're looking for here, is Spot Up kind of getting the job done on that gun round, and they delay the gun round by 1 by going for the force. Again, very similar to what we saw in that first half. That's going to be a big buy-up as well. We see Odin coming through. We see Operator coming through as well. Triple rifles, everything you expect. The only thing they don't have is ultimates, and he has only 1 away from that as well. So if they maybe prioritize an orb somewhere, that could be it. Find some early pressure over towards A main. While flashed up, just sees a foot, and that's enough for Kimpeki.
Oh boy. Maybe there is something in the water for these 4th rounds for Spot Up. East Coast still have tools to use, though. That's important to note here. Even though it's a 4v5 and a full gun round, they do have an advantage when it comes to the potential of an instant kill with the showstopper and the zone ability of a lockdown. But for now, Tig is still sitting mid-map, so there doesn't seem to be any instance or consideration that he's going to be using this anytime soon.
Aggressive showstopper coming on through. Don't know if this is going to find any purchase. Everyone just kind of vacates the general area. It will allow the site to be taken, and that's something that you have to remember, as well as Kimpeki tries to go for a bit of a shot coming up, and your boy Dre just jumps up in time, dodges the bullet, and confirms the kill, and gets his team the site as well. That's everything you want from Beast Coast.
And if they can find one more pick, you don't necessarily even need the lockdown, and there's the pick from Drake. Tig, mid-map. Oh, we would have liked that gunfight back. Whiffs a handful of shots. He will back through. Paranoia, curveball, both being spent. Dark cover, though, placed in response. And now the lockdown comes through as Tucker finds 1 kill, Hia another. And you've got to get this to at least halfway. And, well, they know that he doesn't have time to get the full defusal based on where the lockdown is. Could he get to the corner? Sure will. Won't be detained, but there's not enough time now for him to get a defuse.
Unfortunately not. He would have to have maybe stuck the defuse there, go for the challenge. You would have the situation where the 1v1 occurs. Then maybe Hia can get it done, but it will still be quite difficult to get the consolation prize of at least cleaning up the last kill, and considered swapping the gun over to the Vandal. Don't know if that actually happened. Nope. But a close round, coming down to very fine margins there. If there was one more player alive, could have happened. A late lockdown that ends up paying off dividends. Gives round number 4 over to Beast Coast. So Spot Up. I mean, we thought maybe they would come back big time for that round number 4, but on this particular half, it just barely gets away.
So 4 rounds straight for Beast Coast. They reduced the deficit to marginal numbers now. And for Spot Up, yeah, they had a lot of kills, so they could afford into this round. But this feels more like a force buy than anything else. Kimpeki will be able to get into a Blade Storm. Hia also aggressive. Paranoia, curveball with the run it back coming through. Nanostorm will slow him down. And he won't even make full point of contact. And while this has happened, Kimpeki on the other side of the map has been dealt with. That's the Bladestorm already down. Both ultimates for spot up have been completely exhausted. Rustin needs to respond to multiple members around the A site. He only gets one, and Beast Coast will get a plan.
Pig's coming in late as well, so we'll have A main control. Has confirmed that no one's doing a big flank just yet. Spot have a couple of ultimates available. Beast Coast have better ones. You do need to see the possibility of a Rolling Thunder. It's going to be Elevate playing in Hell, I believe. So, difficult situation for Spot Up to handle now. They need more utility. There has to be a recon vault for this, I think, to really be possible.
Well, they're setting up as if they want to double hit through the doors. And just a wide peek from Tucker. He's able to grab two before he's traded. The 2v2 situation, and Elevate on the site can't really get into a position to use the Rolling Thunder, so now it's just down to Tig. Good P&P there as we saw the Nanostorm deny the initial defuse. Tig for one, Tig for two. Naked 3 total in the round, and Beast Coast within 1 round of tying things up.
And thankfully for Beast Coast, Tig was in that situation as well. He was in the right position to be able to get that kill, and for Elevate, ends up saving the Rolling Thunder for now. But I think in a 2v2 situation, disciplined thing to do would have just been to throw it out. See what happens. You kind of want to plan for that, though. You kind of want to be where Tig is. Maybe both of you holding offsite would have been ideal. In any case, Tig ends up being the hero that we needed to see for the side of Beast Coast. And you talked about this already, but the Sentinel players on both ends, it's both of the Killjoys right now that are really showing up big time. And for Beast Coast to be trailing 3-9 at the end of the first half to now be 8-9 after winning, what, 5 rounds in a row is quite the comeback.
Still some work to be done, but everything you could possibly need to see this be tied and then potentially take an advantage if you're spot up, or if you're Beast Coast. And then after an initial push over towards A main, they're going to back things up and try to go over towards B, which currently the only defensive member that there is Rustin. And for how good he's been in the first half, there has been limited scenes of him doing the same here defensively.
Which is really interesting because typically it would be the defensive Killjoys that get more work done. Does sense a bit of pressure coming his way. We'll call for the reinforcements, and the reinforcements come in very quickly now. Spot Up have responded in kind. Beast Coast haven't exited B main yet. They haven't quite had the opportunity to get control of site.
Well, Rustin does actually push through that dark cover to get onto site itself, and with all this pressure from the Nanoswarms, Spot Up, they've actually pushed Beast Coast back, but that's not a gunfight that you love if you have a Spectre. Fortunately, Kanpeki's there for a trade and a weapon upgrade. And beyond that, Tucker's going to hear all this information on players coming through. He gets the first kill. That's a very friendly dark cover for him, even though it did come from B-Dog. But he's only able to make 1 kill happen out of it. Figment trying to delay time. Will eventually be taken down, and now Kanpeki for a 1v3 with a Vandal. As members all over the place. Does find the first before B-Dog can get back to A main. And now it just comes down to, are they playing through Tree or are they playing in Hell? A tough 50-50 to be sure, and Kanpeki is going to instead try to play over towards the spike, but as he comes off the top rope, Elevate will put him down, and we will be tied at 9.
Elevate goes so close to dying there as well, probably just 1 shot away. It's certainly 1 headshot away, and that would have been very different. Not only would it have delayed the plant, but I think it would have stopped the plant completely. There was barely enough time for Beast Coast to get anything done there in terms of getting a spike down. Would have been 1 less play to deal with as well in the retake, and like you said, very difficult to extract the last 2 members. Could be anywhere on the map. It's very important, by the way. I think that the door is still open because that leaves some room of doubt to say that possibly the post plant includes someone over towards Tree as well. So 1 versus 2. Both players in Hell, and Elevate gets the kill. Require still has a Rolling Thunder available.
You really feel like Kanpeki has to be the guy here with this operator to really start to get this defense going. B-Dog already pushing over to Cubby. His counterpart of Tucker will make a handful of footstep sounds, and that will be enough for B-Dog to just back away for now. And now here's Kanpeki's chance. He actually gives up the angle as he hears the boombot to his right to make sure B main stays safe. And he's just going to trust that he, on the Phoenix, can sit over through mid-arches and give some sound cues if needed to one side or the other. And defensively, I don't know if they've heard much of anything because here comes Beast Coast for an approach towards A.
Figment with quite an angle to play with here. Be using the Aldrin, so we'll be giving that up for now. And as the Aldrin comes on through, they'll be able to confirm that will indeed be an A hit. They see everybody. Now the rotations come on in. Figment, by the way, is only 1 away from getting the Hunter's Fury, so 1 kill here would do it.
just wonder if Spot Up was able to recognize that B-Dog was not a part of this equation. Here comes the peak. Tucker will find one for free. Lockdowns will be traded between both. Rolling Thunder also coming through. This is going to be Beast Coast trying to push through this, but it's shut down. Rustin finds one. Rustin finds two. Jammy's there for the trade, but he'll be detained. And the offensive lockdown will actually find a little bit of value as well. So for a 2v4, the retake is still not here yet. Elevate will find one. That'll keep things alive for the post plant for Beast Coast. Still some utility to play with, but Figment over through Garden. He's able to find the first. Leave some space, but Elevate able to snap the two. Halfway to fuse. The pistol goes, and Kentucky able to grab the quick scope, plus plenty of time to secure the back half of the defusal. Spot Up finally take a defense.
Elevate nearly was the hero of that round. Runs out of ammo, unfortunately, on the rifle. Otherwise, possibly could have challenged Kempeki. Stops him from getting the full defuse as well. Halfway. Pretty good. Kempeki then, operator at the ready, will find the last kill required. But Elevate made that one so difficult. Big flank as well coming through all the way into short. Cleans up so many kills, even though the Rolling Thunder not the highest value, but for them the time required to get the rest of the job done. Double lockdown coming in. Both lockdowns, by the way, detaining one player each. Don't see that every day.
So what does this mean now for the rest of the back half of this first matchup? They got a best of 3 here. But is that going to be enough for Spot Up to potentially secure what was an incredible first offensive half for what is their map pick? Beast Coast not going away yet. Still plenty of economy to play with, but Kentucky with the operator able to hold the angle and take down Tig. A massive first kill for Spot Up.
And barely reveals his body as well. He only had a shoulder peeking, which is why the turret didn't see him. It's a great positioning there. Gives a bit of false confidence to the way of Tig, who believes it must be clear. If the turret doesn't see anything, then no one's watching. Dre's up next. The next customer walking through the shop window. We'll see if Kempeki picks up number 2.
Careful now.
Tall ask here defensively still, though, as there are a number of members here for Beast Coast trying to flood, but good information reveal. Kempeki whips the shot and nearly whips the tailwind. Gets a second chance, but can't come through. There's the third time as being the charm, but B-Dog gets the trade. This is still a difficult 2v4, though. The entire hit and the entire hope of this attack was trying to come through, but Dre stays alive and just barely gets the showstopper to connect onto Hia. Spike will be planted on the opposite side as the From the Shadows came through, and now B-Dog has to be trusted to find a kill or two to allow his teammates some time to rotate, but he will not be allowed to, and that will absolutely be just a stick on the defuse for Tucker.
And the problem here is, yes, going over to the other side is nice because you're going to get a free plant, but your teammate can't help you there. Your boy Dre is stuck over towards A. He's got no TP. He's a raised play. He can't get his way over towards B in time, so it literally becomes a 1 versus 3. In some cases, it might have been better just to plant A because at least
I agree,
you have your boy Dre to kind of help you out. He might have low HP, but just having an extra member to give you a 2v3 opportunity is much safer than going for a 1v3 there where there is no way your boy Dre can do anything.
Swarm grenade.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right in the right there for making that call. I would have said the same exact thing, but Spot Up, get the defuse, and now they've got 4 out of their 5 ultimates to play with. And Beast Coast, this very well may be one of the final purchases that they could afford, which is not great timing for it. If they lose this one, they'll be in a really tough spot. Kentucky is going to allow this turret to find a lot of damage onto him, and even still, it persists as he misses a shot as he hits the wall, and finally it'll be deleted, but Tig will sit there and say that that sentry drone just had a ton of value for him.
Tig, by the way, got headshot through the wall there. Must have been a very thick wall because at least 60 HP. 60 HP is about 2 shot on the body from any rifle. As Mia goes through, gets flash in response. So that'll be the run it back taken care of for now. Beast Coast still have all players live, as do Spot Up.
Hit, though, coming to the middle of the map. The only player that's on the defensive side of B is Rusted. Tucker was nearby, but falls. And, whoa, wait a second here. Beast Coast actually puts the brakes for a moment in a very awkward time, but it actually comes through successfully. They get the kills on rotation, and now it's just sniffing out Rustin from behind the archway. But is that easier said than done? He's good for 2. Nearly had a chance for a 3rd, but Elevate will capitalize, and with that, Beast Coast will go to 10-11.
I gotta say, if Elevate dies there as well, then it is really possible for Rustin if all 5 members just kind of peek him one by one. But not gonna be the case, as Elevate will be able to get the cleanup happening. Spot Up right now have 4 ultimates available, but not much else in terms of weaponry. You do have Kimpeki looking over towards the Bladestorm. That'll be the most important ultimate for this particular round to try and get yourself a little bit more in terms of guns being dropped. Help your team out that kind of way. Otherwise, Spot Up will be dropping 1 and giving Beast Coast 11.
Paranoia push through A main. Not gonna find anything besides just the utility of Rusted. Your boy Dre, early activation on the Boombot. We'll know there's a player nearby. The pinch from the middle, though they can't quite confirm the kill. They finally do get Rusted. The Nanostorm does chip away a bit of damage. Kenpeki on the Bladestorm will find 1 elimination. Jamie's careful. You don't want to give away this weapon. Not in a 4v3 in which Spot Up are really going to have to trust that the Bladestorm in the Hunter's Fury will find value for them. We're going to hold this close, recognizing that Spot Up wants to get here quickly to the defensive spawn, but this is still a risky play, and if Spot Up read this could go awry. B-Dog, though, good for 1. They know the next one's nearby. Paranoia will connect. That'll be the 3rd and final kill needed, and we'll be tied at 11.
And the confidence just to win that one close-up versus pistols as well, knowing that the rifles will have an advantage still. Even though, I mean, technically a swing through on a classic right-click would have been fine, but E-Dog and Elevate working together to make sure that they're both tradable. Jammies making sure that no one's coming through market. Your boy Dre covered B main already, so they were fairly confident that if there was going to be any sort of retake, it would have to be pretty much everyone from the back of B, from, you know, B linked to defender's spawn. And now things are all evened up. Operators coming through for Kimpeki again, and that's a really important pickup because he's probably been the impact player as soon as operators get involved. He's been picking up a kill pretty much every single time he's had an operator in his hands.
With that, there's also a potential problem, I think, just overall. If this does go to overtime, does Kenpeki then on defense have to force buy into an operator just so that Spot Up can get some legs on defense? Because so far they've been a little all over the place. Rolling Thunder going to be committed over through tree, following up his jammies, and he'll find not just 1, but both players that are affected by the status effect, and now onto the A site come Beast Coast, looking for 12. Jammies caught them with a Cloudburst, will leave an opportunity for Rustin and the rest of the Spot Up game to get here. They do have a lockdown to play with, and Rustin's going to commit for this. Spike will be planted. He on the flank. Oh, he's given up his position. The curveball coming through, but can he find any kills? No, he can't. A huge opportunity completely missed. Rustin watching players exit. He only finds 1 kill of what really could have been 2 or 3, and now all of a sudden, he really can't even stick for a defusal because Dre's nearby. Beast Coast with a 3v1, but Kenpeki's the last one left as he finds the operator for the first.
And Beast Coast don't need to swing him either, so unless he goes for the tap, which he does now, this is where the rest of Beast Coast will try and spam on him. The heart fuse has been found. Might have even been able to stick that one, but eventually someone from Beast Coast would have walked in and denied it. I think 2 versus 2 would have been possibly doable. A 1v2 situation, too difficult for Kimpeki, who couldn't quite find as much value this time, even though he did get a kill on the operator. It's the rest of the team that just goes down a little bit too quickly there. They lose the main battle over towards A short. You have here coming on through, kind of whiffing his way into A short as well. That could have been a big difference. If here even just gets 1 kill, I think that makes a big difference in that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those situations that you feel like you see that in front of you, people running away with knives out, that you should be taking 2, if not all 3 of them, and now all of a sudden, the weaponry, not great. Needs Figment to find something with this Hunter's Fury, but everyone's just too far away, although he actually does connect on the TIG at the very end of that, so he will connect 1 of the 3 Hunter's Fury darts to get in, but still, Beast Coast, they're in a position to where they will have better weapons to finish off this round.
Out of my way.
And they might be able to prevent the possibility of an OT as well. An OT would be really good for Spot Up. We talked about the fact that Kimpeki, would he force up on an operator? I think the answer would be a resounding yes, especially on the defense. He's been so good on the operator in general. Even if the glass cannon has to be bought, that's just how it would go. East Coast have a lot of ults here, though, so you don't really expect them to be giving away too much here. This should be their round. This should be their map. 13 to 11 should be the final result if they can really lean into their weapon advantage, their ultimate advantage, and their general advantage. A Spot Up will now check for a bit of information, see no one into A main, and the rotation coming on in.
It's going to come simultaneously. Offensive lockdown coming into play, but the nanostorm will stop any hit from being there.
30 seconds
So
left.
can they actually find value with this? The lockdown will actually be spammed through the wall. It was the Guardian that did the damage for it. Kenpeki, though, eats a large chunk of the paint shells, still stays alive, gets through the cloud burst for 2, but Dre responds. 2v3 situation still favoring the defense. And as Rustin takes care of this fight here, there'll be no plant here. B-Dog can't find more than one, and we will go to overtime.
And they spent a long time trying to get that lockdown.
Overtime.
Managed to get the kill eventually, but couldn't quite get on site. They had no control. Spot up. There it is. Number 12 for them as well. It was a very difficult journey. I mean, we talked about the fact that at the end of the first half, I did say 3-9. I wasn't ready to maybe count out the teams just yet, just based on what we've seen on Ascent a little bit earlier to get to OT. I mean, East Coast would have to find their own 9-3 going in their favor, and it seems that for both teams, it's kind of the opposite of what we had in the previous games, where now it's both attacking sides are favored. It's the defense that haven't been good for either end.
We've heard that before almost, but again, the opposite. It's just, this map has given us some very strange stories thus far, and how about it? You're going to get what I believe was actually the operator forced up on offense here for Kenpeki, if I read that right.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so he's going to take that to B main. With him will be Hia. Figment going to scout things out with the Owl drone. Won't really see much of anything. Actually does catch the jet playing just outside a tree. And the operator threat will also be recognized as B-Dog. Here's a shot go just overhead.
By the way, the Owl drone would have scouted out that Jammies is not sniping, so they don't have to worry about a defensive operator. Get a little bit of information that someone was holding A main as well, so they get a lot of info that probably they know now that the 3 players are towards A. You start to see that Spike being carried by Figment through spawn. They're going to set it for B now with the last 50 seconds to go, but they haven't quite had any mid-map control. I would say for a team like Spot Up right now on this attack, they need a little bit more control over towards B main and mid to really set up for B properly.
And playing a strange angle is B-Dog. Just on the bottom side of the stairs. Not playing really in depth of the site. He's going to have a little bit of help. Paranoia comes through. Now B-Dog will bail away. The recon bolt reveals his position. Still no commitment yet for Spot Up. 22 seconds to go. Here comes the hit through middle. Tig not going to be able to find anything. James has been smoked off. He can't help either. It's going to try to peek late, but the reload for Rustin gets him through successfully. Kenpeki, operator, finds the shot. The spike gets planted. We've got ourselves a 2v5 in which B-Dog is not in the site, and behind that, you also don't have Dre, who's even here to help yet.
I mean, B-Dog and Dre, they need to get some kills because Beast Coast have nothing right now. The first of the Rustin would certainly help, but they need a lot more. That at least disables the turret. Nice shot over onto Kenpeki, but will you check the corner as well? There's one right to the right side, and Tucker for 2. That's going to clean up the last remaining members. Put Spot Up 1 up.
Switching
And now
sides.
finally onto map point.
Match point.
It's OT.
Kenpeki will still force purchase into the operator, completely negating him from having any sort of utility. But he still will not be matched. As Jammy's only at 11 and 20, has really not been trying to participate in the operator battle much at all, if at all, this game so far. But Rustin, again, we talked about the participation of your Sentinels, 30 and 16 with 5 assists. He's been incredible for Spot Up thus far. He would have to be here once again on defense.
I will say this much, part of the reason why Jammies isn't sniping as much is if you're playing off your Breach, if you want to play Elevate and Jammies together in a Breach Jet combo, you want to be more of a Rifle Jet, so that would probably be the main reason he's not sniping as much. By the way, possible contact over towards B main, I do believe Kenpeki threw in a shot. Indeed, he does miss that one, had to dash away, so reset back to normal here as Beast Coast are looking for some kind of way into A now. No control over A short could be a bit of a problem. It'll just be 5 up the guts of A main and see if they can get through that way.
Nobody's on the site defensively for Spot Up. You've got 2 players in Garden, and then just Tucker throwing out that dark cover from the backside near rafters. There goes the Paranoia. The flash coming through. Figment going to bounce past in a recon bolt. Will find information onto 1, but the spam shots will deny him the opportunity to try to play for the kill. The hot hands will be forced out, but you can just easily walk away from that. So now the spike will be planted, and for Spot Up, still in a 5v5, although a couple members are low, They need to find value with just that. Figment, Shock Dart comes through. He's able to find one kill, Rusted another. Spot Up looking to put this one away on 14-12. Tig, though, still alive. Playing bottom side hell. You also have B-Dog from behind. They're good for a couple. It's just down to Tig. He plays through, goes to the operator, holding the angle. And with that, Tucker wraps around and finds the kill. And Spot Up will confirm 14 and will take map 1 of this best of 3 round of 16 series.
Very minor overtime being found here off very close margins as well. I mean, we look at the fact that in some cases, if you're only looking at the first half, it should have been a Spot Up win from the beginning. It should be a 9-3. Look at that second half, things start to get out of hand here. We talk about the fact that this ends up being quite offensive favored. So, you know, just as things are here, we make sure that things are balanced for Valor GG, where, you know, just in case it was going to be heavily, you know, defensive favored in terms of stats, you start looking at the stats after that 36 round OT that we saw in a sense, it's like, oh man, it's just a lot of defensive wins, and now you see it's a lot of offensive wins to make sure that we get as close to 50% as possible. Yep. So there it is. Not a very extended overtime this time either. So a great ending, I think, to what was a pretty one-sided beginning that ends up being a very 50-50 ending.
All of it offense for a lot of it until the very end with overtime. So it will be Spot Up taking their map pick, but a very tight one. Coming up next, we'll have Haven. This is, of course, obviously then Beast Coast's pick, and it'll be Spot Up starting things off defensively. We'll step away for a small break. When we come back, we'll try to set things up for you guys as we get into map number 2 of this round of 16 matchup between Spot Up and Beast Coast right after this. Welcome back, everybody. After a slight overtime, short overtime considering what we had earlier today, it's Spot Up taking map number 1 on their map pick of Ascent. But now we go to Haven, which Beast Coast obviously in turn were able to select in a map in which, well, I mean, it makes sense why they would pick it. They're 5-3 through the first strike series thus far, and toting a very successful offensive and defensive halves independently. So the task is definitely still here when it comes to Spot Up trying to find themselves a 2-0.
And it wasn't even a very convincing 1-0. I mean, it's convincing in some ways. If you look at either half in a vacuum, it looks fairly convincing for either way. But it ends up being a competitive game. So going into map number 2, it becomes hard to read who you give the advantage over towards. You know, you'd say that because it's a map being picked by Beast Coast, possibly it should favor them. I mean, if we're going to go to map 3, which is going to be fine, it should be Beast Coast picking this one up. But it's a tight enough margin between the two teams that I would have to say that if Spot Up have a really good game here, if it's not too streaky, if we're not looking at massive rounds in a row and it's a bit more back and forth, like who knows? But I don't know that we're going to see a team like Spot Up just get a massive 9-3 lead anymore, but then I guess drop a 9-3 lead. What do they do? They drop 6 rounds in a row after that on the other end, so that's not like what you want to see for a team that was leading by so much. But great job by Beast Coast to be able to pick up the remaining rounds to even force the OT, and I think they'll definitely want a very quick rematch now onto map number 2 to try and get the win. I think they believe they deserved onto the last map because they got it so close.
And for Beast Coast now, going over to a map like Haven, like we mentioned, their win record kind of speaks for itself, but it's the convincing nature at which they've been able to find some of these wins, specifically with teams like NRG and Luminosity in the past. They even played FaZe Clan relatively close back during the first instance of the UMG Open qualifiers. And with that in mind, they're still sticking with the very same strategy when it comes to the agents they're bringing into the mix, continuing to play things like the Raze and the Breach, which is something that they obviously found a significant amount of success with, for at least at times during Ascent. On the other front, though, we will actually be seeing maybe even the potential of a triple duelist setup coming out for the side of Spot Up. They've used it before. They didn't use it most recently when they played up against teams like Immortals, but they had used it in the past. So will they go back to that? It's kind of hard to speculate right now, but it'll be interesting because one of your best performers in the time that we've seen so far is Rustin, and he's been doing that on things like the Killjoy. So do you really want to take him off that Sentinel to try to go back to a triple duelist setup, or do you trust that Rustin can still be successful here on Haven running a Sentinel?
I think Rustin most likely goes towards a Cypher here, just based on recency. I think the triple duelist is still a little bit it's a little bit risky for a map like Haven, where on the defense, I mean, there's so many sites to cover, so many areas to cover. I'm personally more favored towards the Sentinel on that particular map. And as we start heading into the swing of things, both teams are going to be bringing that one out. So it ends up being Rustin going towards the Cypher. East Coast playing the exact same composition again. No changes for them at all. And I think this is a really good map for Breach as well. So expect Elevate and Jammies to be playing off each other a little bit more.
Well, it's going to look to be maybe a full mid hit here for Beast Coast. They weren't really putting a lot of pressure up the side. And with that, Spot Up actually will check through A main. So if this is a plant, and it looks like it will be a post plant setup for B window, these kills could be quick to try to foil that if they can find the kills, though. They don't. It's a 2-for-1 trade the opposite way. Rustin finds nothing out the doors, and now Beast Coast with numbers and dominance over the middle of the map. This should be a pretty safe post plant for them. And as Jammies and Tig find the final 2 kills, it will be.
For Spot Up, the way they win that one would have to come through from the 2 big flankers from A, especially for here, who is going to be playing the Reyna here. Reyna on pistol rounds can really swing things in favor of their team. One quick heal up, dismiss away as well, putting yourself up to 150. If they get another kill over towards B, over towards the window, I should probably say here, they have full control of the post plant, and then Spot Up are in position to make a lot more work done. But we've seen 3 out of 3 opportunities now for a Spot Up force up, and they're going to take it again. So twice on Ascent on this particular round, they went for it. Let's see if it works out this time around, because so far it hasn't been that great, as I think every single time they've gone for a force, it's not been super successful. In fact, it hasn't worked at all.
For Beast Coast, once again, not putting a lot of attention towards the outside of the map as of yet, but it looks like they are going to try to posture over towards A, in which Spot Up do have a couple of members that are nearby. Specifically, you're looking at the Reyna. That's Hia, who's going to be sitting down in short, and nearby is Kanpeki, who will be just behind him. The spike not a part of this initial hit, at least not for now. And if we get to 60 seconds, and it looks like Beast Coast will just be using it as a poking and prodding method and then go back over towards the C hit.
Either way, Tig and your boy Dre picked up Vandals for this round, but only light armor, and they're quite at risk of being killed to the Stingers. Stingers can get a 2-shot kill versus light armor, can't do the same thing versus heavy armor. Here we go, though. The Paranoid does come on through, and Jammy's taken down early by Rust, and Spot Up should be arriving fairly soon now. The plant hasn't come through yet, and Beast Coast don't have control.
Take finds the first kill. Elevate working his way and deals with the leader, but can't find the sender. Dre, though, for 2, lines him up at long range, but can't snap over to the other 2 that were peeking from the opposite side. So with that, that will be Spot Up able to bounce back off the force buy, and we'll go 1-1, and that will make some interesting things occur here for the next couple of rounds with the economy specifically.
And so much of this comes down to Tucker, by the way, who sends in that big paranoia. Sorry, it's B-Dog on the other end again. It's, no, it's Beast Coast attacking. I'm getting a little bit confused with the colors, but that's fine. Yeah, Tucker throwing through on towards the paranoia, straight down C-Long, stops all the Beast Coast from rushing in. Buying them such needed time, and of course the Stingers closer range. Few of the members don't have full armor there. They're cleaned up. Another clean up through the window as well. Here going on to Tig, who goes down.
Spam shots. Incredible. Rusted up close. And what? He is going to find another. That's again right through the outside of that wall. And now as Kenpecky tries to get involved, he'll set up here for a 3rd kill. Tucker there for Rusted's trade, and Beast Coast, they never even had a chance to get this round even started.
It's an anti-eco cleanup that is really going to put players like here ahead, who I believe walked into this round with 4 out of 6, gets 3 kills, slightly overkill, but will be able to get himself the ultimate for the Empress available, which will be important for this particular round. If they want to play the Empress this round, they might want to swap the guns, so give the Bulldog to somebody else, put a Phantom or Vandal in the hands of here, and let her rip. Beast Coast up. Here's where things need to really start happening for them. They have the 5 rifles available. 2 of them don't have full armor, though. It's once again going to be coming through from your boy Dre, who was one of the few guys that purchased up a Vandal a little bit earlier on.
Revealing area.
I think it's close, though. It's still 2-1.
Fault line will push the angle away from Figment. But Spot Up is getting aggressive in other spots as they've pushed Kenpecky just outside B main here in this cubby. And Rustin still playing forward close to the garage doors. And as Figment will use the Owl Drone to scout things out through A short, it looks like Spot Up are just going to trust the utility at C to play defense. And they're going to full 3-man stack over to A and hope that if there is a rotation, these defensive members that are far forward will get some information early.
And Kenpecky's that member. You talked about him hiding away, tucked in right now onto B. Doesn't hear anything. They've already rotated members off from A, so now A is fairly clean outside of the 1 member there, Figment. Your timing here, indeed, there it is. 1 free kill onto Tig. Won't see anybody else. Now they know it's either C or A.
Yeah, they guess towards C, but it is all the way to A. Beast Coast, they need to get this spike planted quickly and hopefully deal with this flank, but how are you not watching this with your B-Dog? Kenpecky again just walks up from behind, finds the free kill. Now a 5v3 situation, make it a 5v2 as Rusted finds a kill. The retake is going to be really hot and heavy, and it's going to be down to what can you find down here if you're Dre and Elevate. Well, Dre will find a couple, but that'll be all to write home about as Spot Up will put themselves on their 3rd round up 3-1.
And the push-up coming through from Kenpecky, who was already in, fairly aggressively tucked in from B, finds the initial kill, gets a 2nd kill as well. The 2nd one a little bit more egregious. B-Dog just not really paying attention there. You have to assume that the big flank could come on through. You knew that you had a player compromised in B main already, or rather the B grass. East Coast now looking towards a half-buy situation. Not quite a force, they still got a little bit of money in the bank. Spectres, Marshall, Stinger, Frenzy, Sheriff. Not great buys. Not great ultimates either. Jammies is 1 away. If they can maybe get an ult towards Jammies, it'll at least be a Blaze Storm.
Revealing area.
Oh boy. Now for Beast Coast. Really feel like they need to deal with this threat of Kenpecky before the economy starts to snowball out of control, because we know what Kenpecky can do with this operator, and a map like Haven will be just as favorable as a map like Ascent was for him, especially considering how he likes to peek aggressively. Showstopper coming through. Flashpoint's also behind this. Nobody is here, though, so this is a lot of utility for essentially nothing, although Dre sends through his Showstopper and somehow connects with, I'm not really even sure where 100% Rustin would have been because his X is right outside the C garage door. So
Yeah.
that must have hit the ground and just flashed enough damage. The Emperor's going to be used for potential retake, but this is going to be another setup for Beast Coast on a post plant down towards the passive side at C long. The take is going to come through quickly. Figment's going to read one, but not going to get the kill. Now Kenpecky, Bladestorm, good for the first, Ia good for the other. Now you're down to just getting this Cloudburst set up and hopefully finding somebody peak. And it's just down to the timing. Kenpecky's good for the first. Bladestorm up top. He's going to try to make the play, but it's Tucker to find the kill. But Trey, not going to be good enough. He finds 3 kills, but needed to find 4. Kenpecky with a beautiful shot, but spot up on 4.
And Kenpecky takes no chances there either. Pulls out the Bladestorm, has everything ready. They come in with a deficit of 1. Like I said, they have no idea how Rustin gets caught there. His X was so far away from the opening, the link between Garage and C, but somehow the rocket from the Showstopper just catches him. And even in a 4v5, Kenpecky comes in, cleans up 3 kills, including the last one, has full control over sight lines over to C long, where all 3 were standing. And off the back of operator plays and Bladestorm, it's going to get enough kills to maintain armed presence over the spike itself. Defuse in there, and 4 rounds in a row.
Oh boy. What a performance for Kenpecky. Again, with the operator, he's just been so consistent. A couple of spam shots being thrown around for Beast Coast outside A main, but no one's going to peek. And with that, it looks like Spot Up will recognize that, hey, okay, we could trust Kenpecky to watch this angle. Everybody else just rotate back over to C or the middle of the map, which is currently where Beast Coast is trying to threaten.
Kenpecky's not the highest fragger here is, but Kenpecky's been so consistent across both maps now. And he's not been the highest fragger on either map, by the way. Rustin dropped 30 on that last map, even though we only went to 2 rounds of OT. And now Beast Coast have 3 ultimates available, including Rolling Thunder. Kenpecky down, or rather he gets Tig down, so that's going to be 1 lockdown tucked away, and Spot Up having 1-man advantage.
Tucker, Paranoia coming through. Once again, Beast Coast going to set up for the B window post plant. Trying to get out of dodge as Jammies, but he will not be allowed to. Tucker's trying to push with this Cloudburst, but this is so many angles he has to check. B-Dog from the flank. Kenpecky responds. Figment able to find a kill with the shock dart, and then holding it the entire time was Rustin. He'll also get involved in the kill feed for the final elimination, and Spot Up are running through Beast Coast at the moment, who will be once again on either a light buy or a force, maybe, as you're seeing 2 ARs get picked up. Maybe a bit of frustration coming into play for Beast Coast, as that would be a mistake, and I think they're starting to recognize that.
Another situation where Spot Up just get a massive lead on the opening half, and we saw this on Ascent already. And I guess we can't count out Beast Coast on that second half, but we really even shouldn't count them out on this half. They would have to really start bringing things around. It's going to be a hero rifle for your boy Dre. 1 kill for Dre would get him the showstopper, and Kenpecky again. So consistent on the operator. No one gets past. And 2 early kills for Spot Up. He's going to really put to bed Beast Coast's chances for this round.
There's just no response for it. We hadn't seen it in a set. We're not seeing it here at all. Even a consideration for it on Haven Kenpecky for 3. Same angle, nowhere for Tig to go. And at a certain point, if you're Beast Coast, you have to find some way to make Kenpecky feel like he's even remotely going to be rivaled, because so far it's just been nothing but rifles for Beast Coast, and Kenpecky is feasting off of that.
I mean, they have a breach as well. You have the stuns available. You got multiple flashes. You can try and just dump some more utility onto Kenpecky once you know where he's standing. Speaking of which, Kenpecky will be changing up positioning now over towards Garage instead, and definitely the biggest issue getting in the way of Beast Coast, the biggest hurdle on their way to trying to make a comeback happen on this particular half. They're down 5 rounds now, and first couple of shots, first time that we see Kenpecky really miss, but will still pick up a kill regardless.
He may have caught a leg. That's a very low health pool right there for Jammies. I didn't see anybody else spamming at him. He's down to about 40 HP, so that would make sense. But regardless, Kenpecky's still getting away with murder. And I mean that literally. I know it's like a very figurative statement, but literally he is getting away with murder right now. And now Beast Coast at a 4v5. They still have a Rolling Thunder to play with, but your big entry of Jammies to follow up behind that is at critical health.
Getting away in the sense of Kenpecky living on like no HP either, so a 4 versus 5 that I think for Beast Coast, you kind of have to play this one. You're not going to save at 50 seconds with 4 people alive. You have Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, Showstopper, and everything. I think the combo here has to be Rolling Thunder into Showstopper. It might even be an overcommitment, but they don't know how many people are on C. They have to assume there's got to be resistance here. Somebody could be over towards Garage. They reveal their positioning now. Here we go. Stuns, flashes are all in, and Rustin trying to hold on.
Drake, up close and personal, takes care of Rustin. So now 4v4, Hunter's Fury going to come through. That'll be the end of Jammy's life. And another Figment for 2 off of this. And now it's just down to how do Beast Coast work their way back in. How about this? 2 for Tig and the other from Dre. A 1v1, Dre on 9 HP. Needs to lock a headshot, and that was his best chance. That it has to stick for the plant. One good shock dart will be the end. And Dre's been shrugged off. No time to plant. What a play for Figment just to deny the space and deny the clock.
And there it is, 7-1 there. Well played. Figment 3 kills there, including Hunter's Fury. Super well picked up. Gets low HP members like Jammies, and that's exactly what he's looking for. And Beast Coast with 4 alive and multiple ultimates, they only end up spending the Showstopper, so wasn't really a full commitment. And I have to ask the question now, when do they want to commit? When do they actually want to throw in the ultimates a little bit more? Because if there was going to be a round, to me it would have been the last round. If you do it now, you have to kind of rely on players like Tig and Dre to kind of carry the weight of the team here because they have the only real guns. Other players not going to be able to really follow up, and Kempicki's on the angle again.
And this time it's a different look. You've got Hia who's going to push forward beyond this. Flashpoint will come through. 1 for Kempicki. Hia, good for a second. Dismisses away. Gets the full read. Kempicki, what help is this? It's just a 2v5. And Spot Up still do not drop a member.
Perfect. Flawless, just like the game says right there. Hia and Kempicki working together. You want to shoot Kempicki, Hia's in your way. You want to shoot Hia, he dismisses away. Kempicki then gets the assist as well. He gets the kill onto, who was it, Tig, that nearly killed Hia. The two of them working together in tandem there meant that Beast Coast had nothing to work with. And yeah, we'll go back and we'll say Beast Coast had 3 pistols, only 1 Spectre and 1 Vandal, but 1 Spectre and 1 Vandal didn't do anything either. So it was a really tough round to watch. And Beast Coast now down so many rounds with only 3 left to go. This is going to be it. This is going to be where the ultimates get thrown in.
I hate to keep selling one side of the story, but Kempicki almost individually has more kills than all of Beast Coast combined. That's not good news if you're Beast Coast. And again, just showing the prowess that if Kempicki goes untested, he's going to absolutely take over a game. So, yeah, this is a round that Beast Coast, the opposite side, you need to set up for these ultimates. And you can feel the frustration starting to amount towards these attacks towards C and A. I mean, the only success they've really had getting the spike down has been at B, but it's not really where you want to be with these ultimates that are available. There's the right click, but at least James gets the spike down, but it's still a 5v4. Lockdown will be spent early for the attacking Killjoy to try to stall any possible defuse early, but this could still be Tucker getting this to halfway potentially. A couple of trades come through. Beast Coast being pressured from behind as Rustin makes the long flank, and still no Rolling Thunder in the mix here. Really no chance. Plus Elevate can find one more kill, and maybe it gets them an isolation opportunity, but not going to happen. And Spot Up will be on 9, and they've already spent a couple of ultimates from Beast Coast Arsenal.
Yep, Spot Up even playing heads up there as well. They see the Lockdown coming in. Instead of really trying to play against Lockdown, they go around it. They flank around it. They flank down Garage. They take control of Grass. They take control of Window. They take control of all the outside areas that Beast Coast want to play in. And if you Elevate by yourself there, you get into a weird spot because, yes, you have a Rolling Thunder, but also it's like 1v3, and you're not going to catch everybody. There's so many players to try and get through. It's almost like you feel you're up against a rock and a hard place. It feels like a lose-lose situation. Almost feels better to save the ultimate, which ultimately you have to kind of agree with. But now it's like you're really running out of opportunities here. Beast Coast have 2 rounds left to play in, and very likely we see even better than a 9-3. We'd have to be 2 rounds won here, and Beast Coast would have to really do something special. Rustin might be the first target. Does go down. That's 2 finally, and Beast Coast are up by 2 members.
Good isolated kills using the flashpoints to get their way on, and a different hit that comes out. He is still able to find 1 kill. That was, again, a lurker of Jamie's trying to play through C Garage. Elevate also here, but he gives away his position by shooting the Lear. Double shell potentially coming through. Hio gonna send 1 more through. Here's the challenge. They've been able to win the kill, but V-Dog is there to respond for another 2. Kempicki by himself. 1v3 now made down to a 1v2. There's an AR nearby, but he seems to just want to trust the hot hand. tries to come through, not going to find the initial connection. It would have to be a no-scope, not going to be there. Tig able to get there, and Beast Coast on the board, 2-9.
That's the kind of round you need to see out of Beast Coast for sure. They clean up the first 2 kills onto C, they get a quick plant. Very comfortably deal with the rest of the retake as well, and that is a long string of spot-up rounds, 9 in a row, between that one Beast Coast pistol round win and the most recent gun round win on number 11 as well, to try and at least rescue things to make it a 9-3. And just for context, by the way, to make a comeback happen, if we want to look back on Ascent at how Beast Coast did that, to get a 9-3, or rather to start 3-9, on the second half they would then have to get 9-3 to even force the OT. So if you get a worse score than that, if it's 2-10, you would have to get 10-2.
Tough ask as far as the macro goes. This round, it must win. Rolling Thunder are going to come through. That's it. She uses the front of A. There's nobody there for Spot Up's defense. It does at least allow Beast Coast on. And B-Dog up top, he does well to at least find 1 kill. That'll challenge. And actually, a headshot does come through there for a moment for Dre, but won't be able to capitalize on a kill. Nope, just kidding. The paint shells will come through. Tucker now from the shadows playing from behind. A 3v3 situation. Neural Threat will be spent, and Rustin will get really good intel on where exactly this Jet player is. Kentucky not able to respond with the operator in hand, so now a 2v2. Make it now a 1v2. Tucker, no chance there. Jammy's really well played through the B link. That'll be 3 for Beast Coast in the half, but still you feel like this is going to be a really tall ask for them to be able to match up against a 9-3, considering how well the Spot Up team has played, especially considering, again, they have not been matched yet on the operator battle.
At least makes things possible, considering that we just saw it on Ascent. I mean, that's the kind of shining beacon of light that Beast Coast have to hold on to right now. They have to be able to walk into this half knowing that it's been done. They just did it. Now they're going to have to do it again. But even if you get to the OT, they have to win the OT this time, and that's going to be a challenge in and of itself. You can't really underestimate, by the way, how big the opening kill into Figment was, because Sova on the retake so important, especially retaking A. The recon, if it goes into hell, you can shoot through the floorboards. You can do so much with the recon. Losing Figment immediately really hampers the retaking effort. So well done by Beast Coast to secure that last round, as well as the second to last round, to at least make sure they have something to play for here in the second half.
Full flood coming through C Garage to C. There are 3 defensive members that are here. James is able to find first blood. Nothing beyond that, though. The paranoia doesn't actually connect. I don't know if they fully read how many members came through C Garage. They really could have used that. Dre caught mid-reload, and now Beast Coast completely ousted from the C site. It'll be a 2v4 retake, and Elevate will actually soak up a bit of spam damage through this dark cover as well. Not a great start for Beast Coast trying to take this pistol away.
Low HP here as well, so not looking great for Beast Coast in terms of their ability to trade. They can't really play off each other too well. They would have to flash in. There's some utility left remaining for Tig. I mean, what do you do here? You have to try and make something happen. You're not saving pistols. You're certainly not going to walk away from this. And the attempt for a big flank coming through from Elevate. Are they going for maybe exits? That could be a game plan, at least for kills.
How about this, though? Spot Up have read this. They're going to exit over through the defensive spawn. Tig will hear it. Not going to find anything. Hia puts him down. Only 1 shot required. And, well, running towards his death will be Elevate, just trying to get an ultimate point. But no one's going to beat him there. So now, all of a sudden, 10-3 the tally. Elevate suiciding to a tally of 2-12 with 4 assists, and he was maybe hoping he could find someone running at him to get the kill onto him so he can get that ultimate orb, but of course, this been a long time since the change came through, but just committing suicide off the spike detonation gives you nothing anymore.
I was going to mention here as well that because Beast Coast lose the pistol, they unfortunately will have to force again this time. I don't think they have a choice. And, you know, I think it's Beast Coast. They kind of want to force anyway, but they haven't won a single force. I think that's the greater argument here. The greater conversation to be had is that the last 3 times they forced after losing a pistol, it's not worked out. So it would have to work this time. And for context as well, for that last Ascent map, they have to really, you know, use this momentum to come back on... in fact, maybe the force on that second half did work. I'm trying to remember now. It must have. Because Beast Coast had to find some way to get back into the half.
Well, you really need to get this bounce back here if you're Beast Coast. Lose this one, and you're down 3-11. Your economy is crippled. You got to get in. Defensively, they are going to start rotating members over towards the C site, which is where Spot Up is starting to threaten. Here comes the execute. Campeki, the first one through Spectre. He's got information off the recon. Ball makes good onto one. He there for the trade into James, but B-Dog, long range shot with Bucky will connect. So 2 for 2 we go. A big 1v1 on top of the site that Elevate cannot take away, and that will lead to a spike plant and a 3v2 for Spot Up.
Bot coming back.
Low HP as well coming through from B-Dog. Bucky in hand. Probably doesn't have any upgrades at this point in time. They have a double entry here, but with the Bucky, you have to get really up close to try and make something happen. And your other teammates
traded it out.
Really tagged up. So there it is. Spectre will be a little bit more useful, but as time starts to run out, I mean, I think you're going for this one. You can't afford to kind of lose rounds, so you have to be playing for the win here. 1 kill to heal will do some decent damage, but time is certainly running out now. You need to get the rest of the kills and get the defuse. Figment's still alive. Figment's preventing this one from going through, and B-Dog might have to stick.
He doesn't have the time to, wants to play for the kill instead. A little bit of an awkward interaction with the spike itself, and now time wouldn't even need to be a consideration. It would have been, doesn't need to though. Figment finds the kill. Spot up 11-3 on Beast Coast map pick. And now economically, Beast Coast are essentially forced to just light by here. No, they're gonna force still. They're gonna give this one more go. They're gonna be severely hampered though as far as the overall economic value of their loadouts will be, and this is the game right here. You lose this one, you're on pretty much a full save.
The problem is they just don't have rounds to play with. I've actually managed to find the information I was looking for, but Honest sent that second half. They didn't actually force because they won the pistol. They got 6 rounds in a row. They entered 9-3 and then got 6 rounds in a row. Now, they've lost 2 in a row, which is why we're looking at 11-3, which is why they're in such a dire situation. Beast Coast, even on the defense, have to try and make things happen. You see Jammies walk him down C-Long right now, might find contact versus Tucker, but so far, great information regardless, allows them to start stacking over towards A. B-Dog has left his positioning, I believe, over towards C as well in mid. He'll be joining the teammates over towards A, just as Spot Up kind of give up that position and go to mid.
And maybe a hit into the B site specifically here. Yeah, sure seems like that's going to be the case. There's the dark cover blocking off one side. Defensively, one will be tossed in, but the Cyber Cage will block line of sight, and this will be a successful plant. And exit. No contest really whatsoever. Beast Coast are looking to maybe try to flip 2 members through C garage doors, but it's a risky call. They'll toggle the spike defuse for a moment. Nothing's going to come of it. Campeki responds to 1. Reads the tailwind also coming through. Can he find the second? Sure can. And now Beast Coast are feeling desperate. 2v4. B-Dog only good for the first. It's a 1v3. He finds 1 but can't get anything beyond it. Spot Up. 12-3 up. And Beast Coast will be hard-pressed to buy anything in this next round.
The initial read coming through from Beast Coast was fine. They pushed up towards C. Stacked members towards A as well. The only thing they didn't have was pressure on towards B to try and stop anything from coming in and Spot Up. The counter read was just as good, in fact better, because they didn't want to go towards A. If they went towards A, they would have walked into the trap. Decides B is the exact place we want to be. Free plant, walks away, 5 members alive in the post plant. And that's perfect. There's nothing there. There's nothing there for Beast Coast to work with because they have to do a full 5-man retake versus 5. And that is super difficult there. We'll get a lot of advanced information towards A, so let's see if they can read the C play properly.
Has to be a successful initial hold here. Dre, gonna be challenged immediately, but does back into the clubber, stays alive through the paranoia. But oh my goodness, the right click actually misses Kia, though, makes use of the information, then Campeki to the stinger. He'll find a follow-up. And now a 3v5 retake required, and Rustin is still lurking back through B. Spike gets planted. The Empress still in play as well. And as one player will reveal themselves over through C garage, Rustin cleans up Tig. Likely it unless Jammies can do something incredible. He finds the first, gets the reset, able to find himself a weapon. But out of the cloudburst, Tia finds the kill, just down to B-Dog for a 1v4. Not gonna be able to get out of the garage door. Spot Up, take map 2, 13-3. They make their way into the round of 8.
And that's just dominant. Now we get to understand how NRG got knocked out of this tournament because Spot Up have been playing just so fine right now. Absolutely on fire. What a clean Haven map. And you'll go back and you'll say Ascent, not quite as clean. And in a way, you know, unfortunately at Beast Coast kind of demise here at their expense, I'm glad we did get to see both sides of the coin of where you see Spot Up play quite dominating in the first half, whether they're attack or defense, doesn't matter here on both Ascent and Haven. And then you get to see the side of the coin where on Ascent, they play super dominant, but then kind of drop the ball and allow a comeback to happen, go to OT, still manage to win it. And then you see the other side of the coin of what is normally supposed to happen, when normally a team gets 9-3, they just blow the doors open, and yeah, maybe the team on 3 still get a couple of rounds in there, but they're not expected to win. We're not expecting to go to overtime, and this is kind of what it looks like. They just kind of shut the door on the other team and just clean things up. I will say this got accelerated because of how many times Beast Coast did force buy. Now, I don't dislike the force buys. I think the force buys, in terms of the decision making, overall is correct. You want to be force buying in those kind of disparate situations where you kind of really need the rounds. The only times I didn't think the force buys were necessary were, when they had a couple more rounds to burn, or if they were in a better position. But looking back on that now, they didn't really have rounds to burn ever, because the only time you would say they had rounds to burn would be on the second half of Ascent, where they actually won the pistol and the anti-eco in 6 rounds in a row. And I think there was another round maybe in the middle there somewhere where they actually did force buy later on, not at the beginning of the half. And I think that's what we remember as them force buying 3 times, because my memory serves that they did force buy every single half. So I did remember they force bought somewhere. It just wasn't at the start of that half. But yeah, unfortunately for Beast Coast, good showing on Ascent, but didn't quite happen on Haven, which was their map pick.
And with that, Spot Up will be going on to the quarterfinals, in which they will play the winner of Anbox and SOR tomorrow, which brings me to our next point here, Avril. We'll be right back here again tomorrow for the quarters, semis, and grand finals. All of those best of 3s here for the month of November. $10,000 on the line, of course, presented by Mike and Ike's. It's been a really fun day, Avril, and we got a chance to see a little bit of Icebox. I'm sure we'll probably sit and chew on what we saw there for a little bit. We also saw one instance of Sky, kind of the same considerations there, because that was on Icebox that we had a chance to see her come out to play. But with those things in mind, and maybe off of some of the teams that we saw that are still in the tournament, any expectations or kind of things you're looking forward to tomorrow before we sign off?
Yeah, I think when we get to, I assume the final will probably be like a best of 5, right? I actually can't remember the last time what we did was a best of 5 or best of 3, but if it is a best of 5, then likely we're going to see Icebox. So if there are teams right now that are dodging Icebox, like we'll just ban it every single time, know that if we ever do play a best of 5 where you can't really avoid Icebox, look, it might even be map 5, but that does mean that if you go to map 5, you have to play it. So at some level, you can't be a team that just perma-bans Icebox. You're going to have to learn it eventually. I think that's my biggest takeaway so far. And the teams that are, starting to learn that Icebox map are starting to show what their capabilities are. And it's been really, really good to see that. And speaking of something to chew on, by the way, I just want to give one last shout out to Mike and Ike's, of course. Get your candy game up. Mike and Ike's original fruits, mega mix, delicious fruity chewy flavors help your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So shout out to Mike and Ike's to get yourself some of that before we head into Christmas and before we head into Championship Sunday for the final 8 teams.
I'm telling you, you can get that for me, Avril, for a stocking stuffer. I'm down for it, all right? I'm always down for some Mike and Ike's, all right? I'm expecting to see that come through in an Amazon package sometime around December 25th, which would be actually the 26th for you. So make sure you keep that in mind, my Australian now friend. Do I still get to call you my Kiwi friend, or do now I have to call you Australian because you're moving?
Please don't.
Okay, fair enough. All right, bye. Sounds good to me. We'll sign off for now, though, friends. We'll be back tomorrow for the quarter, semis, and finals. Again, that's Avril on my whole shift. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. And until next time, hope you keep holding it down. So long.